Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. What is going on, guys? Isn't it good to be alive on a Thursday night? What is up, Stranded? How are you? It's great to see you. Thank you guys hopping in, smashing like, and all that fun stuff. Yeah, and the wife said it to me just a little while ago. Matter of fact, maybe 5 minutes before I launched. She said, "Man, you're a grumpy son of a bitch tonight. What's your stream going to be?" I said, "Well, I'm going to be painting this here Juggernaut." And, yeah. Yeah, the more I look into something, the more pissed off I'm getting about it. And that would be these inauthentic content strikes that people seem to be getting. Now, I haven't gotten hit with one, but it did put me on my own path of thought, and we'll go over it. But it forced me to do something I didn't think I'd do. I now have a Rumble account. It's not set up completely yet. Apparently, they are waiving that I need 15 subscribers to live stream. So pretty soon we are going to be going to a dual stream format. I've got to figure out how to get the chat from Rumble over, if I even get anybody watching me on Rumble. But I am going to be setting up a dual stream because I do not trust YouTube a little bit. Flat out, I even said to my wife, this is going to be an interesting stream because we'll see if YouTube flags me down for talking shit on them. But yeah, I am kind of an angry bastard. But I do have some happiness going on here. One of the things that I will be doing tonight too, in addition to reviewing, I finally saw, what is it, Lee Cronin's The Mummy. Oh boy. And I saw the Michael movie. I was impressed with the Michael movie. I liked it. I liked it a whole lot. And I'll be going over that. Of course, we got to go over friggin' everything that happened in DC and all that shit. But yeah, the wife gave me my anniversary gift early. And she keeps saying to me, "Have you broke it open to, everything else?" I said, "No, not yet. I will do it on stream because I want to show everybody what I got, and I will be using some of it tonight." My wife is absolutely epic. And I say that in every sense, way, shape, or form of the word, epic, because she pulled this off, and I was seriously impressed. No. So The Mummy with Brendan Fraser, actually, they're talking about doing a fourth movie. Because there's 3 Mummy movies with Brendan Fraser, and there's supposedly one that's going to be coming up in 2028, and they're bringing back, I can't remember what the girl's name is, but they're bringing her back too, and she's going to be in it. But they're supposed to make one of those in 2028. This is the one with the little girl that goes missing and then ends up, they find her in like a 3,000-year-old sarcophagus or some shit like this. And yeah, I'll go through it. There are some parts that actually were supposed to be terrifying that I laughed my ass off on. But I thought it could be good. And if I'm to be honest, it was kind of a miss. It was a miss for me. Wait, what's this shit, David? Hold on. I'll jump in Discord so I can talk to you about it. If you want to get in Discord, that's up to you. But, yeah, are you talking about the inauthentic content thing? It's a mess, dude. Hold on. I'm getting in the bloody gam live on Discord, mate. So this way, if you want to jump in and have a chat about, we can, mate. I'd be shocked if Trump came out as gay. I don't think he's gay. Dude, that guy has been through so many different wives, ex-wives, girlfriends, different ethnicities and racial backgrounds and everything else. There's no way that man is gay. Like, I would be, if you're saying like he came out and was like, "Yeah, I'm coming out of the closet, I've been gay the whole time," I would be fucking shell shocked. Not because there's anything wrong with it, just because, yeah, no, that it doesn't fit his character. Yeah, I know I showed off the trailer for it, Stranded, for Lee Cronin's The Mummy. Um, One thing that I will be avoiding, to be honest with you, is showing. I'm very reluctant on showing movie trailers and clips from movies, stuff like that. And not even because of copyrighted content. Um, Again, when I get into the inauthentic content part of this stuff, when I say I got angered because I realized something. And we'll get into it as the show's going. Shout out to Beans throwing the hearts. I appreciate you. See that coming through. Thank you guys too. All you guys smash like and everything. You guys are fucking helpful as hell. Um, Now, I mean, should we start off angry? Well, I'm going to get angry as we get into the inauthentic thing because of some of the people that are still up with their inauthentic bullshit, and then people that are getting struck down and they actually are doing their own content. So, what's up? What's up, Melissa? It's good to see you. Haven't seen you in a minute. For the longest time, so fair play to Miss Sheree. We miss you, Sheree. We love you. She had me go and set up a Rumble account for Gam Catches Up months and months ago, and I forgot all about it until I went to go sign one up yesterday and realized, like, wait, it's already, how can my email already be in use? And I was like, oh shit, that's right. Sheree had me go cap my name on all kinds of different platforms just so nobody else could take them. Just like, in case you want to use them in the future. Shout out to Sheree for being forward looking on me. I'm not on this Sunday, and I won't be on next Sunday either. Um, Next Sunday, I was going to come back, not this coming Sunday, but the Sunday after, and realized that it is Mother's Day on top of another important day in my life, my anniversary. So it's a double whammy, and I can't do that to my wife. But yeah, Donald Trump gay. I'm sorry, brother. It, like, there's no way. I do appreciate that question, but yeah, there's no way I could see him being gay. It's the same way people were like, he's racist. I was like, that's pretty interesting. You should tell his former girlfriend, the former girlfriend that just happened to be black, that he's a racist. I'm sure when he was hitting it, he wasn't racist then. Thank you, thank you. It's 14 years coming up on 14 actually amazing years. And not all those years were amazing. Some of them were heartbreaking and rough. But I got the perfect person to go through it with and make it through with. So because of that, I look back with fondness now. I look back and I look forward too. And anything that looks like it's going to be difficult or adverse or tough, I just kind of laugh at, because I'm like, no matter how it goes, we already went through the shittiest stuff when we first got married. Oh, trust me, it is funny, Perry. But yeah, you know what? I'm going to talk about something happy. Let's let's praise be to the wife, my almighty Mrs. Gam, and show off what she got me, because I will be using it tonight on this here juggy. So you guys might remember I was doing, if I don't break them first, I went through and I was hitting like all the little, see if that'll zoom in or not, but I was tagging out like little bits of metal all throughout this, make it look a little bit more a little bit more stylized, so it doesn't just look like I painted everything one color. Give it a little metal effect to it. Well, the wife got me this. This is the True Metallic Metal full collection from Vallejo. Now, not only are these things damn near impossible to get because they are sold out, and here's all the colors that are in there. Not only is this thing completely, so basically the only way you could really get it was from like the different nerd cons where they sell the painting stuff and everything else. So she tried pre-ordering this 3 times, and all 3 times they canceled it. And shout out to Spray Gunners of all places, because they go to all the major cons and everything else. She messaged them and they got her one and sent it out to her for my anniversary present. So this is the entire line is metallics, and it goes a base, a shader, and a highlighter in the metallic painting scale. That's why you'll see the same type of yellow, 3 different spots. So you have, you got an airbrush version, so I can put it through the airbrush if need be, a shading version, a base version, and a light, and the highlight version. But yes, yeah, so yeah, because here's your shade for, like, say this yellow right here. Then this one is your base paint. This one's your highlighting paint, and then airbrushing paint pretty much matches your base paint. It's just diluted to go through an airbrush. So I am looking forward to good old Juggy here. I had gotten this where I had like a little bit of metal inlay that I put in there and everything. The whole damn thing. All these metal bands on him, they're all getting turned into metal. I'm gonna keep his undertoning and everything else. This is all gonna get turned into, pretty much like the leather, red brown leather look to it. But I'm gonna go back through and hit everything else out in a metallic. And then we got to tighten up his skin, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, just being it. Well, no, the whole thing is most Democrats are the ones that are calling Trump a racist, Perry. And you're right. The whole thing is anybody can be a racist, but the whole thing is how many people are actually racists? How many people are just talking stereotyping? And how many people are just looking at objective fact too? And you can always tell somebody who is kind of narrow in scope if they say all or every one of them, or, things like this. Narrow in scope. It's never all. It's not all. It's never all. And so, yeah, so there's one happy right there is I have this true metallic metal collection. There is one more collection in their line that I don't own. And my wife had looked at that. She was originally thinking about getting, she's like, you're not ready for it. It's for like expert painters. And I am not an expert painter. I'm just an amateur doof who's talking smack on the internet, which who knows how long before they say I'm doing inauthentic content. What I think is they're doing this on purpose to stop paying people money. But I still don't want to get into it because I'm going to get fucking pissed all over again. I'm going to keep us in a happy place. So let's talk a pretty damn good movie I saw. I initially said 10 out of 10. I'm going to say 9 out of 10. Just because some stuff was missing from it. But the movie Michael, about Michael Jackson. Apparently, I don't know how true this is because I didn't actually look up the damn scores, but the critics are pissed at it and don't like it. And the people that are watching it actually are really enjoying it. I put it in the same kind of vein as the Queen movie they did with Freddie Mercury and all that, with Rami Malek or whatever the hell the guy's name is. I can't remember. Can't remember what dude's name is, but it's the Queen movie. They did one that was like kind of like documenting the history of Queen and all that kind of stuff, and they had it out not long ago. They did the same thing here with Michael Jackson, and there was no real negative to it. So if you're going into a movie and you're looking for just the salaciousness, like, oh, well, is he credibly accused of diddling kids? Is he, all this kind of weird shit? He sleeps in a hyperbaric chamber. He has this, he has that. None of that shit's there. Basically, the family had their input, and we're talking Tito, Jermaine, Marlon, his brothers, LaToya Jackson, his mom, I think was another one that was in there. And it starts off the original Jackson 5 and how Joe Jackson is. Joe Jackson is portrayed as an absolute bastard in this movie. And to be honest with you, I'm down for it. Because the actor, shout out to that actor, he portrayed him fantastically. Like, there's this evilness to him that's just, it's crazy. But the reality is, I had always heard stories about how they like made a mistake while they were dancing on stage or something. He would just wait till they got home and take a belt to him. Stuff like this. But yeah, the movie itself, they go from Jackson 5, all that kind of thing, to him making the Thriller album, and the movie ends on him going and making the Bad album. It's the end of the movie is him making the Bad album, basically, and performing Bad on stage or whatever. And that's how the movie cuts and says his story will continue. So the way they left it like they could make a part 2 to it, but I don't know if they would. Most of the stuff is stories that almost everybody knows. There was things in there that I was shocked by because they go over the Pepsi Cola incident. For those that don't know, Michael Jackson and his brothers were doing this commercial for Pepsi, and one of the pyrotechnics went off behind him and set his head on fire, like his hair and everything else, and burned him. And I remember hearing about that and seeing the video and everything else. I didn't know how bad that burn actually was until they bring it up in the movie and looked it up, and they were not lying. Like, he burned himself really, really bad. And the other part of it was because he sued Pepsi over it. He got all the money. He gave it to the burn. He didn't keep any of the money that he sued for. He gave it all to burn units for children. It was like everything this man did. The message in the movie, here's why critics hate it. If you want me to be blunt with you and just flat out tell you my opinion on it, I think critics hate this movie because part of the message in the movie was that Michael Jackson didn't care about being a black famous artist. He just cared about making music that brought people together. And that message right there, because it took all of the race out of it, everything else, that was pretty much why the critics, in my opinion, fucking hated it. Kobe Bryant, I mean, they could make one about Kobe. I think they already did kind of make something about, like, a little miniseries about Kobe. It's called the Patrick Bet David Show because he talks about Kobe Bryant all the fucking time like he's God. But yeah, it was really there was a good message in the movie as far as unity behind music. And what blew my mind, and I had forgotten about because I'm old. So I remember when Bad came out. I remember when Thriller was out and all that stuff. I remember when Michael Jackson went back on tour with his brothers. This kind of thing. Him getting burned up, like all these different points they hit in the movie one of the things I forgot was the way people in the crowd reacted when Michael Jackson was performing on stage. And they show it. Girls were like screaming, crying, all this. Grown-ass men were crying and, oh my God, I love him so much, kind of crying. Girls were passing out and having to be carried away by security and shit. I forgot about all that. And, you know, it rung a bell in my brain. I'm like, when was the last time we saw any of that kind of shit? What was the last artist that we saw, like, girls watching them on the stage and passing out in the crowd like, oh, their heart goes aflutter and they pass out because they're so excited for that performer? Can anybody give me one? Because I can't think of one. Well, Elvis was before Michael. So, yes, I agree with that. Elvis was 1,000% like that. The Beatles were like that, too. You had girls do that with the Beatles as well. Michael was one of those that did, you know what I mean? They would do that but I mean, after Michael Jackson, in like those 80s and early 90s, what artist? Like, how about modern day? I can't think of anywhere, you know, like not even Taylor Swift. And she's huge. Don't get it messed up. You know, flowers to Taylor Swift, but not like this. I mean, legitimately, what they were showing in the crowd in the movie, I remember that shit happened in reality. Justin Bieber? I mean, I'd have to go look. I don't remember girls passing out though. Like I could see them fangirling out, but I mean like actually like fainting from being so excited from watching them on stage. Billie Eilish. I swear to God, do you remember the first thing I said to you, David, when I saw Billie Eilish or Eilish or whatever the fuck her name is? I was like, yo, why is there like a retard like in Fortnite right now? Because I saw the first time I ever even heard of her was in Fortnite. I had no idea who it was and had to ask David. And I'm like, yo, is it like Special Olympics month or something? How come there's like a retarded person in there? And it turned out it was Billie Eilish or Eilish or whatever. I was like, oh. And David's like, no, she's not retarded, mate. She's this. First thing you said, yeah, she's pretty much retarded, if I remember correct. Or I'm not far off, one of the two. Yeah, but when I first saw her, I was like, this girl looks retarded. Her music shit, yeah. Yeah, probably. That does sound like something you say. It was like half of them, you know, the one, what's her name? Carpenter or whatever. She was in Fortnite too. And I was like, who the fuck is this? David's like, don't even bother. He's like, she's popular right now, mate. I'm like, this passes for popular. She looks kind of cookie cutter. Like, I don't know what happened to music, but yeah, it just ain't. And it doesn't have to. Damn, I feel like Bob Seger now. Today's music ain't got the same soul. I just give me that old time of rock and roll. 'Cause it ain't there. It's just simply not. All right. Before I get in and start working on some of this cleanup on him, I want to see what's in this case. Let's see. What's in the case? What's in the case? Oh, they gave me brushes and everything. Look at this. Detail brush. Oh, they actually gave me a dry brush too. Color chart from my my metallics. Oh, look at that. A challenge coin. Vallejo Metallics challenge coin. They give you these little models poked in here so that you can test out to see what the metallic looks like on the model, those those will stay right there. They ain't coming out. These brushes are not getting used because I am not good enough to use them yet, sire. Oh, shit. I may or may not have fucked up, too. I started to move these paints around when I first got them. Like, I had opened this up and started to flip the paints around so they lined up with what's on the casing. And some of them are backwards. See. Oh, balls. Yeah, that ain't good. I got some of these backwards. I'm going to have to go by eyesight. Let's see. A baseline. I need like, yeah, a ruby red would work. 77126. Huh? Yeah, that looks right. Next gen Taylor Swift. That's terrifying, brother. But yeah, the Michael movie was good. It was actually surprisingly good. Like I said, Joe Jackson was the villain in it, and he was a fantastic villain. The way they did him, just great. And then I watched a movie that I was actually kind of a little amped to see because I, thought it might be good. Reviews started coming out, and some of them, it was mixed reviews. Some people loved it, some people hated it. I would put myself on the side of, it was okay. Wasn't great, wasn't terrible. It was just, it was okay. But Lee Cronin's The Mummy. The best way I can sum up the movie is if you took The Exorcist, Evil Dead, and threw it with Egyptian mythology behind it, is pretty much what the movie was. Girl's parents are over in Egypt and all this, and she goes missing. She disappears for a while there. They have no idea what happened to her. One of those kind of deals, like, oh shit, little girl goes missing, but you as the audience member knows what happened. This lady goes and tempts her with like candy, gives her candy every day. She's meeting up with this lady's secret, and the lady's called the Magician, and she's protecting like this ancient sarcophagus kind of thing. And she gives the little girl an apple, and a scarab crawls out of the apple into her mouth and basically like stuns her and puts her out, and the woman kidnaps her. And fast forward 10 years, or I think it was like 10 years is the fast forward. And she, all of a sudden there's a plane crash and the sarcophagus is found, and inside they're like opening it up because there's a mummy in there. And as they're unwrapping the mummy, it's the little girl, and she's still alive. And the whole thing is, we know what happened to her for the most part, but it's all about the parents figuring out what happened to her. Howdy, Rogue May the 4th. That's coming up. That's Rogue's Day. That was the day he was supposed to get married on. We're to be honest here. Damn, that is a bright crimson. But you can definitely see the difference on that fucking metal. Holy shit, does that look pretty. Wow. Wow, that is... I've had some metallic reds before. That is an epic metallic red. Anyway... Basically, the spirit that is in the little girl is also possessing. She's got like a sister and a brother, and it's starting to possess them too. And it does possess them. But the mother, who is basically staunch Christian type, keeps like saying prayers over her bed and getting like headbutted in the nose and getting all jacked up and stuff. They kill the grandmother off, and it's fucking hysterical. Because one, the entity strangles her with her own crucifix, right? And then kicks her out a window, like throws her out a window. But as the grandmother's falling out the window, the father and her brother pull up in a car. The grandma like slams headfirst into the windshield. So you're like, damn, that's fucking brutal. The little girl's mother comes running into the room screaming and everything else, like, oh my God, mom, blah, blah, blah. She looks out the window. The grandmother has fallen off the car now and is on the ground and still alive. And a pack of coyotes just come out of nowhere and start mauling her and tearing her apart. Can't make it up. Like 1, 2, 3, like immediate. Like she gets choked out with the fucking crucifix, thrown out a window into a car, into the windshield. She's laying there on the ground, and then a fucking pack of coyotes come and rip her apart. What's up, Mrs. Rogan Leaf? You got yourself a ginger. I tell you to pray for his soul, but he got no soul. Just gonna let you know. He's a good man, but that man ain't got no soul. So not only do these coyotes tear her apart, so then next scene is basically them at her funeral, and she's in the coffin and all that other stuff. The littlest sister ends up ripping her own teeth out because she's possessed by this demon, right? The sister that's been possessed the whole time is like crawling on the ceiling, drops down, and the little girl goes into the coffin, like the youngest sister. Like I said, tore her own teeth out, grabs the grandmother's dentures, puts them in her mouth. So now she's got this big, crazy looking fucking smile. The parents are freaking out, and then the creepy sister that's possessed fully falls into the casket and basically like knocks the grandmother out of the casket onto the floor in front of everybody, tears open her neck and starts licking up the, formaldehyde that they preserved her with. You're like, what the fuck am I watching? So I don't know who made this movie, but they really hated religious grandmas. Oh, shit. David, did you just say that Rogue and his wife, she's going to be Princess Leia and he's going to be Jabba the Hutt? Is that what you're saying there? No do wanchi, ha 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 solo, ha 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 ha. No do wanchi. What the fuck, David? What a dick. You're a dick, David. It's funny. Yeah, she knew he had no soul. The power of Christ compels Rogue. Jesus Christ, David, you're a dick, dude. But yeah, so the movie basically, like I said, it reminds you a lot of The Exorcist crossed with like Evil Dead because of the other possessions in it. And I don't know, man. Like the whole thing is they find her in the tomb. Like it was, I got where they were trying to do the creepy with a possessed evil little girl and all this, because it does creep people out. The part that killed me, the part that made me like, what the fuck, is she's in the hospital. They've just dug her out of this tomb. She's all like crusty and gray and like gnarled and all this. And the people at the hospital send her home with her family. They're like, yeah, the only thing that can really heal her right now is love. Like, excuse me? Like, no, IV's in her arm and, like a full psych evaluation on what the hell happened to you and everything else is probably the way medical science would handle this. Not, hey, get this bitch out of here. You take her home with her. And as long as you give her enough love, she'll come around. You'll get your daughter back. Like, what the fuck was that? And, all these different things that are happening to her along the way. Like, she eats a scorpion off the ground at one point. She just grabs it, starts gnawing on it. They don't take her to the hospital or anything because the mother's a nurse. So the mother's like, no, I got this. I'm a nurse. And it was like, oh, this is just terrible representation of our medical class. You're just saying what you heard. Well, I'll smash the like button to that. By the way, we are at 140 subs, guys. We picked up another one. We finally got to 140. Thank you to whoever subbed. I appreciate you. Hopefully you have fun watching this stuff. As much fun as we have making it and talking and everything. We got, like I said, though, the only other thing that really happened that's really going on before I get into inauthentic content, and I'm really trying to not talk about it because kind of now I'm seeing this metallic and everything else. It made me happy. My wife made me happy again. I love you. I love you, wife. You're amazing. So I kind of don't want to ruin this feeling, but the other major thing that's happened since the last time I was on was the crazy bastard and everything that happened during the Correspondence Dinner, White House Correspondence Dinner. The guy running through like he was trying out for running back for whatever pro football team you want, and getting taken to the ground and taken into custody, and then them immediately turning around and going, this is why we need the ballroom. Like, what the fuck? You mean every other president was this vulnerable and the solution this whole time has been the ballroom? You mean JFK wouldn't have been assassinated if there was a ballroom? Like, if Lincoln had just, gone to the play and it was in the ballroom at the White House, then he wouldn't have been assassinated? Wow, man. That's super convenient. I had a lot of people asking me, shout out to Perry too, because Perry even directly asked me, was this legitimate? Did this guy really try to kill Trump? And the answer is equivocally yes. Yes, he did. He really, if you look at all the talking points and everything else he listed in his manifesto, the craziest part to me is the fact that he really wasn't that crazy. He just listened to mainstream hype. He listened to people that told him Trump, orange man bad. He's this, that, and the other thing. And he thought he was doing the country a favor. In that manifesto, everybody's talking about how he's such a nutcase and all this. And I'm like, he's not really that nutty. Like, he's not really all that damn crazy, in my opinion. He was listing out things that you could see, like pedophile, like he was like, he's a pedophile, he's a rapist, he's all this. Well, convicted 34 times. What does the mainstream media always say? He's a convicted sex offender, 34 counts and all this other stuff, even though he was never, that isn't what he got those 34 counts for. He got those 34 counts for a bookkeeping error that they hyperinflated a misdemeanor into felonies. And it should have been just one count and a slap on the wrist and maybe $100,000 fine. Instead, they try to keep him from running for president. But for some people, that's where it's in real life. When he called him a pedophile, I was like, he's not a pedophile. Maybe a pedophile protector, you could call him, because he's protecting the billionaires that were involved in Epstein's Island. I can understand that. Not all of them were pedophiles. Some of them were, absolutely. Not all of them. Yeah, and that's the other part was, everybody's screaming about the security breach. I'm like, he didn't even make it through the first layer of security. They didn't even shoot the guy to death. They took him into custody. He ran in. So when you really break it down, could this situation have been, it's not like Butler, Pennsylvania, where he got like what, 4 or 5 shots off, including one that nicked the president's ear, you know, or the candidate at that time, but former president at that time, nicked his ear. That one was a way bigger failure of security. This was not a failure of security. People freaking out over them coming and grabbing JD Vance and moving him off. Now, if you look at it from an angle, from the left or the right, it looks like Trump's exposed and there's no protection around him, and they get JD Vance out of there, and then they come up and they get Trump and get him out of there. But if you look at it from a dead-on, straight-on angle at that stage, there's actually a guy standing in front of Trump, where if somebody took a shot, they would hit the guy who's standing in front of Donald Trump before they ever even got to Donald Trump. One of the things that I found hysterical about the entire situation, you know, people are all upset right now at like Jimmy Kimmel for saying that something about Melania looking like she had the glow of an expecting widow or some shit like that, which it's a bad joke, but it's a fucking joke. Just stop clutching your pearls. You know, you can, it's a comedian, and a shitty comedian at that. They can make terrible jokes. It's a fucking joke. Does it really hurt anybody? Shut the fuck up with that. Like, it's not, oh my God, how dare he make a joke at somebody's expense? Well, that's his fucking job. He's a comedian. That's what he's supposed to do. Especially because he's got, you know, hard fucking left ideology syndrome. Does not like Trump a little bit. He's going to tell fucking dumb jokes like that. It's just nature of the beast. So stop with the pearl clutching. But one of the things that I actually found humorous in the whole thing was, did you guys see what Kash Patel did when the gunshots rang out? There's pictures of him. This sucker fucking like is hiding behind a table. He's hiding with his, just like those googly eyes of his poking above this table. Like he's got his nose on like pretty much the edge of the table, and he's like looking around like terrified, like, oh, they shooting. Bro, you're the FBI director. You should be the first one standing up like, everybody, calm down. I got this shit. Yeehaw! And pulling out your gun. Instead, you're fucking hiding behind a table. And then the other picture that I saw, and full context, I'm not entirely sure if he was grabbing her to pull him behind him, but this shit definitely looked like he had his wife and he was using her like a human shield with Stephen Miller. Like he's like peeking his head around her shoulder, and he's got like one hand on her boob, like grabbing her. Like he's holding her in front of him like, you are my bulletproof shield. The bullets are going to hit somebody. They're going to hit you first, dear. My big problem with it is it showed what it really should. You know, people didn't take this away from it because everybody got focused on it. It's another attempt on Trump's life. How many of these conservative guys, these bigwig conservative guys, they're little bitches. Dude, they left Melania on the stage. Like they secured the president and left his wife there. Like what the hell's that? I would have been like, yo, you're going to have to fight me if you want me to leave my wife behind when there's gunfire going off and there's some kind of fucking emergency like this. I don't care what the hell's going. I will jump in front of my wife and eat that bullet. Like, that's my job. I'm her husband. And like, nope, we're just going to leave her right out there. Well, I mean, are you trying to get Melania killed? Is that like the idea? Oh, God. The whole situation to me was just, it was ridiculous. And they're like, oh my God, he was a hotel guest who, you know, all this stuff, and how could he get through security? It's like, bro, he's a hotel guest. Like, why would you check somebody going into a hotel? So because of this one asshole, every time one of us goes somewhere, if there's somebody famous in the same hotel we're staying at, they're going to go through and scrutinize everything to do with us to go in and go to sleep in our room. We're there for a GameStop convention or some kind of convention, and they're going to pull us into one of these rooms and like interrogate the shit out of us and go through your underwear and all this kind of stuff just to make sure that you're not there to kill anybody. Get the fuck out of here. That is not going to happen. It's not going to work. Nobody will deal with that for very long. They'll just find a different hotel to stay at. Your hotel is going to go out of business, sir. I mean, what are we doing here? But yeah, I don't know how you guys felt about it. I thought the shit was funny. I honestly did. Um, I hopped on ABL stream actually. When I saw it happen, like I was like, wait, is this actually the news? I was like, I wonder if he's covering this right now. Hopped over there. Somebody in chat's like, yo, this, that, and the other thing just happened at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. He's like watching the live feed up. He's got the live feed up. He's like, ain't nobody running, ain't nobody screaming, there ain't nothing going on here. And we're all like, bro, yes, there is some shit breaking free right now. And he's like, man, ain't nobody in a panic, ain't nobody freaking out. I don't know, you guys are lying to me in the chat. And it was like, and all of a sudden he's like, oh, wait a minute. Oh yeah, look at this. Sure enough, something did happen at the, like, really, like, we're all gonna make some shit up to you, like, you retard. Yeah, and see, that's the other thing, right? If you're doing an event, you know that event's going to be hosted there. It's going to be hosted there, and not just that, it's the same hotel I believe Ronald Reagan got shot at. So it already has that history. You would think that it would just be like, oh yeah, well, this hotel, it's basically rented out for the week or whatever. It's completely shut down to anybody from the outside. Like, you can't get in here if you had to make this part, everything is blocked off and the reservations are closed until after this event. But yeah, it was just stupid. Again, seeing some of the pictures that came out of it and seeing some of these guys that are, quote unquote, like, I'm the #1 law enforcement agent of the FBI. I oversee the entire FBI. You don't understand. We're not afraid of anything. These libtards and blah, blah, blah. Motherfucker, you were hiding behind a table the moment a guy with a gun came in, and you should be the one who has the gun who's stopping him. Like, fuck Cash Patel completely. Like, it just made him look like such an asshole when I saw that picture. And I was like, even if that was only for like a split second and he jumped up with his gun out and all that kind of stuff. Then they did the press conference after, and like, of course, Cash Patel, like, all of them are talking shit. It's like, yeah, you're talking shit now that you're safe and everybody's away from it and the whole situation's why didn't you stay, fuck that, I ain't leaving the stage. And like, I'll say this again. Trump should have been like, oh no, I'm talking now. Like, I'm going out there and I'm giving my speech. I'm not getting dissuaded by this guy. Damn, that fucking shit really does look good. Shout out to Vallejo. This was exactly what I needed for his helmet and his armor. This stuff going on smooth. It's layering right. I'm doing it kind of in a very light, not completely a dry brush kind of method. I'm doing it in a very, very gentle method. But yeah, this is probably, I gotta give him a lot of credit. It's shining just the way it should. It's layering on there the way it should. It looks fucking fantastic on the model. They did a great job with the metallics. When you twist it and light just a little bit and you get the sheen off the metal, definitely gives it way, way more dimension. So I am impressed with these paints at this point. We'll see by the time I'm done with the model if I'm still impressed with them, but at this point, very, very impressed with this set. And this is just the base. Like, I didn't even do the highlighting or anything else. Just using the base coat on here. The British imperialist. I mean, the craziest part was, like I said, that shooter though, He apologized to everybody. He's like, I apologize to, these people. I don't want to hurt you. I apologize to Capitol Police. I didn't want to hurt them. I didn't want to hurt anybody. I just wanted to kill the pedophiles, rapists, and blah, blah, blah. And the administration was what his manifesto said. So he was very, very gentle about things. Like it didn't sound like he wanted to go in there guns blazing, just, hurt a whole bunch of people. He had specific targets. And again, I think I said this to, I don't know if I said this to my wife or somebody online. I was like, smart as the guy was and all this, and apparently he's a big brain, like he's actually a smart person. He was stupid by the way he did that. Like, just stupid. He's lucky he didn't get taken out in a hail of gunfire. The way to get Trump on something like that, you know where he's going to be about a month before. You set up a little mini cam with a remote control and a firing device. You have enough time to hide it on a building nearby. And then as soon as he's coming in through one of the 3 entrances, because there's only a couple different ways you go into the building, you just fucking put it on him, light it up, and plink, take him out. You can be like quarter mile away up to, hell, you can be further than that if you do it through your cell phone. They're going to be able to track your electronics or whatever, which you got to ditch, but you could definitely assassinate him in a different way. The thing that should be scary, though, is, because he even said this in the manifesto, what if I was an Iranian agent? He actually was not wrong in saying that. What if he was an Iranian agent? He'd have been able to fucking, that would have been GG, or possibly GG if he had like a bomb, just ran in like a Lua snack bar and just detonated himself. Like, it's definitely a possibility. He could have gotten, a lot of people could have gotten hurt. I mean, I don't know if he was trying to silence them. The whole thing is, all these news stories that get thrown out there, right? And this is something that I can honestly pride myself on a little bit because I've been working towards this. Bridging that gap between left, right. Bridging that gap on people we disagree with. Being able to argue in good faith. Not even argue, just have a conversation in good faith. You fascist, you Nazi, you're a communist, you're this, you're that. It's really getting us nowhere. You are, it just makes you feel like you're morally righteous. And you know what? Nobody's winning in that. There's no solution in that other than you feel good about yourself for a minute for calling somebody else a piece of shit and trying to make them feel like an asshole or lesser than. Instead, find what you agree on, find a way forward to fix it where it benefits everybody involved, both sides, because there are certain compromises that you can find, that you can make, and go forward from there and try and bridge the gap, unless you want a civil war. If everybody wants a civil war, hey man, great. I hope you got guns and I hope you're ready to fucking fight. And I hope you don't need any kind of medication. I hope your kids don't need any kind of medication. I hope you're willing to watch everybody and everything you love die in front of you. No, I understand. Like, and that's just it. Everybody's allowed to have commentary on it and feel a certain way. My view of it is that every time I've talked to one of my best friends who is a hardcore lefty, I mean, we're talking hard lefty, like the kind that would have voted for Mom Donnie lefty, thinking it's a good idea. Not a stupid person. Actually, a very smart person, very well read, very articulate, very good at debating, and sees the world through a certain viewpoint. Hardest debate I ever have is with him usually. Like, the two of us will go round and round and round and round and round. Even when I'm shooting holes in it, he can shoot holes in me, and we go back and forth, back and forth. And I called him for his birthday. And I said, hey, brother, what's going on? I love you. Happy birthday. All I love you too, man. Thank you for the call. Everything else. And then we start talking, and he starts bringing up politics. I said, I don't want to talk fucking politics. Every time we do, we get in a fight. And he said, yeah, I hear you there. And I said, you know what? We can talk politics, but let's lay some ground rules. So, all right, what's your ground rules? What are your conditions? So here's my ground rules. You and I are having a conversation. We're friends. I'm not a racist. I don't hate people based on their ethnicity or any of this kind of stuff. And he said, yeah, I know. I said, I don't think you're a communist. I don't think you're a fascist. I think you want what's in the best interest of the people in America and for America. We just have different viewpoints on it. You're acting in good faith. What you're saying is because you want to see the country benefit and prosper. What I'm saying is because I want to see the country benefit and prosper. We can accept that about each other before we have this conversation. And a conversation, not a debate, and just agree that we're both arguing in good faith, even though we're probably going to disagree on a lot of things. We can have this conversation. And he was like, he thought about it for a minute. He said, okay. And then we had a whole conversation. And I mean, I played a video game with him because, again, it's his birthday. We rarely get together anymore. And for about 3 hours. And it was a productive conversation. He opened my eyes to some stuff. I opened his eyes to some stuff. And at the end of it, he said, you know what? That was actually one of the best conversations I've had politics-wise in a long time. And he goes, and I feel better about things. I feel more informed on certain people's viewpoint on the right side of the aisle. And hopefully I did the same for you. I was like, you did. I was like, but that's just it. How come the entire fucking country can't do shit like this and just have these conversations with each other without immediately resorting to you're a piece of shit? Why can't they have those conversations? Why can't we bridge that gap? We want what's in the best interest of the country. I'm pretty sure you guys all want what's in the best interest of the country. You don't want to see it burned down. They want what's in the best interest, but they have a different viewpoint on it. Maybe some of your viewpoints are wrong. Maybe some of theirs are wrong. But instead of hashing it out and discussing things, and I'm not just talking to any one individual here, guys. I'm talking in generalizations. So I'm not saying it's all my viewers or any of this kind of shit either. I'm just saying that if you can't look at it from the other person's perspective and say, look, this is fucking total bullshit. This is a no-go. This is a no-go. This, I can understand where you'd want this. And that makes sense to me. But here's why it won't work. Or even better, here's how you would do that and make it work. This is acceptable. And then being able to move forward on it, I think as a country, we would heal. One of the things is people you got different things that really divide people. And one of the ones that I think is one of the greatest shames that they have done is dividing us based on racial lines. There's people out there that are going to hate you because of your skin tone. I'm white. People are going to hate me because I'm a white guy. Oh, you the white man. You control me and stuff. People are going to, hate people because they're black, because they're Puerto Rican, because they're Asian, because of whatever color, ethnicity. Hell, you've got fucking same factions on Christianity that hate each other just because they're in a different faction. But that stuff, there has to come a time when we look at it and we say, but we're all American. We may not like your idea, but let's figure out how to implement it in ours and make everything better. Or compromise in this way, that way, or the other way. Give a little grace. Give a little give and take. Try to find a happiness that's in between all of it. And like I said, I was happy at the end of the discussion with my friend because, part of the reason we don't talk as often is because we were always getting in those kind of fights. And now it's like, no, I can talk to you more often now because we can actually have a talk. We can actually have a conversation between us and it doesn't devolve into you fucking commie boot licking, Ruski looking motherfucker, You know, you Trump loving, paper hanging son of a bitch, you. But yeah, apparently the big lesson out of all this is, as far as like the Trump shooting and all that goes, is that the only way to fix the problem of Donald Trump getting assassinated is we have to build a room that is in the ballroom and complete the ballroom and just lock Donald Trump in there till the end of his presidency, and he'll be safe. Because that's what makes sense. Dear Lord. I'm looking at this thing and I'm debating. I don't think these shoulders are supposed to be metal. I think they are supposed to be that way. So yes, there's that. I agree with that, Stranded. Um, you also have ones that are paid to go there, right? You have paid protesters that go there and incite others to protest. Some of them truly, truly believe it because they've been told the entire time that there is an evil. And if you look at it from like, look at the guy who just tried to take a shot at Trump. We're just going to use him as a example. Doesn't seem like an evil person. Doesn't seem like a bad person. But if you really believed, let's say we really believed that Donald Trump was going to be the next Adolf Hitler, that he really was going to start locking up people, throwing away the key without any kind of trial or any of this other kind of stuff. And he believed that everybody who followed Trump was going to assist him in this. That Trump really is basically, you know, the leader of a new Reich. Let's say he believed that 1000%. Well, then you would feel it's your moral obligation and duty as an American citizen to not let that happen, right? And this is what I'm saying is people have to be careful with the rhetoric and what they're saying. And the mainstream news was hammering it every day that he's a Russian agent, remember? It's a Russiagate, and it all turned out to be a hoax. They didn't dwell on that shit for too long, though. They didn't go on for the next 3 years saying, yeah, unfortunately, we got all Russiagate wrong. It's a hoax, and scream it over and over again. They put it at like the very last page of the newspaper, like, oh, we have a retraction. He's not actually a Russian agent, and we're just going to let this go away. Okay, thank you. Bye. I don't know what's up with the ballroom, to be honest with you. I just know that everybody was like, oh, it's staged. Like this whole shooting thing, for example, was staged so that they could promote the ballroom. And I don't think that's the case. I think they just didn't let a good crisis go to waste. They're like, oh, you know what? This gives us a narrative on the ballroom now, so we're going to run with it. Yeah, you're right. I've seen people, you're right about that, 1000% Stranded. I've seen people that when you present them with actual facts and tell them to look something up, say, I already know, I don't have to look it up. Now, again, with that conversation with my friend, I said, look, you don't have to trust me on this. You can look up the facts for yourself. To his credit, he went and looked up the facts himself. He goes, that can't be right. And looked up the facts on certain things we were arguing or discussing. And he was like, holy shit, you're right, dude. I'm like, yeah, I'm telling you, they're lying to you. Fair and balanced. But the whole thing is you need somebody to be able to look at a conversation. This is what I've been learning is that if you can have a conversation in good faith where you're not out to win a conversation. It's not about scoring points on your opponent and proving how much more of a big brain you have than your opponent. It's just to get everybody on the same fucking page, and you're doing it in good faith. People will look at the facts and actually compare them and go, oh, shit, I'm wrong there. You're correct. Because I'm not trying to win. I'm not going, aha, got you, bitch. Or I'm smarter than you. See what I mean? I'm so big brain. There's a certain guy that we all know who does that kind of shit. And like all that does is upset the other person, where they're now, instead of them admitting that, hey, I may have gotten this wrong and let me re-examine these facts and take it from a different perspective, they double down because now they're insulted. And they feel like, hey, you're not going to be smarter than me and tell me I'm fucking wrong. Don't confront. Be compassionate. If I were lied to on a consistent, constant basis, which we all have been, by the way, by our media, in one way, it doesn't matter which side of the aisle you're on. Your media has lied to you in one time or another. They've lied to you. You don't have the time to pick apart the lies. You don't care to pick apart the lies, or you just want to roll with it, whatever your case is. If you're going to be genuine and give genuine takes on things, you need to look at actual facts. Take your emotion out of it. Take your biases out of it. Know that you're going to be biased. It's like debating UFOs with somebody is the same way you got to debate politics, in my opinion. Is like, I really want there to be UFOs. I really want the aliens to be real. I want Bob Lazar's story to be 1,000% correct. Doesn't mean it is. I got to look at the facts, all of them. And if you can find somebody that you can have that discussion with and they're willing to do the same thing you are, then you can actually have a productive conversation and both people can learn a lot from one another. I just know that I'm sick of seeing hate. I'm sick of seeing divide. I don't want to think of my neighbor as an evil person because they think they voted for Kamala. There's actual evil people out there. There's real scumbags and real criminals and real fucking evil. And those are the ones that we need to be taken down as Americans. Not just Americans, but as a community, as a nation, as all that kind of stuff. Those are the ones that need the sunlight and the exposure. I mean, my opinion, you guys can disagree with it. I'm just saying, in my opinion, those are the ones that need to get taken out. Those are the ones that we need to put in jail and remove from our society, or remove from the reins of power. And it's not one side, it's a whole bunch of them. And they're all self-interested and self-entitled. And I don't know whoever gave them the ability, outside of the American people, voting for somebody because they were lesser two evils, and saying that, hey, you know what? That makes you more moral than me, or more righteous, or smarter, or better, or anything else. I never surrendered any of that shit to anybody. And I think the big fear is, if the American people ever did unite, the first thing we'd do is probably redo our entire governmental structure, or really get to the bottom of things and find out who the actual scumbags are and clean everything up. And they're terrified of that. Can't have us common folk getting together and figuring it out. But there is a light of hope. Again, I don't want to throw negative shit out into the universe. There is a light of hope. The fact that I could sit with a friend that I love him. I do. He's my brother. In my darkest hour, he stood by me. I asked him a question, too. I'll tell you this question after I take this slug off my monster and get my throat right. We had about 20 mutual friends. And he bought a house. He redid this house. He tore out every wall. Invested a lot of money into it and rebuilt the entire damn thing. And he was moving into it. He could have asked any of these 20 friends, any of our mutual 20 friends to move in with him. And he never considered any one of them. He said, nope, I wouldn't move any of them in with me. There's only one person I'll move in with me. And that's you. And that's the guy I lived with before I got married, right? That was my roommate and all that stuff in the house. And so I said, we had these 20 mutual friends and all that. I have a question for you. It's bothered me. It's always bothered me. You had all these different friends. Some of them you're a lot closer to than you are to me. Why did you move me in? Why did you make me the offer? Why did you move me in over, and I named a couple of our mutuals. I was like, in some cases, these were some of your best friends, and his answer, it choked me up for a minute there. I'm not going to lie. He said, I said, why would you do that? Why would you move me in? Why would you take that gamble and everything else? I was a fucking wild card at that point. I was kind of crazy. And yet you took the time, you moved me in, you tried to help me clean my act up before, it was before I got married. Tried to help me get myself right and all that stuff. Why did you do all that? And he said, the answer is actually very simple. He said, I believed in you. I still do. And I said, well, I hope that, the belief in me was worth it. He said, absolutely. Look at you now. And, it was touching to me because he was willing to take that gamble on good old Gam, who was basically at that point in time hammered all the time, chasing tail. Party never stops till I'm dead kind of guy. And yeah, it was. He's like, I always saw you and I always believed in you, man. And he's like, and look at you now. And he bet right. I'm happy to tell him he bet right. And that's what I said to him. I was like, well, thank God you bet right, because look at me. You're right. Look at me. And he's like, yeah, I know. Cool story. When did I tell it? Did I tell it last stream? I probably did tell it last stream. Like I said, it was touching to me because I don't know how many of you guys ever had somebody actually just say, because I believed in you. And I'm not talking like your mom or your daddy telling you, oh, you're such a special child, because every parent says that to their fucking kid, even when it's not true. I'm talking about just another person that you have no familiar relationship with, that you might have gone through the trenches together, stuff like that. It's rare. It's rare. I mean, I got a story you haven't heard. It's called Inauthentic Content. And I'm going to tell you guys why it's got me pissed off, why it's got me making a Rumble account. And getting ready to, I almost did it this stream, if I'm to be honest. I almost did the dual stream out to Rumble. But I couldn't, I have to figure out how to get a chat overlay for Rumble running like I've got for YouTube. So YouTube, I'm actually using the Prime YouTube. I'm going to have to look into programs that actually do overlays of chats. So this way I'm not ignoring somebody who's watching me on Rumble instead of YouTube. But don't be shocked if I get kicked off of YouTube permanently and end up having to only do this shit on Rumble. And I'm not going to tell any of you guys, hey, go and subscribe to my locals and all this. Fuck all that. Right? I'm just going to stream on their platform, talk my shit, paint my stuff, call it, and do some gaming and call it a day. Like I always do. But I am seeing what I'm seeing on YouTube started off at first, and fuck Jeremy Hambley all the way, by the way, the quartering, because he started a strike campaign across everybody. People are now flagging down videos, live streams that are talking about him. And I don't think it's Jeremy Hambley even striking these people down. I think it's his subscribers and stuff like that have been inspired by some of the shit he told them. There's guys that have been in the middle of streams and all of a sudden their stream cuts out because they got reported for nudity on their damn streams. And here there was no nudity on the part they're citing. Things like this. So Jeremy Hambley is the first tip of the spear. He's a complete scumbag for it. But there is definitely a campaign to flag channels and get them taken down if they're critical of him. Not saying that it's him doing it. I'm saying that he inspires people to do it, and fuck him for that. Never had a parent tell you that? That's a shame. My mom hates my guts, and she even told me she was proud of me. It's fucked up. I don't know. My side chat is moving slow because nobody's really talking in it. You got 7 people watching. It looks like I got like 4 likes, it looks like. And nobody's really chatting. So everybody's just kind of tuning in and listening, which is cool. Hey, whatever. You know, I'm here if there's one person. You should know this, Strand. Well, we're proud of you, Beans, and we believe in you. Watched you pull yourself up by your bootstraps. I'm super proud of you for that one. That's awesome shit. It's hard to do. I know how that feels. And congratulations. That's why I try to tell you. Appreciate you every time. Always appreciate you. Anyway, the second thing that's happened is this. Not only are people getting flag happy and flagging down people's channels and getting them taken off of YouTube entirely, or getting their video killed or whatever, YouTube itself has implemented something, and it's been implemented since apparently July 2025. Now, why all of a sudden it's starting to happen, they're implementing it like hardcore, I don't know. Maybe they've given more control to their AI components. I don't know what it is, but it's called inauthentic content. What's up, Six? How are you, brother? They're calling it inauthentic content. And it goes hand in hand with something I noticed. You guys remember I was doing, not last Thursday, maybe the Sunday before, because that's right when I quit the Sunday stream temporarily. But we were watching a bunch of movie trailers. No, we weren't. It was the first episode with the Juggernaut. I'm painting the Juggernaut, and out of nowhere, the stream shut down. Like, it came up and it cut down. That fell under the inauthentic content guidelines. Warner Brothers, even though I was playing their trailers or whatever, and I was pausing it every like 20 or 30 seconds and talking and giving commentary on the trailers that we were watching for the movies, like Insidious and something else, whatever the other movie was. When I got to the end of that stream, I can go and I can look at my stream, see what's got hit with a copyright, things like this, you know, where they're going to try and claim my stream and take all the money from it if I was monetized. Or in certain cases, it'll completely block that stream from a replay. And it was Warner Brothers stuff. And I think even Rebel had posted, shout out to Rebel, had posted like fair use in the chat and went over everything with it, like posted the actual statute and everything. Well, apparently they are cracking down on inauthentic content. And what that is entailing is people that are watching other people's shit, their other content, and commenting on it. It's supposed to cut down on AI. However, what it's actually doing is, maybe it is cutting down on AI, but what it's actually doing is demonetizing people's channels and removing them from the YouTube partner program, because it looks for, say somebody does, and this is one of those worries, how I always start out every paint stream with my logo running and the music playing and all that, and then I pop in after a minute, 30 seconds to 2 minutes, depending if I'm taking a piss before the show or not. Let's be honest. They would flag that as inauthentic content because it's repetitive content, like I play it every time. Can't make that up. The big problem is, in the way I'm reading how this is provided and the provisions in it and everything else, guys like Tim Pool, the Quartering, ABL, you know, those people that watch news clips and then they'll be like, here, watch this news clip. Okay, here you go. Here's the guy running down the hallway and all this stuff during this recent shooting, the assassination attempt, right? They'll show like that clip and be like, and then ABL will come on and go, so anyway, this guy, he a hobo and he done this and he done that and all this other kind of shit. And Tim Pool gives his whole dissertation on it and all that. That video will get demonetized for inauthentic content because you're replaying somebody else's stuff. If you're reading a New York Times article and everybody's citing the same article as their source, they could hit you for inauthentic content because you're technically using that New York Times article as your basis. Not like I'm doing it where I kind of freeball it, I like to call what I do, where it's like, yo, I saw this video the other day and this is what happened in it and all that kind of stuff, and I'm describing it to you guys. They'll show the actual video. Well, apparently YouTube is taking exception to people showing other people's content because I think in one way it kills off the smaller channels from getting monetized or getting money off of their content. So think about it. If I'm at show 110, each show lasts 8 hours, that's 880 hours worth of content I produced on YouTube. You guys tune in, you watch it, so you're taking a chunk of your time to watch YouTube and watch me for even like 2 hours, right? We'll say out of it. But it's getting, 80 views, 100 views. I get to a point now, I've got 1,000 subscribers, so those numbers have gone up a bit in my view time, all that kind of shit. Well, YouTube's been getting that cow milk for free. They've been getting the milk for free the entire time off me. Why should they pay me now? So the easiest way is, oh, well, you're making inauthentic content, so we're not going to give you money for it. But if you keep making videos and change things up, okay, what do I need to change up? Well, we don't know, but, you got to change something up. Then they don't have to pay me. They keep that money. And I'm making content, and people are being entertained for however long they're watching and everything else for free. So I see it as corporate greed in part. I also see it as part censorship. I see it as you basically don't give a fuck about creators. You're taking the U out of YouTube and making it corp-tube, basically, like corporate tube, where Fox News is never going to get hit, even though it's breaking news, the same intro every fucking time they do breaking news, right? But the same thing for like, guys like Tim Pool and all that. Well, Tim Pool's made quite a bit of money off YouTube. So is ABL, I'm sure. So of a lot of these other guys that just, read somebody else's news article and show somebody else's video instead of filming the video themselves or breaking it down and discussing it. I'm just saying, Stranded, I don't trust, like, I agree, it's my intro. I don't trust shit to do with YouTube anymore. I don't. And my big wake up call is if I'm in the middle of the stream showing a video, right? I'm the Juggernaut, bitch. That video was legitimately 8 years old on YouTube, and they shut my stream down for showing it. The voices are not what's going on in the cartoon. That's clearly somebody else's voice being overplayed on it. So it's its own damn thing. The cartoon itself, okay, that was property of somebody. And I'm looking at it and I'm seeing it for what it is and the way it's headed. And I'm not liking what I see. Like looking down that path. Now, could they reverse course? Maybe they will. Maybe they have to hit a big enough creator hard enough where they have some kind of massive public backlash. But I can tell you now, I've seen at least, it's coming up in my feed. I've seen 10 to 30 different little independent nobody creators. And when I say that, I'm not being insulting to the creator because I'm a little nobody creator. But I'm talking about people with like 150,000 and less subscribers that are getting waylaid by this fucking thing. I'm seeing guys that their entire living has been YouTube for 5 years. They're not at 1 million yet. They're like maybe close to 500,000 subscribers. And they're getting notices that they're no longer part of the YouTube program. They're demonetized, all this kind of shit. I mean, I think you're correct in that one about YouTube being like Netflix. I don't know that they're going to try and be like Netflix. I think they're going to be like cable TV. I think it's already headed in that direction. I think they're going to want you to pay for their premium service and all that kind of stuff. If you're a content creator, it's got to be all original, all, or you got to use like, well, Google owns YouTube, right? So it'd be the Google AI to make things, their own AI verifying that something is an AI that's clearly their AI. Well, that kind of makes sense to me. But I'm 1000% like I said, worst case, unless you guys just want me to completely collapse the show, if that comes down to that point, I can do that too. No skin off my nuts either way. I enjoy my streams. I love all my subscribers. I think everybody has a good time in here. I think we've got a positive message and a solid community. But if you guys were like, yeah, Gam, just pull the fucking plug, I'd pull the plug. Right? But if not, then I have to figure out a different route and a different way of going about this. So I think as a safety net, I think I am going to start dual streaming to Rumble and just have a backup on top of this, because this looks like they're going to jerk the rug very soon. And it's going to be on little content creators like me. It's going to cut from the middle down first. They're not going to hit their top ones. They're not going to kill off like a Penguin Zero or, Tim Pool. Hell, even ABL might be safe because he's over 1 million subs or whatever. But anybody below a certain threshold is going to start, you're going to start seeing inauthentic content. I could understand it if I was actually making AI slop content or not actually like painting these models. Not actually, you know what I mean? Like I'm just playing a video of somebody painting the models while I'm talking shit. But I'm actually fucking physically painting these damn things while I'm going. So I'm looking at it and I'm like, this is just, I'm reading tea leaves and I'm throwing darts at it. But we are definitely entering an era that is going to be strange. And I hate even speaking these words, but it does look like we'll know by the midterms. If the Republicans get completely fucking shellacked in the midterms, and I mean shellacked, like they lose the House and the Senate badly, guys who are supposed to win don't win, we'll know right then and there, like, oh yeah, this is going to go the way that Democrats want, where anybody who does not agree with their opinion and their side of things is going to be silenced. And spoilers for those guys that don't watch me, I don't agree with everything that anybody says, let alone the Democrats. So I'll definitely be getting whacked. They'll take me out back like old Yeller and just be like, damn, you're done. So just so you guys know, I'm trying to be proactive on it. I got a plan, but I also think you guys should know what is going on with YouTube itself. Guys like Eugene, I had made the joke, but it was a joke, but I was being kind of serious too. And even Ian, shout out to Ian, weighed in. He said, yeah, his music does kind of sound AI-ish, but we know that Eugene is actually making his music. So what happens, like they start going after people making their own music like Eugene and say, well, it sounds too much like AI. So therefore we are striking your channel. We are demonetizing it. We're basically putting it in your butt. What happens then? Then you kill off music, and then, if Mark Levin gets his way, shit, all you got to do is say something bad about the Israeli government, and they'll fucking censor your ass. That guy is a total piece of shit. Like, I don't know what the fuck is wrong with people on both ends of this spectrum, where they just want to take away people's right to have a conversation or state their opinion. If their opinion varies from theirs, they want your speech gone. What the fuck is that? I mean, like I said, I'm already living my best life. So yeah, I got you. I'm from the pager era too. One thing I was looking at, guys, this is something that I'm going to throw out there. Won't show it on YouTube. Well, maybe I'll show it on YouTube, but it'll definitely be like more of if I get the Rumble channel up and running and all that. So I found this thing, and it's been out there for thousands of years, where everybody's going to be like, damn, Gam, you're late to the fucking party on this one. There's this thing called MUGEN, Mugen. Apparently, you can make your own fighting video games, your own characters in there. People have done ones that have like 900 characters, all kinds of different pop culture shit and everything else in it. I was like, I'm thinking I might make a damn fighting game on that damn thing. And doing it, we'll have one character it'll be Smurf. And his finishing move, like if they allow me to do fatalities and stuff, his finishing move will be, well, he pulls out a big blue, we'll just call it a butt plug. And he's like, blue dingus attack, and just fucking finishes the opponent that way. But yeah, yeah, that's a little side note. I was looking at that. I got to figure out how involved it is, how difficult it is. But I'm thinking about doing a GAM fighting game. Put 6 in there, beat people in the nuts with the drumstick. Do like a Bob character, and Bob will be like super short, and like Bob's finishing move is he puts on a set of steel toes, kicks you in the nuts. You know, like he hits you with a bar stool. Yeah, I've been thinking about it. I saw this the other day because somebody had posted something on YouTube. It came up in one of my damn feeds, and I'm like, "What the fuck is this?" Because I was looking at. Apparently, they're doing Injustice 3, which I'll be playing. Well, I don't know if I'll play that day one. I'll wait till it comes on Game Pass or whatever. But they're supposed to do, instead of like Mortal Kombat 13, they're going to be doing Injustice 3, which is DC superheroes fighting each other. So I'm like, oh, that's amazing, right? But in that feed afterwards, there was a bunch of suggested videos or whatever, and it was this dude. He did one where basically the girls are like, well, we'll just say naked, and they're fighting each other, and I'm like, how the fuck? Like, what video game is this? And I'm looking in the description, and it doesn't. It lists out Mugen, so I did a search for Mugen to see. Because there was other videos, like they had like Sanji from One Piece fighting Naruto. I'm like, what the fuck? What is this? How come I've never heard of this? And looked it up. And when I did, it's like, yeah, you can download it and just start. It's like you can create your own video game. It just takes you time and patience. And I'm like, well, I've got plenty of fucking time on my hands, so why not? Yeah, that metallic definitely made Juggy come to life a little bit better. I need to get in here with the gold again on these dots. Let me see if I've got. Yeah, that definitely. I'm liking the way that shit shimmers. That coated nice. Oh, I was going to do the David character. His big scream would be for the Queen. And, I was going to give David the fireball attack. And every time he throws a fireball, he'd yell right. He'd be like, right, right, right. And like the fireballs would get bigger as he threw them. You know what? That would be a great one. You do Rogue, and exactly like y'all need Jesus, and he pulls out like a crucifix, and then just like nails you to it at the end, and then pulls out a shotgun, and shoots you in the head or something. That'd be a good one. That's a funny one. You need Jesus. The special move is the Brit beam, and it would be like the Union Jack, like firing from his chest and just burning into the opponent. That's a good call. We'd have to do like if I did that shit. Like for one, I'll tell you now that would be one of those things. And shout out to David because David has actually helped me with this before. But I would need them to record their voice so I could put it in as a file, like an MP. It would probably either be an MP3 file, I'm guessing, or a WAV file. I'd have to convert it. And David like for the Queen, and like he fucking like just he has the Union Jack on his chest and burns people to death. What's going on, Rep? Good to see you, brother. We could have it where, like, if David wins the match or whatever, we'd have guys, and, it's going to be fucked up when I say it, but fuck it, I'm going to say it anyway, that would all be Pakistani, and they pull out, like, a small throne and a crown, put it on his head, and he sits in the throne with a scepter and just starts laughing. And, like, on the scepter, there'd be, like, a little Union Jack flag. I think that could be some fucking hysterical shit. But yeah, Smurf with his blue dingus attacks and stuff like that. Like I think that could be classic, instant classic. Even if it's not really good, I think it could be just a lot of fun to mess with. Let me see. Do I have like a brown metallic I can get on that middle piece? It feels flat. Let me look through these metallics, see what I've got. Brush version. Oof. What? How the fuck? I got these things all out of order. Aged metal, obsidian black. That's aged metal. That is not obsidian black. Oh no, it is. Just airbrush version. Okay. Base 1140. Silver. That is weird. That says obsidian black on it, right? This one says sterling silver. That does not. I'll try it. Fuck it. Let's see what we got. Just want to see what this color looks like. Well, you know what? I may be wrong. It may be black. What else we got? That's a shade for copper. Aged metal. Ancient copper. Base. 77124. Right. Sorry, guys. This is one of those issues. I had this with my other one, too. My other box of paints, where I had to move them around. It's forged red. It's ruby red. Duskin green. Greenish gold. It's almost a bronze kind of color. Arcane gold. Rusty metal. What? That might be the color I'm looking for now. I'm looking at it. Space. Well, I mean, hey, shout out to the gay people that watch. I got nothing but love for them. I don't care if they're gay or not. But yeah, fucking the blue dingus move. Blue dingus just loses his mind. I guess his victory scream would be him smoking like a bowl. Fucking dear Lord. Doing your own fighting game. That's some crazy shit. Each level, the blue dingus gets a little larger. I don't know. I don't know if I would go that route with it. No, I'm thinking about it. Like I said, I think I would do it. Actually, to tell you the truth, he would hold on to the blue dingus and whack you in the head with it. It would be like a special move, right? His actual finishing move is he pulls out the Pleasure Master 3000 with like a kickstart on the side of it. It's like and fucks you up. I don't know. Just some silly things we could do. Just seems silly to me. You know what? Where's that age? That's rusty metal. What was I using? Using rusty or was I using aged? Using rusty. Rusty metal wasn't mixed enough. Yep, like Homie the Clown bopping you on the head. Like could be a really fun game. Just saying. Could be totally terrible too. But you won't know unless I give it a shot. See if I can't fix it up. Like, who would I make the end boss, though? Who'd be like the end boss you had to fight? God damn. He has to crank it a couple times. I mean, like I said, I haven't even down. Like I was looking at it, I was like, maybe I should download this thing and start fucking with it. And I was like, yeah, when I'm in a right headspace where I have to be thinking a certain way if I'm gonna do some fun shit like that, and see how difficult it is to do certain things. Like, how hard is it to string together the animation? Do I have to do it like digital? Do I have to like? Do I have to actually do pixel art? Like that sort of thing. I have to really look into it and see what you can and can't do. Because I mean, the one dude who posted up that video, he had like I said, like girl flashed the camera and then put her clothes on and was fighting. It looked like Street Fighter. I was like, what the fuck? No, I mean, well, some things worth doing are easy. Mastering something is never easy, though. Shouldn't be easy. But there's not easy, and then there's tedium to a point where you just don't even want to fucking do it. You know what I mean? Like, oh god, I'm not dealing with all this fucking bullshit. Definitely come across that kind of thing too. Where it's just like, yeah, I could do this, but I don't feel like sitting here for 16 hours to get one pixel laid in, you know? That kind of thing. They actually have it like it's a dev kit, and I can fuck with it. I will. And the other part is this. You know, there's a young British man named David, and David will be getting a PC soon too. And that means that if I need help with a workload, I can always share stuff with David and we can work together in tandem. The end boss is ABL. And all he does is I'll go and find like all ABL. Like when he calls somebody a bull dagger or a big back and all this other, all he does is insult you the entire time while you beat the shit out of him. You like beat him into oblivion. And like if he beats you, it goes da na 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 na, like it plays the opening ABL theme. Actually, that is I'm definitely liking the way that looks. Those little rivets hit a little harder in this aged metal. It's nice. David, not everything's for sale. I'll tell you what, David, you can advertise your OnlyFans on there, okay? Because, I mean, I know we're going to have to put our buddies Twisted and Johnny in there. Johnny's going to be like, you know, nothing moves the blob kind of looking dude. I'd have to think about it. He throws insults. We'll make him like tall. Like what we'll do is we'll do a palette swap on like Seagal or Sagat from Street Fighter. You know how he's like tiger uppercut, right? It'll be like big back, bull dagger uppercut. Excuse me, sir. Says it while he's backing up, blocking punches and shit. God damn, that cigarette doesn't taste right. I think I got paint on my cigarette and just inhaled it. Not good. Oh, God. Yeah, I mean, that could be cool. Hell, I should do that, but do it with all the different YouTubers. Like all those political space YouTubers. Like you'd have like Tim Pool, and at the end he throws his beanie up in the air and he's like bald and all that. But then do like Benny Johnson, and like Benny Johnson at the end, like a guy runs on and he pushes his, like the girl runs in and he pushes her down and the guy runs in and he like starts kissing him. That kind of thing. Actually, to tell you the truth, I know exactly. If I did a YouTuber version, it would have to be the end boss is Joe Rogan. You got to fight Joe Rogan. Call it Joe Rogan's Punch Out. Probably get sued into oblivion for that one. I put you guys in the background. I put like, like how in Street Fighter when the fighters are fighting, they have them in the background. And there's a guy drinking vodka, like slamming his fist in the one straight stage, the Russian stage of Street Fighter and all that. I do one in the background where there's a girl standing there just waving a Bosnian flag the entire time. To a Cash Patel, like, I mean, what's his special move? He hides behind a table and looks over it, concerned, like terrified. Fucking joke. I'm serious. There is something in me, just in my maleness, that it was like insulting to me that man is the head of the FBI and didn't like do some real G-man shit like, yo, I'm securing the perimeter now. Get over there, and like ordering people around like Kiefer Sutherland on 24 or some shit, right? Now this guy fucking like hid behind a table. What the fuck are we even doing here? I wouldn't include ABL anyway. I wouldn't, because then he would react in some kind of way. Probably call me a racist, or tell me I'm because of my European ancestry or something like this that I'm not worthy of including his dumbass in my fucking shit. Something to this extent. I don't dislike Trump. I don't hate him. I hate the shit he's doing. I don't hate the man. His special move would be empty threats. Oh my god, that's fucking great. Dude, that's fucking epic. Special move, he just stands there and like yells at you. Is that like in I think it was was it Street Fighter Alpha, or was it Street Fighter 2? You had the one character Dan who's like the shit version of Ken and Ryu, and he can't like completely throw a fireball and all that kind of. That would be fucking epic. Definitely, that game would be all for the lulz. I'm really digging these paints. They coat very nice. I'm getting good color gradation on it. Everything in that crack in the helmet, for example. Nice shine back. I'm not sure I like this. Don't know what I want to do with that. I'm not liking these L cars. Like, I feel like they need to be dark. Where this needs to be dark, something. You know what? I'm gonna see if I got a off-color steel for those little dots on the belt buckles. Yeah. He runs around. All he does is like, I got it. I know exactly what we'd do. You know, if we could do the Trump versus Biden administration fighting game, that would be epic. I want you to think about this, right? And then you have Kash Patel, like his projectile attack, he throws empty beer bottles and vodka bottles at you. And then his finishing move is he holds out his hand like this, right? Like his hand comes out and goes like that, turned over, and then in his hand would be like a piece of paper hanging down, and on the front of it it says "You're sued," and it would be like, "My girlfriend's suing you." Just imagine that. You get the announcer, like the Shao Kahn kind of announcer, like, Kash Patel wins. Legality. His special move would be a clueless stare. Like the entire time, his eyes would be going like counterclock, like all different wonky ways, like opposite of each other, like a gecko. My God. See, like that's just it. We can laugh about these things. You know, tomorrow morning when I wake up and I get the dum 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 dum. Shit, who's at my door? Oh shit, it's Kash Patel. What's up? You're under arrest? Think you're funny on the internet, huh? Let's see how funny it is in solitary for a month. Oh shit. I could definitely see that happening. He does seem like the type that takes himself way too fucking serious for his own good. I mean, we wouldn't even be able to take the piss out of him if he wasn't a goofy bitch. I'm debating on this. I don't like that. I don't know why. It looks like it should be the same thing for this. Like I can get in here with this red and clean it up or what have you. I don't know. Something about it just doesn't look right to me. This is the most liberal channel you sub to. I'm not even really liberal, damn it. I'm centrist. Dear Lord. You must be subscribed to like some hard right fucking things. I mean, hey, look, to each their own. I'm just curious, like, what channels did you sub to that are like hardcore, like right leaning like that? I mean, I've been watching all kinds of shit. I've been watching well, I can't even say that. Lately, I haven't been watching really anything. I've been rewatching Vikings for like the 10th time. That show just is great. And I don't know when the hell this happened, but Netflix, like, I swear to God, every one of the actresses got naked and I didn't know about it. Yeah, I am kind of just gam, aren't I? I kind of just like, I don't think there's a category. I think it was said this way in the movie Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Too strange to live, too unique to die. I think that's where I lie, somewhere in there where I'm definitely an outlier to all things for some reason. Like, I listen to the mainstream, basically, like, make fun of it. I listen to the independents and make fun of them. I think I just make fun of everything. Now that I'm thinking about it. I think I'm actually politically homeless at this point. Because, like, even the libertarians, I don't agree with them either. They got some weird fucking ideas sometimes. I'm not saying all of them. I'm saying, like, it'll be like, yeah, all drugs should be legal. Like, have you lost your fucking mind? Have you ever seen what fentanyl does to somebody? Like, no, all drugs should not be legal, but it's your body. You should be able to put whatever you want into it. Not at the expense of everybody around you and my TV going missing in the middle of the night, sir. Like, my one daughter lives out in, well, she was living out in Portland for a little bit there. And she said, yeah, there was a point in her life where she's like, I was all about, like, oh yeah, all drugs should be legal. She goes, up until you see it. And then you realize just exactly what you asked for, because you got people that are just walking around like zombies. Her boyfriend's car had been broken into, like, I think 10 times in a month. Like, he'd replace the window, they'd just shatter it out the next night and steal something else out of there. I mean, I guess. I don't know that Europe is all that right leaning, unless it was like Poland. They seem to be the only place that's kind of like seriously right leaning. The rest of them are very, very redonkulous liberal. Like, I haven't seen too many where it's like European nations. I'm trying to think of one that isn't. Like, I don't know what, Hungary maybe. Even they just went for they ousted their right leaning guy just recently, like, big time too. Erdogan, or what the fuck was his name? Wait, did they cut me off? Did I lose audio? I got full mic working, so I don't know. Yeah, see, Melissa, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's one of those liberal viewpoints where, when you think about it in theory, it makes sense, right? Or libertarian viewpoints where it's like, well, if somebody wants to be a heroin addict and live on the street, it's their choice. They're just going to die sooner and blah, 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 but they're making their own decisions. And it's like, yeah, but that's fine for that person if that's their choice and everything else, but you're not looking at what it's going to do to everybody else around them. Now you got kids going to a grade school, like walking to school or whatever, and they got to step over a guy who's covered in his own shit and piss with a needle sticking out of his arm. Well, do you really want your kids seeing that or being subjected to that? Or your house being broken into for somebody who's got to get their fix, or else they're gonna have the spiders crawling on them. Yeah, see, that's the other thing. I think that is something too. I do think if somebody is like a severe junkie, I mean, granted, now if they robbed somebody's house and shot them because they were on drugs and trying to get their stuff, that's not good. then they need to go to jail because they're a murderer. But if they were like just a junkie and just living off the street and all that and just really strung out on smack and it was forcible rehab, I could get behind that idea. I could see that working. Rehabilitation and rehabbing somebody back into where they don't need the drug. It's an unfortunate thing because it doesn't matter what it is, when it is, you're never going to cut off all the drugs ever. You're never going to be able to win that war on drugs. You could lock down every fucking border. It's not going to matter. Some asshole is going to figure out how to cook meth in a bathtub just somehow. I smuggled in some poppy seeds up my butt and now I'm going to plant them out in my backyard and we'll have heroin soon enough, sir. You're going to have people that are fucking complete retards become botanists. I mean, yes, that's true. That's anything really stranded. You're only going to not do something if you really don't want to do it anymore. That's the only way it works. I know I had a buddy, true story. He was always banged up and all that, and he straightened out for quite a while because he was court ordered that and he got random tested too. They found any weed in the system or any alcohol, they could test him for both. And it would just be random call when they'd show up and test him. And he was on it for, I think, like 3 or 4 years. And he didn't have a drop to drink or a joint to smoke, nothing. For 3 or 4 years, he was completely clean and sober. The moment that went away, though, he started smoking and drinking again. And he's a piece of shit right now, so. Damn, Grandpa's annoying monologue. I'm not that old yet, and thank God I have no grandkids. I'm not that old yet. I mean, coming from a guy named David Mon, based off of Pokemon, because he used to want to have sex with somebody dressed in a Pikachu suit, my furry friend. I don't know, David. I'll take that as a compliment, sir. I'll teach you, you teach me, David Mon. Gotta shag 'em all. I know about your little theme song, sir. I saw your old videos. David, that cannot be the truth. What you just said right there, you just came up with that? It took you that long to come up with that. Bro, either you and I are going to have to sit down and really start breaking each other's balls offline where you can say all the N words and F slurs that you want again, when nobody else can hear it except for me, and I won't judge you for it. But we're going to have to work on that gray matter between your ears because, brother, you used to be real fast with like rips and comebacks. That's actually shocking. Stranded said gam is gam a while ago. Like I don't know, man. You got to stop hanging out with how shall we say, soft bitches. How about that? You've been hanging out with that soft bitch way too much. Your one friend that's a soft bitch, and you know who I mean. And like, you got to stop hanging out with that guy because he's honestly slowing your brain down. You should be able to rip my balls 6 ways to Sunday without stuttering, faltering, or anything else. because you're usually like sharp on the ball and ready to rock and roll with whatever insult, comes blasting out. Like Rebel knows. Rebel will tell you. That's some one of those things that you've always got to have for when you're hanging out with the guys. You got to be fast, not half-assed, fast. Like, I mean, come on now, David. Like, you seriously, I can't believe it took you that long to come up with Grandpa's annoying monologue. That that actually kind of hurt my heart a little bit, and I'm a little ashamed of you right now. I'm not gonna lie. I thought you were joking, but you're being honest, and I don't know how I feel about that. I need better quality of people around me that can break my balls hard. I mean, now granted, it would have taken Johnny 20 minutes just to figure out how to spell grandpa. And Twisted probably would have just been like, yeah, whatever, bud. But, I expect more out of, sir. It's a shame, David, that we expect so much out of you, but you've had years of training of ball breaking and shit talking, and you're usually like really, really fast and over the top with it. I think, well, I don't know if I should take that as a compliment or an insult, Reb. You know, yeah. See, that was fast. I would have been, if somebody said, yeah, the dude's name's Gamma, would have been like gaping a hole muncher. Like that would have been a good one. That is that. You know, I think there's a setting for that. Stranded. Mine on my old tablet, like when I fire it up so I can just view the chat while I'm painting and smoking cigarettes and talking shit. Um, it comes up on my old tablet with like this giant ass ad at the top. Like it takes up almost the entirety of the screen. It's just like an advertisement for, I don't know, Jiffy Lube or something. But I have to scroll up just to see the first listing of videos. Dear Lord, David. You couldn't even come up with something really good, David, when it comes to GAM, like God's amusing mistake, you know, something like this. This is disappointing, David. That's all I will say. I'm disappointed in you. I'm not mad at you. I'm not upset with you. I'm just disappointed. Yeah, but with this inauthentic content, I'm actually like, I'm afraid to play like Art Bell. Stuff like this. Like, I'm afraid to show video from other people's channels. I That's not right. Oh, Melissa, that was nice. Um, Goes all mage, nice. Disappointed. That's a word you hear a lot. Yeah, usually when I'm talking to your parents though, and they both tell me they're like, "Yeah, our son, I'm so disappointed in him." Yes, yeah, that's pretty spot on, David. That's why I stopped talking to him. I don't have to hear that word as much about you anymore. And you spelled slow and retarded wrong, David. You put show related. I know you meant slow and retarded. It's okay though. I corrected it for you. Faster, David. Faster. Come on, you're getting it back. I can smell it coming. I can smell it. I can see it. I can see it. I got David a little fired up. This is the kind of David I like. Now he's going to. Now he's going to hit me with a good one. Or maybe not. Speaking of, you know what? Where the hell is Eugene? I was just thinking about this. Talking about like jokes between Ian and Eugene on Discord. I haven't seen Eugene. Get ass master. Genuine artistic master. That's a nice one too. Thank you, Rep. I can get ass master. Oh, good Lord. Oh, fuck. Ah, Jesus. Yeah, I had one time I had my friends roast me. It was pretty fun. Like I did it on one of my birthdays. I did a whole roast and like they shredded me. But that's one of those things. This is something I don't understand. Right? And maybe it's because I've been watching a lot of Kino Casino. Shout out to those guys. You want to talk about a mastery of trolling, the likes I've never even considered. Watch those. Watch Ashton and Andy Worski, PPP and Andy Worski on Kino Casino. If you ever get a chance, those guys, like, there's some people there, say when I grow up, I want to be an astronaut. I want to be a fireman. And like those two guys were like, when I grow up, I want to be an internet troll, and just became like the best of them. It's like, my God, man. Good night, Beans. And hopefully Chunky's doing okay. Good night, Melissa. Get some rest. I'm always appreciative of you dropping in. And hopefully you don't work too hard. That's craziness. Don't work too hard. Holy shit. Yeah, watching the Casino Boys though. Dear Lord. Those guys, they just nonstop fire. Um I got a question too. Has anybody seen the Frankenstein movie on Netflix? I know that's out of left field, but I almost started to watch it last night. That and another movie called Hokum, and held off on both of them. Wait, what are you talking about? It feels very clicky. What click? What click are you talking about? It should be kind of clicky. I'm sorry you feel that way. I'm still trying to figure out what's different. Like, I mean, I don't know what you want, but because I really have not much to talk about. Talking about breaking David's balls. Well, it's David. Geriatric ass muncher. I like that one. That one's good, David. That's better. Yeah, it's coming along a bit. I need to go this color. Athena skin on here. I'm going to have to build up this tone in this arm, unfortunately. Yeah, don't quite know what you mean. You have to explain that one out. This skin tone it's a basic skin tone, but it's way too light. I had to have, let me try this skin tone. I had some skin tone in between these that when I hit it with the airbrush, build up weird. No, I think I found the skin tone. I'm just going to have to build it. Thin shit down. Yeah, I'm going to have to go dark and then build into light. What a pain in the ass on this. It's going to look doofy as shit when I first do it. So I'm wondering where YouTube is headed as a whole. What are they trying to accomplish? Because if they're strangling small creators and you've got the big creators and they've grown stale to the point where you got like guys like Ben Shapiro, for example, like Daily Wire stuff, that the only reason why they're getting a ton of views is when they pay for them. I'm wondering if that is the YouTube's newest business model, is getting everybody to, you know, boost signal on their channels or what have you. Something to this extent. Everybody's making jokes. Everybody got all quiet. Where's the Smurf when I need him? Or even better, where's Bob when I need him? We're at 10:30. He should be on beer 3 by now. He always adds that little bit of flavor and will come in with and either tell us some stories or ask my opinion on some news shit. I don't know what the hell I ate. I had to eat something with a ton of salt, though, guys, because I'm like hammering back this big old jug of water. Huh. Yeah, it's like my chat just froze in time, David, after you made that last one. Um, Another show I started to watch recently. I had never seen anything else, and I'm like through part of the third season. I think I'm like halfway through the third season. A show called For the Good of All Mankind. And it's like basically, what if the Russians had beat us to the moon? And it's actually a pretty damn good show. Like, well, I wouldn't say it's real good. Very interesting show. But instead of a lot of the bullshit that happened in history, we avoided a lot of it because everybody was focused on the space race instead of just kind of abandoning the Apollo missions. I think they were at like Apollo like 25 or something ridiculous. I mean, that's where I'm kind of at with it too, Stranded. When it comes to that stuff, the inauthentic could be that there is, an error with their AI. I don't think so. I think it is, if you're paying out to like a bigger creator or whatever, again, you're giving away, like I said, if we take, I'm on show 110, I do 8 hours at a time. We'll say I'm doing 8 hours at a time, and that's 880 hours. Somebody watches for 2 hours, 3 hours, whatever. YouTube hasn't paid me a dime. I've gotten no money out of YouTube. None at all, because, I don't have enough subscribers or whatever metric they want to use. That's free entertainment for people. That boosts YouTube because now you got to watch me on YouTube. And you don't have to pay me for any of the content I'm making. If we break that all down, then it really comes out to somebody who's smaller, who they would have to pay, I don't know, say $2,000 a week, $1,000 a week. If you can cut them out where they're not making any money by just saying, oh, well, it's inauthentic content, and then they go to fight it, it's like, no, you're already denied on your fight. Well, I want to talk to a human and have them review it. And there's like 5 human beings left at all of fucking YouTube. Can't review everything, so you're kind of ass out. And you're basically making content for free. My big thing is, say somebody, for me, unless I start selling these damn things, probably not going to make a dime off YouTube, right? Who knows? Maybe someday. Maybe someday I'll have enough subs or have enough interest or something like this where I get monetized for whatever reason. Who's to say that they don't go in and go review, like, I don't know, the one video where Bob dropped the F slur, for example, and then say, nope, we can't have you in the partner program because of that. Like, really? Well, I'll just take down that episode. Nope, we're not going to let you in, because then you're still getting the same amount of entertainment, but you're actually not having to pay anybody for it. I mean, in a way, that kind of makes sense. The other thing I'm thinking is AI content, right? So Sora said there's no market for it, everything else. I'm sure there's people who made a ton of money making those like goofy trailers for Pixar movies that don't exist using Sora, or all the wrestling compilations and all that. They got a bunch of subscribers on it. Google's got their own AI. So if they perfect out their AI, maybe they're going to do it where you're monetized through only Google's AI. You know what I mean? Like if you use something like a Sora or something that was like Sora, you're going to get demonetized and deplatformed. But if you use Google's AI, well, technically it's in-house and you advertise for them. You're inspiring others to use that AI, and that kind of thing. It just keeps going. That snowball keeps rolling down that hill. I could see it. I could actually definitely see it. Man, toning out the arms and repairing them is a pain in the ass. When it comes down to it, there's no money on Rumble, though, not unless you sign like an exclusive contract. And from what the owner of Rumble said is he's getting away from that. So I'm wondering if they're moving towards more of a YouTube model. Now, granted, one of the benefits I'm seeing on Rumble is I'm not liking the fact that they want you to have a locals attached, that kind of thing. However, one of the things I really like about Rumble is if Bob's on here and telling a story and says the F slur, I don't have to sweat bullets and panic, because they don't give a shit. They don't give a single fuck about your language on Rumble. That's kind of a good thing. Well, I mean, that's just it. If we look at like Tim Pool, the quartering ABL, right? Let's take those three creators. What content do they make? Or what are they actually doing? Like when you break it down, what do their channels actually do? They read other people's articles, give their opinion on it, and get paid for it. That's what they do. Right? They go over, the New York Times, and this is what I think about it and everything else. If you eliminate where they can read the articles, either they have to A, report the news themselves, which none of them's going to do. Can you really see ABL out there with like the press hat on and the reporter bullpen? Sir, can I get a quote, sir? Sir. Can you see Tim Pool like showing up at a BLM rally? They'd fucking kill him, for one. They would know exactly who he is, and probably just like that would be the end of Tim Pool within the first time they talked. Because you got to remember, Tim Pool's original show, his Timcast IRL, was not supposed to be him sitting in a room talking to people. The original version of IRL was supposed to be him setting up a stream system in a van and then driving cross country and talking to people in different small towns and having actual conversations with local citizens. So if they cut it back and they make it where it's inauthentic content to read somebody else's stuff, no transformation to it, none of that, it's not good. You're going to kill off guys that have, like, I mean, if we just take ABL, regardless of anything else, he's got 1.1 million subs. You're going to hurt a 1.1 million sub channel because he won't be able to, he'll be able to discuss the things, but not being able to show them, which is a good chunk of his platform. Like, he wants you to be able to see, like, look how crazy these fucking people on the left are, or what have you. But yeah, having AI create all your content for you, that'd make life easy, wouldn't it? You know, you can just have an AI read the New York Times article and do it in a voice that is however you want to set the voice up to be. You can have it read it in Walter Cronkite's voice every time. For those that are young bucks and don't know, Walter Cronkite used to be like the main news guy back in the day. Yeah, that's still got to get, damn it, I got to work on that patching back here. Definitely way too opaque. Way too pink. David's like, I did my funny part. Now you entertain your audience. And what would you like me to say, David? What kind of entertainment would you like, sir? Or ma'am? I've unfortunately gone through all the trailers that have come out lately. I haven't seen anything new that grabbed my fancy on trailers this week. The Mummy movie, like I said, I watched that, and I watched Michael. Michael was good. You know, and definitely I enjoyed it. Anybody that grew up in that era, I think, will enjoy it. I don't know. Like, that's part of the problem. Talking world politics, like talk about what, the Iran war and stuff like that. It's a giant fucking mess that's going nowhere. You know, basically the Iranians are like, okay, well, Trump said he's going to bomb us if we don't come to the peace table. Fuck them, we're not coming to the peace table. So then Trump says, well, I'm not coming to the peace table either then. And we're still in a ceasefire. So I don't even know what to say about the war. I don't even know. Is it a fucking war? Is it at this point just let's wait? One of the things is I know oh God, what the fuck's it called? Come on, guys, help me out here with it. What's the word? The Strait of Hormuz blockade. Kept wanting to say barricade. I'm like, it's not barricade. The blockade is actually working because apparently they're doing damage to the oil pumps because the pumps are running and Iran has nowhere to store their oil. So it's going to be interesting. Interesting to see how this plays out. It's a giant fucking mess. And I don't know how we fix it. But hopefully they just hold on the blockade. They don't bomb anything else. Maybe, just maybe, it'll work itself out.
You're a cunt. That'll be all. Good night.
And here, just on the tip of this fucking muscle and highlight it. I'll do that for all the muscles, actually. Dear Lord, I still can't believe I got 140 fucking subscribers. It's a lot of crazy bastards following me. You guys are fucking nuts. And I don't know if any of you guys can explain this one to me. Why the hell was Erica Kirk dressed up like Sonya Blade or Sarah Connor from Terminator or whatever? And just like trying to go ham like Mean Mug and everything else. I saw that and I was like, what is going on with this shit? Like, why is she, I didn't even hear what she had to say. I just saw like pictures of her dressed up with like a black trucker hat on with a black shirt on. And like, she's like mean mugging. I didn't really look into the story too deep, but I thought that shit was, I was like, what are you doing here? Like, are you trying to go on a villain arc or something? Like, bad guys wear black. Traditionally, you know, it shouldn't be, I don't know if she's just sick of all the stuff and she's going to start shooting promos on people or what, but kind of crazy. Yeah, I mean, insanity. I'm debating trying to play Art Bell and seeing if I can get away with it. I don't know if it'll work though. I don't know if I have to look and see if I can find somebody who has hammered out all the advertisements in the background. Last time he cut the commercial or something and it went to, I want to say he started playing like Dire Straits and they hit me with like almost instantaneous copyright notifications. But that AI is the YouTube AI is definitely up people's ass right now. And I don't want it in my butt. So I'm hardcore debating on what I can and can't play. Skin tone looks all right. A little too pink in there. Shit. See if I can't wash this out a little. And you guys tell me, what do you guys want to talk about? What do you want to talk about? I mean, unless you guys want to come up with more characters for a fighting game. We could do a president fighter. Have like Biden and Trump beating the shit out of each other. I don't know. I don't know. I think I am going to go to Art Bell, though. I think I'm going to put that on. Let that play. See if they kill me off YouTube. Let's see if they strike me down. And let's see what I can find. What the fuck? Art Bell, 100 years of UFO cover-ups. All right. Let's see what we got. We've done Bob Lazar. We've done Mel's Hole. There we go. Let's see. Richard Hogue. Paranormal Stories. We've gone through that one. Huh. I'm going to give this one a shot. Let's see how this one works out for us. Great Pyramid of Giza. John Zajac on Coast to Coast AM. Let's give this one a shot, see how it is.
Everybody, Sunday evening, another Dreamland.
Make sure I get everything lined up on the audio end. Stranded, if you're still in the chat, let me know if you can hear it when I play it. I'll let you know. All right, here we go. Let's give this a shot.
It's not easily nor neatly put in a box.
Potential impact that some
I am
of
not
those
hearing
gigantic
shit.
pieces would have.
Am I not hearing anything? I should have shit coming through my headset.
Welcome to Dreamland, a program dedicated to an examination
You guys
of
hear it or
areas
no?
in the human experience not easily nor neatly put in a box.
I'm not hearing
Things seen at
anything.
the edge of vision, awakening a part of the mind as yet not mapped, and yet seems every bit as real
So
as
you
the
guys
air
can
we
hear it, but
breathe
I'm not hearing it
don't
for some
see.
reason.
This is Dreamland. It absolutely is. Good evening, everybody. Sunday evening, another Dreamland. I'm Art Bell.
All right, I think I got it now.
The usual lineup in that Linda Howe is here this evening. She'll be with us in a moment from Philadelphia, which she calls home. And then a bit of a different.
All right, I'm going to have to monitor.
John Zajac.
I'm watching my stream health right now, too, guys.
And author of The Delicate Balance.
We'll let this run for a couple minutes.
A bit of a different theory on the Great Pyramids.
We're going to see if I get whaled or not.
At any rate, I think you'll find it a fascinating adventure into areas, as the billboarding said.
Yep, it's a Dreamland
where things
one.
are not so neatly or easily put into a box. And now all the way to Philadelphia and Linda Howe. Well, good evening, Linda. Are you there?
Yes,
Good.
and a couple of weeks I talked with Dr. Eugene Shoemaker, who was
I think we're good.
one of the co-discoverers of those strings of comet pieces that have been bombarding Jupiter for the last week.
Shoemaker-Levy 9.
And he described the potential impact that some of those gigantic pieces would have made on our planet if they had hit here.
Yes.
Essentially being a major catastrophe.
Yeah, that's what I'm debating,
And
David.
Today in the paper in Philadelphia, they did a large headline asking, could it happen here? Basically following up the same idea that Dr. Shoemaker and I were talking about, what would happen in terms of an asteroid impact. And they reported something very surprising that I think is important for us all to keep in mind, and consistent with the Dreamland theme, that many things don't fit in any of the neat boxes that we think about. This is a quote. In 1989, a half-mile-wide asteroid flew through Earth's orbit. The Earth had been at that exact point only 6 hours earlier.
Oops.
This was reported in a journal to the House of Representatives in Washington, D.C. The quote from this House of Representatives report continues, had that asteroid in 1989 struck the Earth, it would have caused a disaster unprecedented in human history, unquote. To think that we passed within 6 hours of a asteroid that was the same size as fragment A that impacted on Jupiter and caused
the whole thing, David, is I'm watching because when I did play Warner Brothers, it comes up with a warning that says if you continue listening to this on stream, then you will be banned.
Apparently, until after it occurred. So
I'm not seeing that warning right now.
And they also ask a question that I think everybody should also give some serious thought to in this universe we live in. What is more likely to kill you in a lifetime? A hurricane, a flood, a volcano, an earthquake, a lightning strike, a shark, a grizzly bear, a poisonous snake, or a terrorist bomb? And the answer is that more than any of those would be a comet or an asteroid smashing into the Earth. The odds are the same risk as flying in an airplane anywhere.
Well, that's not terrifying or anything.
And in addition to the fact that what has just happened on Jupiter could happen in our lifetime or maybe in the next 1,000 years to this Earth with yet unknown consequences. As the violence has subsided on Jupiter, it has raised even more mysteries now with scientists who have some really interesting questions to solve.
Yeah, they're not only are they fucking mugs, dude, but they're for sale.
At the impact sites, it might be sulfur, but no one knows for certain. How long will these big dark bruises stay on Jupiter's face now? And the answer is maybe months, and that they will be visible for amateur telescope watchers. So anyone listening who still wants to see these dark
I remember when this
Jupiter's
happened.
face, they are visible through
Dear Lord, this was a long time ago.
And, one thing that a lot of people are asking, I'm asking in my own
I'll
mind
play
with
solo
regard to
tomorrow
dark spots.
again.
Richard Hoagland, incidentally, thinks they're carbon. But whatever they are, Jupiter has
I'll
a
finish
very
up the
violent
mouse game.
atmosphere, and it's...
I mean, everybody's fucking busy anyway, David. You've been up for 45 hours, so you'll be exhausted tomorrow.
Is tracing that, and in fact, I'm going to play an excerpt from an interview here from Dr. Andrew
Flat out, I'm
who is professor of planetary science at the California Institute of Technology.
Let me pause that for a minute. I'm flat out. I'm excited for you to get your PC. By the way, David, I picked up Valheim. Was on sale for $10 on Steam. I picked that up. I still haven't started playing Star Rupture. I don't know if you're going to get that or not. I looked up Windrose. I found it, and I'm not all that keen on it after reading the reviews on it. It sounds like the ship battles aren't like Atlas. They're more like Black Flag, and then it's got a building mechanic. There's another game I have not picked up that looks good. It's called Sons of the Forest. What was the other game? I picked up another game. I think it was called Soul Mask. That looks interesting, but I'm excited for you to get get your PC up and going, because then we got games we can play. I figure between that and then, like I said, I'm dead serious. I'm going to download that thing. I'm going to start looking into it, how you make your own characters on it. And I'm not joking when I say I'm actually debating making my own fighting game.
In Pasadena, he is going to be summarizing all of the 70-some Jupiter studies for a major scientific review in Bethesda, Maryland in October. And he talked to me yesterday about several of the surprises they have so far, and they expect more to come, including the dark stuff, which he personally thinks is sulfur, and the issue of a carboniferous chondrite made-up sort of comet hitting Jupiter is beginning to have a big question mark at the tail of it, because they have yet to find
so far so good on this too.
Oxygen or water. And as this interview begins, Dr. Ingersoll is discussing that very
David,
fact,
were you actually in the damn Discord chat?
At the end of this impact, because it might not have been a comet at all. It may have been a broken up asteroid. This is Dr. Andrew.
Says you were here 15 minutes ago.
Scientist from Caltech.
So I think
I didn't have like sound output to my headset, so I couldn't hear you if you did come in.
Either dredged up from Jupiter or else brought in with the comet.
Is that there was no signs of water?
Very little indication of water, because in this hydrogen-rich environment, the oxygen you expect to be tied up with hydrogen in the form of water. And comets are made out of ices, and Jupiter is thought to have water clouds deep down, and that kind of result is already pretty firm, and I think over the next few weeks we're going to firm it up some more and discover that people may discover traces of oxygen. But I think the lack of oxygen is so pronounced that we can say we already know that. It's already a big mystery. Now, if your question is how long will it take us to figure out the mystery, that might take a little longer.
Well, isn't the implication of the mystery that the comet itself may not have been an icy snowball, but must be made of something else completely different?
That's certainly part of it. The comet really couldn't have been what we normally think of as a comet. It might have been a rocky asteroid, in fact. The latest results suggest that it might be just that. The latest results show that there's metal in the comet that are now seen in Jupiter's atmosphere, like magnesium and silica. And you can get metals if you vaporize a rock and break.
Is that why you're laughing, Stranded?
Of silicon
yeah.
dioxide and so on.
I didn't know if he was coming in.
So one implication is that the comet wasn't a comet at all, but perhaps a rocky object like an asteroid. The other implication is that the comet didn't go deep enough to dredge up water from Jupiter's interior.
Meaning that it may have been vaporized on the surface.
Well, yeah, if you can speak of its surface, but...
or the upper atmosphere.
The upper atmosphere, yeah. From the tops of the clouds that we normally see to the zone where the water is about 100 kilometers. And it's quite possible that the comet burned up before it got down that far.
If Jupiter had no water molecules in the atmosphere at all, therefore no oxygen, what would that say to you?
Well, that would be just one of the most upsetting things to our current understanding of how the solar system formed. Of course, we all have open minds to that possibility that Jupiter just has no water and has no oxygen. But that's probably the last thing we're going to give up, faced with a lot of barrage of new data.
So, Art, right now, the sum is they haven't been able to see the water and the oxygen that they had expected, especially if this was an icy comet that was breaking up in the upper atmosphere of Jupiter. This is truly one of the biggest mysteries so far from this impact. And
boy, it is. It is, Linda.
And it may not have been a comet at all. It may have been a large asteroid that broke up and was all kind of a hard metallic rocky material, and that may be see why they have got in the spectrograph some of these metals.
Well, that's fascinating. And I'm sure this is going to continue to unravel over the next many months, isn't it?
Yes, and I'm going to continue to talk with Dr. Shoemaker, Dr. Ingersoll, some of the others, because each scientist around the country, I have a list of about 75 or 80 of them, they're taking different aspects of of all of this data, and I think periodically I will try to bring some brief updates. I thought tonight it was definitely worth going into this in depth. And next week, when I'm your full-time guest, I plan to give you some fascinating updates on what's been happening in the crop circles. We've been in Canada, the United States, and England. New mutilation cases with some very interesting anomalies and reports. And if I have anything more to report next week concerning scientific discoveries on the Jupiter impact, I will certainly, we can talk about that too.
Good. I'm also getting reports on my regular syndicated program, Linda, of crop circles up in the Washington State area. You've been hearing about that?
Yes, there was one that I know of that has two parts to it, and it's the only formation I know. It's in the same field, and I have a drawing of it, and the size is about 150 feet in diameter, and it is actually resonant with both a formation that was in England 2 or 3 years ago and with the current new one that's up in Ontario, Canada, which I'm getting videotape and photographs and have a drawing from, and we're also getting analysis on the wheat from the one in Ontario. So by next weekend, I probably will be able to report some of the preliminary data on that.
All right. The gal who called, by the way, tells me she has photographs, and she's sending them to you.
Great. Was that Iowis or Carol Patterson?
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I wouldn't have gotten the names, but but somebody's doing it.
Well, that's good. And so even while our attention has been out in the solar system, much has been happening on our own planet in these strange other mysteries.
Excellent. Linda, we'll look forward to it next week and your full guest appearance next week.
Thank you very much, and I look forward to it.
Take care, Linda.
Yeah.
Bye-bye. If you would like to reach Linda Howe, the way to do it is...
that's the same chick on Art's Parts that was going in. Like, I've talked to this professor and that professor and everything else. She seems to be one of the go-tos for Art Bell for, like, UFOs and aliens and everything else.
Now for $35.
She gets all fat, sweaty neckbeard with it.
Of course, you can also get one of her publications, Glimpses of Other Realities, the most recent, $45. And Linda Howe's address is Post Office Box 538, Huntingdon Valley, Pennsylvania. Once again, Post Office Box 538, Huntingdon, Huntingdon, Valley, Pennsylvania. Zip code 19006. So whether you want some of her materials or you would like to contact her regarding a sighting or anything else, that is the appropriate address. And in a moment, we'll be back with a physicist and author whose name is John Zajac, and I hope I'm getting that correct. It's the first thing we'll ask him about. Right back to John.
Imagine
my listener suggests that we particularly ask John about the Great Pyramid. So many people, of course, think the Great Pyramid could only have been built using some sort of alien technology. And Dr. Zajac apparently feels very differently about it, and so we're going to explore why he thinks that's a bunch of rubbish. And so here he is, from somewhere in, I think, Central California. Is that right, John?
San Jose, California.
San Jose, all right. John, I take it you do not think the Great Pyramid was constructed by the Greys?
By the Greys?
Or greens, or yellows, or...
The polka dots and the blues?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, no, I don't. I could understand why one would think so, because even with today's technology, we cannot duplicate the Great Pyramid, even if we didn't have financial restraints and political problems and so forth. We could not reconstruct the Great Pyramid today. Apparently, science is wise enough to understand why the Great Pyramid is unique, but not so wise to be able to copy it.
All right. Well, I'm going to allow you to make your case. Tell us a little more about yourself first, though, if you would. Is it Dr. and is it Zajac? Is that correct?
Zajac is correct. There is no PhD associated with it.
All right.
My claim to fame is the ability to have a very diverse and wide background and view to be able to show commonality between seemingly unrelated fields of science, very often creating a whole new field of science in the process.
All right. How did you come upon this talent for connecting these things?
Oh, it's kind of inborn. Just a keen sense of observation and the recognition that things similar or related indeed happened in other disciplines. That has led me to some reasonable successes as Vice President of Research and Development for some leading corporations, such as Cutler-Hammer, Eaton Corporation, General Signal Corporation, Electrotech, and some others.
Oh, yes.
And with patents in many diverse areas, from chemistry to electronics, mechanics to biometrics, etc. So it's a wide field, but the field is because the greatest technological advancements typically happen when the astronomer is talking to the metallurgist or to the anthropologist. And when those seemingly unrelated scientists sit down and have dinner together and start realizing there's a common thread through their problems and put them together, then we come up with theories that can be later substantiated for the extinction of the dinosaurs, for instance.
Do you, while we're at it, do you have any thoughts? There's been a lot of talk lately, of course, about the dinosaurs because of Shoemaker Levy 9 plowing into Jupiter and the fact that it might have happened here. Do you think they were driven extinct by some comet?
Actually, the evidence is overwhelming that that's exactly what took place. I was not just throwing some loose terms around. It actually came about that a very leading scientist, Nobel laureate actually from University of Berkeley, Alvarez, has a son. And Alvarez is in many areas of physics, very diverse by himself, now passed away. But he was having Thanksgiving dinner with his son, who was an anthropologist. As they sat there, his son was saying that in different parts of the world, particularly in Italy, that he could find some very high levels of deposits of iridium and other such materials, and that happened about the time of the extinction of the dinosaurs. And his father says, "Wow, but do you understand that that's not popular on Earth?" He says, "Yeah, I know it's kind of rare, but what can I say is a half-inch thick layer in Italy."
Right.
He said, "Well, that's only really found in asteroids. And what you should do is check on other continents and see if it coincides and if the layer is there as well, if it also took place at the time of the Great Extinction." Which, by the way, extinctions have happened many times in Earth's history. And sure enough, it turns out that this layer is global, and knowing the thickness of the layer, they could measure what they would anticipate the size of the impact to be. In other words, the size of the mass coming in from space.
Certainly.
And it turns out to be somewhere in the order of about 3+ miles in diameter, which fits very nicely with lots of things. They also could go backwards and check the frequency of great extinctions, which happens, every 35 million years or so, which leads to a theory that there is a black, dark companion to the sun, about 1,000 times out further than Jupiter, perhaps, that makes an elliptical path, and once every tens of millions of years comes in close enough to cause a gravitational tug, if you will, through what we would call our expanded solar system. And let me mention what that is. I mean, we know there's 9 planets, but the solar system is actually considerably bigger than that. It's as far out as our Earth has influence. And there's a whole lot of space junk left over from the beginning of our solar system. There's something called the Oort belt, if you will. It's a cloud that's sitting out very much further out than Jupiter, cannot be seen from Earth directly, and it contains something in the order of 100 billion pieces of rock junk left over from the beginning of time, with space junk in the size of 1 to 10 miles in diameter.
Well, that's big junk. John, I'm going to ask that you hold on. We're at the bottom of the hour, so we're going to do that break, and we'll come right back to you. My guest is John Zajac, and he's got quite a story in a moment.
Whoa, that's some trippy music, dude.
From the Kingdom of Nine, you're hearing Dreamland with Art Bell. To participate in the program, call toll-free 1-800-618-8255.
How awesome would it be to have Art Bell around now and be able to call into his show?
First-time callers, area code 702-727-1222. Or the wildcard line at 702-727-1295.
Missed opportunities.
This is the CBC
Missed
Radio
opportunities.
Network.
It is, and this is Dreamland. I'm Art Bell. John Zajac is my guest. And he is the author of The Delicate Balance. And we're talking about extinctions and cycles and dark suns. And John, are you there?
Yes, indeed.
There are a number of people, John, who think that not only have there been cycles of extinction, but that man has been here before, created civilization, and become extinct. Is it possible?
Well, the evidence doesn't support that. You would think that if man was on planet Earth before, that there'd be some fossil, some remnant of his existence. And to date, we haven't seen anything to support that at all.
All right. There are those who believe that it's very deeply buried within Earth, but that's probably a pretty long shot. So what is your view of how all this...
All right, I had to pause it there. Here's where I disagree with the guy who's talking. He's like, well, you know, there's no proof of humans being around a long time ago or being older than. Well, here's part of the problem with bones and fossilization and everything else. You need a certain set of circumstances in order to fossilize bones. So the dinosaurs, when the dinosaurs died, for example, they got wiped out. There's a reason why, like, the La Brea tar pits was one of those places where we found a ton of bones, because the environment was right to preserve the bones from those dead dinosaurs. If they were just laying out on the ground and got wiped out by a comet, whatever, those bones would eventually turn to dust. So I don't understand what they think if there was a cataclysm that wiped out mankind in the past. You're not going to find bones. Now, carving something in the stone, like, I don't know, like the pyramids, for example, the Sphinx, well, you would have a running record that would last through a chunk of time. Not millions and billions of years or anything, mind you, because just upheaval in the world and the earth and the environment and everything else would slowly break that stuff down. But when you're really looking at it, maybe that's what the pyramids were an old school version of mankind made them at a height, so this way they would have a marker for future generations to come see. I mean, look at the Colosseum. Look at some of the stuff, like, hell, most of our modern things would be gone within, I think it's like 1,000 years or something like that. Will start to break down, or if there's nobody there to repair them, the earth would reclaim those things. Trees would sprout up in them, push through the concrete, break it apart. You know, if the oceans rose, it would erode things. Storms hitting, just natural elements would slowly degrade all that stuff. So when he's like, yeah, there's no evidence, well, unless somebody specifically built like a time lock vault or something that you found, that would kind of be the only way of preserving that they were even there. Right? It wouldn't be one of those things where you could just, oh, well, you know, here's a note from Joe Schmuckatelli. They wrote it down for us. Then you find it and just read the note, because the paper's going to dissolve all that other stuff. It's one of those things with the Dead Sea Scrolls. The only reason why they were able to stay around, because they were hidden in a cave. They were wrapped in a certain way, written on papyrus, or I think it's papyrus. But they were stuffed in jars and like hidden and all this other stuff. And even then, a lot of the Dead Sea Scrolls were super fragile to handle. You've been working 54 hours a week? That's crazy, Brogy. That's just insane, brother. Try and have a good time at work. Shout out to the wife. We like the wife. She's cool. Try and get some rest, brother. Just trying to get these hands worked out where I'm debating on what I want to do with this thumbnail. Because I don't want it to be flesh toned. I might have to clean that up too. Yeah, I mean, I'm just knocking out Juggy. Listening to Art Bell and his guest discuss things that, some of which might come true. Some things that are fringe science that never would come true, you know. Fun stuff. Fun stuff. I finally found the right mix and the coloring to get the skin tone fixed. There's way too much pink on this forearm, for example. But thank you, Rogue. Thank you, smashing the like, all that, and dropping by. We'll see you next time. You have yourself one of them there good uns. Back to Art Bell.
Occurred.
Well, we're talking about a delicate balance here, and if there's one underlying theme that I keep trying to present to folks is that just because something didn't happen yesterday, last week, or last year, or maybe even for the last 1,000 years, there's no reason to assume it couldn't happen tomorrow morning or next week. The fact that we have gone through a very, very mild period in our climate and a fairly stable period in geological effects and earthquakes and so forth doesn't mean that we can automatically anticipate that trend to continue. In fact, in many cases, we can look at history and say there's no reason for it to continue. History has never been this consistent and this temperate for a long period. And with relation to that, we were talking about the Oort belt and the fact that there are 100 billion, that's with a B, pieces of space junk sitting out there in a very delicate balance. We'll use that term a few times through this discussion, I think, where these pieces are as far out at the very edge of our solar system as possible, held in place by the extremely weak forces of the pull of gravity of the rest of the galaxies and the pull of gravity of our sun. That is, being out there 1,000 times out further than Pluto, you've got to know that those forces are extremely weak. Therefore, small forces could indeed cause a disruption in that balance and cause some of that space junk to fall in towards the sun. And, of course, the Earth is in the path of some of that debris heading in towards the sun. The evidence for such is rather amazing. We tend to be comfortable about things and say, well, yeah, in the early solar system, there was lots of impacts caused upon the planet, evidenced by just looking up at the moon.
Sure.
The man on the moon and all those craters are indeed obviously impacts. But the moon would have been struck by meteors considerably less frequently than the Earth itself because of Earth's greater gravitational pull. And it turns out that we have on Earth today that we can measure and observe 28 impacts still in existence, of course eroded and corroded and covered over by growth and so forth. But 28 major impacts. A major impact is between 1 and 100 miles in diameter. Now, when we talk about the average piece of space junk that's between, something between 1 and 10, we pick the arbitrary number 5 miles in diameter. A 5-mile diameter piece of space junk with an average velocity of just under 50,000 miles per hour crashing into planet Earth would indeed cause a meteor impact about 100 miles in diameter. It would throw up so much dust and debris that we would immediately go into a new ice age. Certainly sunlight would be blocked out, and if animals and humans didn't die immediately from the shock, from the quake, from the inhalation of dust, one would certainly think that food growing would be extraordinarily difficult, if not impossible, for some length of time, probably years, but would throw us immediately into an ice age.
That is the rough equivalent, is it not, of a nuclear winter?
It is indeed where the theory for nuclear winter came from.
Well, all right.
It's kind of interesting, but it's backwards.
I'm just curious, John. If you were to do projections,
yeah,
as they do with nuclear warfare,
right,
and this were to occur based on current technology,
right.
How many people, if anybody, would survive?
Maybe, handfuls of people would survive. Let me give you for instance. For instance, in the American arsenal, we talk about having 10,000 nuclear weapons, thermonuclear weapons.
Mm-hmm.
The Russians claim to have 9,000 or 10,000, but our resources suggest perhaps 40,000. However, the average size of the American arsenal is about half a megaton. It's roughly a little bit bigger than that, approaching 1 megaton for the Russians. If we added what's known of the American and Russian arsenals together, and even added in all the stuff we think the Russians are hiding, we're talking in the vicinity of 50,000 weapons, less than 1 megaton apiece. That would be to say that if World War III broke out and every single weapon got used and went off, we're talking in the terms of 50,000 megatons.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If something the size of a 5-mile diameter struck the Earth, we wouldn't be talking about 50,000 megatons. We'd be talking 100 million megatons.
Big bang. Of course,
big bang.
Of course, it would be concentrated in one location versus a nuclear exchange being in many, many, many or almost all locations.
Well, that may or may not be true completely. And as we've just seen, the gravitational pull of Jupiter broke apart the comet that smacked into it. We might see
sounds like if you knew some shit like that was going to hit, you would
two thoughts come to mind in
build
this
your
regard.
city underground.
It has been pretty much
Which
shown by
would
now
explain
that
why
this comet breakout
that
if
place
we look
out
at
in
the moon and
Turkey
other places,
is
that
completely
many of the
underground.
impact craters are in straight lines, which pretty much says that it's
Fear of them getting rained on like that.
So it'd be like a shotgun blast.
Well, one blast would be enough to do it, but we might not have the luxury of only having half the Earth destroyed. Certainly, when you throw debris up into the atmosphere, you cause enough of a global problem from a standpoint of falling dust and blocking out of the sun to cause very, very many problems. Not only from inhalation of the dust itself, which is, of course, even during volcanic eruptions, what has killed many people, but because of the sudden change in temperature. Here on planet Earth, it's kind of interesting. People have looked at the Farmer's Almanac for years and said, gee, isn't it uncanny? They have a whole bunch of things which kind of tend to make sense to come true. And one of them is that a severe winter always has an early snowfall. But that's not coincidence, that's absolute fact. And the reason why is when the first snow falls, the white area reflects 97% of the sunlight coming in, guaranteeing the temperatures directly after snowfall to be cooler than they would have been if there wasn't a snowfall, causing additional precipitation in the form of snow, causing additional sunlight to be reflected, therefore causing the winter to be more severe. In fact, scientists have recently put together reasons why we have colder winters, one of the reasons for having some colder winters. And it's got to do with whether or not the first snowfall takes place on the northern or the southern slopes of the Tibetan Mountains. You say, now wait a minute, that's for sure the other side of the globe. What's going on?
Right.
Well, what happens is that with the first snowfall, just as we've mentioned, additional sunlight's reflected, causing a colder region. The hot and cold cause high and low pressure areas, and as the jet stream smacks into the Tibetan Mountains, it needs to make a choice whether to go over go up around the north or down around the south. However, when it moves around the Tibetan Mountains, it sets up a pattern which tends, I use the word tends here carefully, which tends to encourage either northern or southern movement of the jet stream around the rest of the hemisphere. Therefore, the first snowfall in Tibet can very much affect what we see in terms of our winter because our weather patterns are very much controlled by the jet stream. In fact, when we look at the weather patterns we've had lately with droughts and so forth, we see that it's really because the jet streams are not where we typically want to find them.
Right.
Our droughts in California have been caused because the jet stream has been about 400 miles too far north. It's been raining buckets up in Washington, Oregon, but California has been having Mexican weather and has been very, very dry, causing a 6-year drought and mandatory water rationing, cutback of agriculture and so forth.
So then what's changing the jet stream?
productive area in the country.
I'm a little confused with what this guy's saying here. Then exactly how come we should be able to predict the jet stream if we figure out what the source of it is, right?
Than any place else in the country. But many of the orchards have been forced to literally have their trees die for lack of water and so forth because of our long drought. We've also seen this in the southeast, where again jet streams being too far north changed the weather pattern significantly enough to cause thousands of chickens to die from the heat, and as well as extreme failure in corn crops and so forth.
So I'm looking to see if I can tell when this broadcasted originally. No description added. Of course not, you motherfuckers. People saying no ads. One dude's like, the guy speaking is full of shit. Yeah, so that's just it. How come we, as technologically advanced as we are, what this guy is saying, you know, about jet stream, everything else, and adapting and all that, we now know about El Nino, all this kind of stuff. Why haven't we put in place something that could adjust to the jet stream when it changes course? So, for example, if you knew that California is going to have a drought because now we're looking at jet stream is going in the one way, because he just said it splits into two different directions. Like sometimes it'll go one way, sometimes it'll go the other way. Why don't we have anything in place that will allow us to just store the water for that hard time? And then you just turn it on and there you are. I mean, then again, you know, I guess we're talking about the same place that all those homes burned down because they weren't intelligent enough to actually like funnel water to their firefighting facilities. So maybe I'm just pissing up a crooked rope and trying not to get wet, but I digress.
So our weather pattern is a very delicate system set up upon the difference in temperature between the poles and the equator. With the rotation of the Earth, that difference of temperature, which drives the heat engine, sets up the jet stream, sets up our weather pattern. And without that delicate balance being there, we don't recognize what we end up with. And even small shifts has caused large changes. Now, talking about this meteor impact thing, if I may, which, by the way, is discussed in great detail in the book, The Delicate Balance.
Yes.
It is also, though, something that I've been talking about since this comet going into Jupiter has been recognized in all the science journals, which is about a year and a half ago. It's kind of amazing that it didn't reach the public till now, as many of us have been giving lectures on it before this. But what is exciting and interesting to me is how real this is. In the beginning of your program, it was mentioned that the probability of any individual on Earth being killed by some catastrophic event or by even some natural causes such as snake bite and bear attack, earthquake, I think she mentioned earthquake, but certainly hurricane and lightning and so forth was equal to a trip on an airplane. It actually turns out that although air travel is the safest means of travel, it is more likely that anyone will be killed by a impact of a foreign visitor from deep space, namely an asteroid or a comet, than they will be by flying, because most people...
All right. Hate to tell you this, but any of us can go out in any way at any time. You know, you can do stuff to put yourself in more harmful risk, such as, you know, drunk driving or something like this. Yeah, you're going to vary the chances that you die in a car accident, right? But for the most part, those kinds of statistics are just stupid to me. Right? Like, oh, well, of course, if an asteroid hits Earth, everybody's going to, in the blast radius, pretty much toast. So what the hell are you saying, my guy? Like, I'm kind of seeing this guy as a putz. He's talking like not just pseudoscience, but like stupid pseudoscience, because this sounds like something that should have you panicked and afraid of us getting hit by an Earth object, when the fact of the matter is we dodge like these deep space objects all the time. And if one of it did hit us, we'd all be toast. So I don't think it really matters all that much. Like, it's one of those things that there is no preparation for it. Even if we knew the thing was on the way, what would you do? Well, if you got a fallout shelter, you might be able to make it in there. And then if an earthquake or a flood didn't wreck you after the fact because of how heavy that impact is, and you lived, would you really want to live in the aftermath of that? Most people would be like, yeah, no, I think I'm good. So this sounds more like he's just trying to fearmonger people to pay attention to the skies. It's one thing if we were going to set up like an asteroid defense force with some high-tech space lasers or something, or missiles in space that could shoot the asteroid, blow it up, or maybe a mining drill that hits it and puts it out into deep space further. But I'm not hearing that out of this guy. I'm just hearing like basically why we should be afraid. So just my thoughts on that so far.
The average person takes more than one trip in his lifetime. Mm-hmm. That is very, very significant. Now, she also mentioned that we had this major comet or asteroid fly by the Earth, crossing Earth's path 6 hours apart from where the Earth would have been. And that happened on March 31st, 1989. And indeed, it was close, but it did miss us by something in the order of 500,000 miles. It was found only 6 days after it passed by because no one was looking for it. It also turns out that in 1989 we had 2 other close encounters, and that's 3 in 1 year. And
I remember it very well. I remember the Associated Press reports of it, and they were always, gee whiz, we just found out we just had a close encounter.
Again.
Yeah, see?
Again. And each time it was found afterwards.
That's what I'm saying. What are you going to panic about? Because if it hits us, it hits us. We're dead. We're not even going to know it. Nothing you can do.
But because they don't send out big long tails, and we don't see them coming from a long distance, they're not being observed. Well, 3 of them in 1 year was rather unsettling. Remember we mentioned that there was this delicate balance holding things in the Oort belt out there. And one of the things that happened significant, or maybe insignificant, I can't say, because science has never figured out what gravity is. We've got names called the graviton, and we talk about gravity waves, but no one has a clue what it is. We don't know how fast gravity travels. We don't know what it will travel through. We don't know if gravity waves can bend gravity waves. We don't know anything about gravity except Sir Isaac Newton, who we'll talk about later, was sitting under an apple tree, so the story goes, and got hit by an apple. I've maintained that if there were no apple trees, we wouldn't
We don't know anything about
gravity.
Are you, sir? Are you drunk, sir?
How in the dark we are about gravity. However, if you would take any significance to the event that in 1986, all of the planets lined up in a perfectly straight line, an event which happens only once every 286,000 years, you know that's not a common event. If gravity waves bend or are focused or add together, and we don't know that to be the case, could that have an effect or a tug on that Oort belt? I don't know. How long would it take for stuff falling out of the Oort belt to fall towards the inner planet?
Yes.
I don't know. How many pieces could fall at a time? Well,
this guy's giving me a fucking headache.
Probably hundreds, maybe thousands of pieces would fall.
So he just got done saying that he doesn't understand how gravity works, and then proceeds to explain how gravity works. That if we have all these planets in alignment, then it would pull junk down and all this other shit. But you just said outside of Isaac Newton dropping an apple on his head, you don't know how gravity works. So how the logic in my brain hurts right now. But yeah, this guy is definitely talking right out of his ass.
We think a piece would fall when there's 100 billion of them out there in different positions, delicately balanced. Here comes the kicker. In 1989, yes, there were 3, but in 1990 there were 6. That was exciting enough.
Yep, we didn't die in 1990 either, you jackass.
Yale and Harvard put together a team to they came up with the first analysis that you are more likely to die if this trend does not go away, sent then Vice President Dan Quayle to Congress to ask for $125 million, which was appropriated, to build a number of inexpensive, short-sighted telescopes to quote-unquote look for the killer asteroid. Now, it was believed at the time that that study was started that there were 40 pieces of space junk, at least a half mile in diameter, that were known to cross the Earth's orbit. And there were, except that in the first 2 years of study, they found 25,000 more.
Oh.
So as we speak, and the number goes up every day, there are 25,000 pieces of space junk, half mile or larger in diameter.
Mr. Bell, please ask this jackass how you would stop it then, and that we're prepared for it now, right?
They are not coming from
but we're not.
Space. They are
so what the hell is the point? That we might get hit by a comet? Okay, great. I may shit my pants if I don't run to the toilet fast enough.
But have been fairly stable for obviously a long time. The more concerning
doesn't mean I'm going
those
to.
Pieces that will fall out of the Oort belt that we don't have any clue about, that may be of any size between 1 and 10 miles in diameter, as just mentioned, and that is much more concerning, and in the scientific community, it is a real concern.
Let me ask you the question that I have asked others with regard to Shoemaker-Levy 9. Had Shoemaker-Levy 9 been headed directly toward Earth instead of Jupiter, could we have stopped it?
Thank you, Art.
The answer is absolutely not. However, that does not stop science from thinking they have the possibility to do it. There is a joint effort with the USSR at this time to build deep space missiles carrying atomic warheads. And although it's feasible, the reality...
So, Art just asked a question that I wanted answered. What exactly could we do about it? Well, we couldn't have stopped it, but, you know, we think that we could have... I don't want to hear think. You're talking about the population of the planet getting wiped out in a second. What do you mean you think you could have? Are you a jackass, sir? We need to put you in a space shuttle and launch you right towards one of these comets and let you sing Ain't Gonna Miss a Thing or Don't Want to Miss a Thing by Aerosmith. Land on it and see what you can do there, sir. You, sir, are a jackass. I'm just listening to you, and I can tell already you are a jackass.
Of it are not, and let me tell you why. Number one is that there is no reason to believe that we will see the thing coming at us long enough advance. Now, with Schumacher, we saw this a year and a half in advance because it already made one close
jackass
by Jupiter, and we saw that. Jupiter's gravity then, said, no, you can't keep going, and pulled it back in, and so we saw this happening. And the only question for the last year and a half was picking the date. Interestingly, science did not pick a set of dates so far apart. They kept picking July 20th and 21st, which I thought was very conspicuous, coincided with the 25th landing of the first man on the moon. But as we know, it came in here for it's just about a week, from last Saturday to either Thursday or Friday of this week.
That's right.
So it was spread out further than we probably anticipated. We couldn't tell for sure the size of each of the objects because of their distance and so forth. But we were standing by ready and waiting because we had approximately a year and a half notice of the event because of its last close pass, which indeed caused it to break up into fragments. The consideration here, though, is that if we saw 3 in 89 and that we continue to see close encounters passing by us, in fact, the closest was 1993. We had a piece of space junk approximately a mile in diameter, perhaps slightly less, come within half the space of the Earth to the moon.
Oh, boy.
Okay? I mean...
And didn't hit us.
Still, much closer still. When we talk about things closer than the moon...
Under 200,000 miles, I would take it.
Well, if it was half the distance, it would be 125,000 miles.
Uh-huh.
So closer again, which leads us to believe that perhaps, and perhaps likely, We are a meteor shower. Of what duration? We do not know. Will it intensify?
All right, this guy's starting to get on my
That would
nerves.
mean that the likelihood would be numerically much greater. John, hold on just a moment. We'll be right back to you.
Yeah, thanks, Art. I'm changing your episode too, Art, because this guy's getting right on my damn last nerve. Sorry. Let's see. I don't know if you guys were getting into that one or not. You have to let me know. But honestly, that guy was just getting on my nerves. He's like Chicken Little with the sky falling down. What do we got here? The Philadelphia experiment. Let's check this one. Fast forward.
All right, Al, hold it there. Relax. We'll be back right after the news. Stay there, everybody. We'll be back.
If you've missed any part of tonight's interviews with Al Buick or Preston Nichols and you'd like to have
We'll fast forward this part.
1-800-917-4278 and ask for tape number 970217C. The cost is $33.50 for all 5 hours without the commercials. That toll-free number is 1-800-917-4278. You've got tax questions. Who doesn't? The important thing is where do you go for answers? Well, try calling the Internal Revenue Service.
What the fuck?
24-hour toll-free helpline. You'll have access to recorded information on about 150
No ads. Bullshit.
Just call 1-800-829-4477. That's 1-800-829-4477.
The only reason there's no ads is because this guy has like 345 subscribers or something like that.
Ever wanted to play the piano? I'm going to take away your excuses. I'm George Malatin, and right now you can learn to play the piano using the See and Hear Piano series. The same simple learn at home.
Dude, oh my God.
Thousands of people to play.
Give us a break.
No, and don't call me Shirley.
Are wrapping up the fifth and final spacewalk this hour to finish upgrading the Hubble Space Telescope. They will re-enter the shuttle within the next few minutes. Mission Control says one of the final operations has just been completed.
In Houston, the LGC is removed.
We can see it.
The LGA-C, that acronym standing for Low Gain Antenna Cover. That was a protective cover. That's one of the first items placed on the bottom of the telescope to protect that antenna from any inadvertent bumping. That antenna cover will be has been now removed.
The Discovery crew will place the Hubble back in space orbit tonight, then begin wrapping up the mission after final testing.
Jesus, the Hubble telescope.
This is USA Radio News.
Forgot when that was actually a thing.
Now, right this minute, could you? Probably not. Retirement isn't supposed to be scary. It's a reward for a lifetime of hard work, but you wouldn't know that by today's headlines. Social Security is ready to collapse. Your company pension plan won't be there when you need it. Without a big fat nest egg in the bank, we'll end up on the streets. What these headlines don't tell you is that by doing one simple thing, you can put money in the bank and start looking forward to a carefree retirement. No matter how far behind you think you may be, or how much or how little you have in savings, even if you're over 55.
Oh, I got to hear this.
Impossible. Let me assure you, it's not. Take the first step and make this call, 800-GOLD-KRC.
Oh my God.
Free, and we'll show you how to put away an extra $300,000 for retirement.
Holy shit. Actually, tell you the truth, that'd be about 30 million in today's money, ma'am.
800-465-3572.
That was an ad for like a gold company.
Influence peddling in the 1996 presidential election has brought with it 20 new subpoenas. And word from the
wait. Hold on. I got to rewind that real quick.
Indiana Republican and chairman of the House Committee on Government.
The first step and make this call.
Oh.
Dan Burton, Indiana Republican and chairman of the House Committee on Government Reform and Oversight.
Free, and we'll show you how to put away an
fast forward. All right, yeah, blah, 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 blah. Get to the part where he said the year.
800-465-3572.
The investigation into alleged influence peddling in the 1996 presidential election has brought...
Holy shit. Alleged influence peddling in the 96 election. So let's see. Bush HW was what? Ronald Reagan was 80 to 84, 84 to 88. Bush would have gone till 92. Clinton, so this would be the second Clinton run in 96. And they launched a probe into influence peddling back then. So what's always interesting to me when I hear these older broadcasts, because I mean, if we're talking 96, that's 30 years ago, right? they're talking about influence in our elections, influence peddling in our elections, all that kind of stuff. So the same kind of shit in 2024 or 2020's election. The more things change, the more things fucking stay the same, especially when it comes to our politics. Just saying.
With it, 20 new subpoenas, and word from the chief investigator that there could be more. Dan Burton, Indiana Republican and chairman of the House Committee on Government Reform and Oversight, is working alongside Senator Fred Thompson's Governmental Affairs Committee, looking at possible foreign influence in the U.S. election process. Jeff Birnbaum, Washington Bureau Chief of Fortune magazine, says Burton has a big job in front of him.
Dan Burton, the chairman of the committee in the House that's looking into this, wishes he didn't have such an extensive investigation, but so much has been happening and so much has been flowing perhaps improperly into Democratic coffers that he's expanded his investigation, and
so
looks like he'll have a lot of work to do.
Wait a minute. Wait just a fucking... man, I gotta find just like news programs from 1996. That's really what I need to find. Because this shit is crazy. This sounds like Comey's investigation, or not Comey, Comer. James Comer's investigation into fucking Biden in 2020. Like, the walls are closing in. I remember this fucking asshole saying that like 50,000 times. The Biden crime family, all this kind of shit. And they're talking about how money was flowing into the Democrat coffers back then. The more shit changes, the more it stays the same. I swear to God.
Secretary of State Madeleine Albright attended her first NATO foreign ministers meeting as she continues her 9-country tour. She's in France. This is USA Radio News.
Yep.
Does your home need a new roof this season? If your
political discourse just does not change, guys.
Now, a Sears authorized expert will examine your roof and give you a free estimate. Sears Roofing is sold furnished and installed by Diamond Exteriors, a Sears authorized contractor, so you know you'll get
holy shit, man. That's
not available in all areas.
That's terrifying.
Roofing is ready to help you, so call now.
You think we would have advanced in one way or another, huh?
That's 800-452-6200.
A Georgian diplomat expected to face trial in the U.S. for allegedly causing a fatal car crash and the death of a 16-year-old girl might serve some or all of his punishment in his native country. USA's John Decker has more.
Georgian President Eduard Shevardnadze suggested in a radio interview that his...
Wait. So we have... Is history just light repeating itself? Because now, remember, we had the whole news story not long ago about the illegal immigrants driving tractor trailers, killing families and all that. At first, when he said Georgian, I thought he meant like, you know, somebody from Georgia, but he means, you know, the state of Georgia. He means the country. So what the fuck? He may serve his sentence in his native country. So we have somebody from outside the U.S. that has killed somebody. All right, cool, bet.
His government would push to have the Georgian diplomat serve any punishment in Georgia rather than the U.S. Shevardnadze says there will be serious negotiations with the U.S. as to where the diplomat, if he's found guilty, serves time. Prosecutors are expected to seek a grand jury indictment charging the diplomat with involuntary manslaughter now that Georgia has waived his diplomatic immunity. John Decker, USA Radio News, Washington.
Sources in the Chinese capital of Beijing say there are major concerns about the health of China's paramount leader, Deng Xiaoping. Sources say his health has deteriorated to the point that the country's chief leaders have cut short trips to the provinces to get back to Beijing. Ron Jenkins on the USA Radio Network.
Erase it. You may not even know it. You and your eyesight are in a race against time, because the longer you live, the greater your risk of developing a retinal degenerative disease that could lead to blindness. Even if your eyesight is fine now, diseases like retinitis pigmentosa and macular degeneration could catch up with you, like it has for as many as 6 million Americans. This is one race you don't want to lose. Call
what the fuck?
Blindness. at 1-800-683-5555 for a free information packet on retinitis pigmentosa or macular degeneration, including information about symptoms, treatment, and research. After all, the more you know now...
Sorry, guys. We still haven't cured blindness either.
Call the Foundation Fighting Blindness for your free information packet at 1-800-683-5555 today. Because in the race against time, the cure in sight could be your own.
God damn it. I don't want to hear doing, 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 doing.
You're absolutely right. I'm the guy that predicts earthquakes, and we're going to have some in September.
Okay. All right, any questions, sir?
What?
Any questions from Mr. Bielik?
Oh, yeah, questions. Gosh, I don't know how you're going to be able to prove to anybody you're telling the truth, but I don't really have a question. Good luck.
Thank you.
Well, I can then indirectly answer his question. Proof today of this is very difficult. The proof was almost in my hand several times, but let's say the government moved faster and got there first.
Well, they have lots of resources out.
They have vast resources, believe me.
All right, line 3, you're on the air with Al Bielik. Good morning.
Yes, hi, Art and Al. Al, I'd like to know if you're related to the Dr. Cameron in Canada that was working with the CIA in mind control experiments.
Not that I know of.
What
the
the
family
fuck?
name is the same. And of course, I didn't tell the story how I became Al Bielik, but nevertheless, I am fully aware of the Cameron story in Canada and MK Ultra and the whole CIA project up there.
What the fuck?
And believe me, when I visited Montreal to give a series of lectures about years ago, I asked this question of my host if they heard of or knew of the Dr. Cameron. He says, oh yes, we all know about him up here. And the Canadians were not pleased when they found out what was going on. Yes, I do know him, but as far as I know, he's not directly related.
Okay, because his father was a Duncan Cameron, and he graduated from Glasgow. I thought you might be related. But did you say your brother, was he involved with the sodomy project, that Montauk project?
I'm sorry, what was that again?
Your brother, was he involved with abducted boys who were, the sodomy project, the Montauk project?
Yes, he was involved with the Montauk project. I was also, but as Al Bielik.
Did she just say the sodomy project? What the fucking brute? Art, who do we got on here? What is going on with this dude? He is involved in the Manhattan Project, apparently. Or the Philadelphia experiment, which, from my understanding, was bullshit.
And we were both involved, as well as some other people, including Preston Nichols. Duncan was heavily involved with the Montauk Project, that's true, but that is Duncan in the new body. That's another aspect of the story that's hard to go into, but he died in the project in the 83, and he was born into, replaced, shall we say, put into another body back in 1963, which had been born in 51.
Oh.
Wait a minute. Full stop here. He was killed and then reborn in a different body. Yeah, well, no, wait. He said put into a different body. Like they transferred his soul to a different body. What in the fuck, dude? I can't make this shit up. And you want me to take this guy seriously about like the Philadelphia experiment that is apparently supposedly bullshit?
Metaphysics, it's hard to believe and accept, but nevertheless, the groups working with the government are very capable of, shall we say, shoving souls around and putting them anywhere as they want.
Where are you calling from, ma'am?
Salt Lake City.
Okay, any other questions?
Oh, that's fine. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, and good morning. This, yes, you're beginning to get a bit metaphysical on us now, Al, but you said, I'm sure it all winds together.
Holy shit.
It all locks together, but I'll try to keep it to hard science and things which are directly observable.
All right, out of state, you're on the air with Al Bielik in Phoenix. Where are you calling from, please?
Calling from Alaska.
From Alaska again, all right.
Okay.
Go ahead. Oh, turn your radio off, sir. That's number one. Turn your radio off.
Your caller is weak on the line.
I really have a question here. I hear these loose terms such as quantum mechanics and such, and if he's anywhere near familiar with quantum mechanics, he'll understand that any one event can set out a chain reaction of many other events
an ever-expanding cone down a timeline. This is as dictated by Stephen W. Hawking, one of the world's leading physicists, who claims that we have not got a grand unified theory yet.
It's called the butterfly effect.
How is he going to prove this?
All right, thank you. It's a good question.
Familiar with the name Hawkins. I have one of his books.
Right, I've read it as well. How are you going to endeavor to prove what you're saying? Or even any portion of it, Al?
Well, that's not easy. Quantum physics does make certain statements, and then when the Navy engaged in certain experiments in 1973, which when I was given in the way of information, they wanted to go back in time and assassinate the man who was the father of the person they knew would be the new leader of the New World Order. They assumed that by assassinating the father before he married, that the son alive today would disappear.
Right.
They went back in the past, assassinated the man, and the son didn't disappear. Nothing happened to him. So they scratched their heads and they went to the physicists and said, aha, quantum physics, quantum mechanics, and time is quantized as well as the physical universe. Therefore, you only affect the events within the area where you were. You do not affect the entire time stream into the future. Now that is...
So wait a minute. That would mean it's branching time theory is what we're discussing now. And unfortunately, I don't feel this man, if we went into it with him, would be ill-equipped to articulate branching time theory very well. Even though, you know, like you could argue MCU logic in this case, that just because you went back and did this, then and it didn't affect that. Brother. Art, you got some people on here that definitely like to bullshit you, sir. Damn, I'm going to have to touch that up. I just noticed it.
Is what their statement was. And
so you create a temporary disturbance only.
But not a complete disruption.
And it kind of folds back into its original line.
Yes. But that's not entirely true. Okay. Because what they were using was a time machine which was operating on a single line reality only. Montauk was capable of encompassing all the alternate realities.
Oh, my. Wait, let's keep moving here. A lot of people want to talk to you, Al. Out of state, you're on the air with Al Bielek in Phoenix. Where are you calling from, please? Hello?
Yes, I'm calling from Medford, Oregon.
Medford, Oregon, all right.
Yes, let's see. The first question I had was, let's see, back in the story there, one of the things that he said was about Pearl Harbor's attack on the United States, and that he was notified and pulled out before that attack.
They got him out, yes.
Right. Why was there no, I mean, what about everybody else that was there? I just wonder why.
Oh, they just let him fucking die, dude. This guy was super important. That's why they made him live.
No, that's a good question. Al, if they actually had enough knowledge to get you and your cohorts out, why not prepare for the Japanese attack and be ready?
Because there was a complete setup ordered by Roosevelt to have an attack on the United States in order to get us into the war. That's the bottom line.
I've heard that one before.
There's plenty of evidence after the war was over when they started investigating the wreckage, and it was published openly in the papers.
All right, I'm afraid we have to break here, folks.
Yeah. God damn, again?
This is the CBC Radio 5/1/29.95, and believe me, that's a one-time insurance payment, if you follow me.
Oh, boy.
You'll love this phone. You'll never let it go.
Oh, yes, I will.
NDL from VTech and Bob Crane. Call him at 7. Hilarious world of office politics and the Dilbert principle. To receive...
Oh, my God.
Radio. A great investment opportunity.
Holy shit, Art.
All right, you better slow down.
Quick questions. Just a few weeks ago, a young colleague of Edward Teller's, Lawrence Livermore Labs, said this story was bunk. Should I disbelieve him in the future about anything else? 2, you're right, they do have von Neumann as dead in 1957. If he's alive now, he'd be about 90. Why did they have him dead? And are there other people you could name that they also had dead who were still alive?
All right, you better slow down here, and we better get some answers.
Slow down there, Sparky.
What kind of models did you use for this? And what is to keep a contemporary electromagnetic buff from making his own model at home?
All right, stay on the line, please. Al?
Okay.
That's a whole lot of shit you got to answer there, Al.
You said the story was bunk?
I didn't speak with him. He has a radio program of his own.
Okay. Well, you can Also, we had a chorus there of a number of other scientists who also consider it bunk. H. Stanton Friedman, Bruce Maccabee, etc. They are all part of the government disinformation team because they don't want the facts out. The government still denies to this day that that experiment ever took place. But if that's the case, then I'll ask you a question. Why have they made it under the revised federal felony laws of 1987, the felony espionage laws, a felony offense to talk about either the Philadelphia experiment or the Eldridge on a Navy base? If there is nothing to it, why is it a felony offense to talk about it on a Navy base?
Well, or how about this? If it's a felony offense to talk about it, how come you're free?
Well, I haven't talked about it on a Navy base.
Good question, Art.
On a Navy base, correct.
Well, that's a good question.
Off base. Number two, what is the modeling for this?
Well, for Neumann's death in 57.
Okay. Sounds like Art ain't buying your story either there, sir.
And they pulled him out, cured him of the cancer, put him under what is well known as the Federal Protected Witnesses Program, gave him a new identity, and had him continue. He had to be alive and kept alive at least until 1983 because of the involvement with the Montauk Project on the 12th of August, 83. And he is still alive today. I've met with him. We've gone out to dinner. He unfortunately now has a problem of a split personality, and he's not very often in his right mind. And I think that is probably
you don't say.
The government for the sake of covering up. There are other people who have done this too also. I don't know if you're familiar with the story of a Dr. Frederick Kuipers, who was brought over to the United States as Project Paperclip in 1946-47.
Was he a German Nazi? Because that's who they brought over in Paperclip, sir.
1962 on Lincoln's birthday. I know his daughter very well, and she told me a rather interesting story.
All right, we're being pressed by the top of the hour here. Caller, your phone.
Others, thank you very much. Okay, there are others of the same nature. The government does this at their convenience for whatever reason. Well,
right, I smell bullshit, sir.
Quite difficult to model.
A whole lot of bullshit. Sounds like you're lying to me, sir.
Going back into history of people who have developed the mathematics for it, Dr. Norman Levinson.
All right, Al, we're now on the news. Can you stay another hour?
Sure.
All right, stay right there. Al Bielek, my guest. We'll be back.
Stay tuned for more of the best of Art Bell.
How the fuck is this the best of? Like, this guy's just bullshitting whole time.
Let's say we right now are getting a beautiful view with the elbow camera of the Hubble telescope. It's actually, externally, I have to say, it's not quite as beautiful as we left it 3 years ago, but we all know that beauty is only skin deep.
Hubble will be put back in orbit tonight. Then the electronics will be tested, and everything goes right.
Oh,
the crew will turn it loose and move away.
Don't worry. Where do we get to the James Webb telescope, sir?
Special Whitewater prosecutors leaving that post. He'll take over as dean of Pepperdine University in California. Starr insists that does not mean the Whitewater investigation will end, but he does admit he doesn't know who's going to take over when he leaves.
See, the special division of the U.S. Court of Appeals that would make the decision. But again, we're talking many months from now.
Starr won't start his Pepperdine job
That red
until
is
August
beautiful.
1st. And tensions are mounting on the Korean peninsula despite indications from North Korea that it may accept the defection of a high-ranking diplomat. This is USA Radio News.
Are you spinning your wheels at your present job? Underpaid, overworked, retired, or need extra income for the good life? National Vending would like to tell you about the most exciting business of a lifetime in a $35 billion growth industry. Do you want to make an extra $500, $600, $700 a week or more in an all-cash business?
I do.
A business with no selling required, no debts to collect, and no overhead. Call 1-800-617-6430. That's 1-800-617-6430. Find out how, with a small investment, you can make $25,000. $30,000, $35,000 a year or more, perhaps a lot more, and work as little as 5 to 10 hours a week. Call 1-800-617-6430
Wow.
to find
I
out
think
how
we need
you
to call
can get
this guy.
involved in this explosive industry and how you can
I wonder
get
if he's
started.
still in
You can
business.
keep your current job,
Probably
and there's
not.
no selling involved. Best of all, it's an all-cash business. Call now for details. Timing is
Dude,
critical. Get in on
it's
the
an
ground floor.
all-cash business. Should give you the heebie-jeebies right off the rip that this is a scam.
6430.
Yeah, see, it's an all-cash business,
The
see?
president heads for the Big Apple on Tuesday to appear at a Democratic Party fundraiser. USA's John Decker has details.
The estimated $1 million that will be taken in from donors will benefit the Democratic Senatorial Campaign Committee. In the face of House and Senate investigations into campaign fundraising, a White House spokesman said Tuesday's event is entirely within the limits of the law. Meanwhile, Senator John McCain, a sponsor of a campaign
John
finance
McCain.
reform bill, is demanding that Attorney General Janet Reno appoint an independent counsel to investigate possible Democratic fundraising improprieties. John Decker, USA Radio News, Washington.
An American Airlines spokesman says 2.5 million people called the airline switchboards Monday, hoping to take advantage of an airfare war. America slashed its prices by as much as half after President Clinton intervened early Saturday to stop a strike by American pilots. 4 major airlines joined in the cost-cutting move, and the war was on. This is USA Radio News.
Shame we don't have that shit going on nowadays, huh?
High-tech fields like electronics.
Only you knew what the price of jet fuel, sir.
Career opportunities exist for those who qualify with the proper knowledge and skill. At ITT Tech, these associate degree programs are generally offered mornings, afternoons, or evenings. Financial aid is even available for those who qualify. And there's job placement assistance for graduates. For an ITT Tech brochure, call toll-free 1-800-238-1166. 1-800-238-1166.
A Georgian diplomat accused of killing a 16-year-old American girl might not serve his time in this country, but rather in the Soviet Union. Or the former
So we already heard this.
USA's Connie Lawn has more.
The State Department is delighted that diplomatic immunity has been waived for the Georgian diplomat accused of causing the death of a 16-year-old girl in Washington. But the State Department appears to have worked out a compromise. It could allow the diplomat to serve his prison time in his native country.
You will go to
The U.S.
Russia.
Justice Department will first prosecute him. Under American law, he could receive 30 years in jail on charges of drunken driving and manslaughter. Connie Lawn, USA Radio News, Washington.
The celebration is on in the Netherlands for Blackjack. Blackjack is the latest effort by tulip growers in that country to develop a black tulip. They say this one is the darkest ever. It's been a 15-year
black
Ron Jenkins
tulip?
on the USA Radio Network. Do you wake up with neck and shoulder pain?
Yes, I do.
Contour pillow, anatomically designed for the natural contour of your head.
Oh my God, it's my pillow. If only I'd known that. I didn't know this car accident that I got into in my 20s that, you know, shattered a disc and everything else. Made one bulge and has one pinching off. If I knew it was just my pillow, man, I could have fixed this a long time ago.
My back is really amazing. Best of all, my husband doesn't snore anymore.
Therapeutic pillows cost $60 or more. Now enjoy the ultimate night's sleep for only $19.95.
Only $19.95.
Include this washable cover absolutely free. Enjoy
A washable cover for free? I'm sold. Send me 3, buddy.
is now available. Order now. For Rush.
Al Bielek on the Philadelphia experiment.
Line 1, you're on the air with Al Bielek.
Oh, there we go. We're back.
Yes, Mr. Bell, thank you for having me on. I just caught this on my way home, ran home real quick to get it, so if this is a stupid question, it's already been asked. I was just kind of curious.
There are no stupid questions, sirs. Only stupid people's.
Did President Kennedy's death have anything to do with this?
I'm sorry,
and
President whose?
The assassination of President Kennedy? Was that involved with the government, any part of this experiment, with either bringing him back or...
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, and as for going into the future, is his death ever solved?
I can't believe I just did
Is
that.
his death ever resolved?
Solved.
Solved.
No.
That's pretty well solved now. I don't think one has to go much further into the future because enough records have been released, enough movie films to fairly well nail it down.
Right. Thank you, caller. And to pursue this just a little bit, why would it not be possible, Al, to go back and stop the assassination?
That's a good question.
Well, I don't have an answer.
It might be. I don't know if there has ever been any attempt or a desire anywhere to make the attempt to do it.
I can see that a relatively unknown person would make a relatively small ripple in time.
Right.
But my God, President Kennedy, if you were to change that and he was not assassinated, would cause a gigantic explosion.
Would it, though?
Yes, we would. It would cause an enormous upheaval because of the fact of what he was doing and the reasons why he was assassinated. Because he wanted to eliminate the Fed and print U.S. notes. He wanted the CIA to reveal the fact that they were not only in drug business, but they were also the other group suppressing the facts about UFOs and ETs. So,
well, I do understand he had signed an
Yeah, I'm sure
executive
that's why
order,
they killed him. Was it all came down to UFOs and ETs?
And that was then reversed by Johnson.
yes. Yeah, and he also already had issued a large number of U.S. notes, which is legal tender under our Constitution.
So he had a number of people who were out for his head, so to speak, and eventually they did get it.
All right. We've got to keep moving here. Very quickly, out of state, where are you calling from, please? Hello? No, you're not. Line 2, you're on the air with Al Bielek in Las Vegas. Good morning.
Yeah, I'm pretty much on the believing side of time travel and Philadelphia experiment, stuff like that. I had a question. The time field that the modern day time machines you're talking about would have, would there be any type of equipment to be able to sense the disturbance in the time continuum when they would use it?
Oh, that's a good question. Is there a way to detect time travel in progress, Al?
In progress?
Yeah, in other words...
Yeah, I understand what you mean.
To detect the presence of the field.
And you sense the field if somebody's playing this game?
Yeah.
That I can't answer. I don't know. Theoretically, anything's possible, but I don't know of any way at this point where it could be done. There should be sensing means for determining when somebody is playing a game of some sort with the time field, but I don't know.
All right. Anything else, caller?
Yeah, on the time machines that are like for the modern day, do they still use like a magnetic field?
Okay. Thank you, caller. Are they still using a magnetic field? Was the question now?
Oh, wow.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Tell us about magnetic fields, sir.
In terms of current technology, and because it's gone through many generations.
Surely the experiment with the Eldridge would have been very detectable. In fact, with the kind of power that you were transmitting at 160 megahertz, that alone would have been detectable for...
Yes, with today's equipment, there would be no question it could have been detected, and of course...
I don't know if I'm buying it,
radar
sir.
equipment for that frequency only, or the receivers, they would pick it up, but after the ship became radar invisible, of course, then they couldn't pick up the field anymore because it had already unfolded on itself and done the time phase shift number.
So it was gone, literally.
That's right. The field was not detectable after a certain point.
All right. Very quickly, line 2, you're on the air with Al Bielek in Las Vegas. Where are you calling from, please? Line 2? No, you're not there. Out of state. Good morning. You're on the air.
Hi.
Hello. Where are you calling us from, sir?
Ooga Booga Land.
Oh, I don't think we'll deal with that. Line 3, you're on
Oh,
the air.
shit, they killed him off quick.
Question. What is the name of these fundamental set of equations that govern classical electromagnetism?
Oh, that's awesome. Good question, sir.
What is the name of the set of equations that govern classical electromagnetism?
Well, if you go into classical electromagnetism, you're going to find that there are discrepancies there, and it does not agree with some of the work.
I'd just like to know the name of the set of the equations.
I couldn't give you all of that information.
No, that's fine, because the name is Maxwell's equations, which probably any sophomore in physics now understands. Okay, and I find, I know Max Dresden, who was John von Neumann's graduate student. I was with him at the University of Kansas, and...
Is this Mr. calling in? Because you want to talk about just destroying somebody right off the rip? Comes in like, what's the name of the mathematical equations for electromagnetism? Any sophomore in physics should know this. It's Maxwell's equations. Fucking brilliant. Why don't you ask him what the first rule of quantum physics is, too, while you're at it there, sir? You know that light moves in waves as well as in straight beams. Just really fuck him up, sir. Good job on this guy. Good job on this caller who is going into now about how he is actually a physicist.
He talked about being at the von Neumann funeral in 1957, sir.
It was a funeral.
Yeah, and I have heard of Dr. Friedman, who was at the Linear Collider out at Stanford. I've heard him speak, and he seems like a very credible person. I have spoken with him just very briefly, but I've been to a couple of his lectures. He seems very credible. And thirdly, I'd like to point out something, that it is possible to distort space-time, but you need something that has a very, very large mass, such as a black hole. So I have to say this, sir, that I don't believe...
Well, all right, hold on. Let him respond. You just said the only way to distort it was a black hole or the event horizon of black hole.
So where this guy's going with it is you need a severe gravity well in order to bend time space enough. And you would need that much power where you would need the event horizon of a black hole to bend time space where you could pull this shit off. I tell you what, shout out to this guy who called in because he is just owning this motherfucker.
Basically a large mass.
Yeah, I understand. All right, Al, go ahead and answer that.
Well, that's in terms of current thinking and where they're admitting maybe time travel is possible in terms of classical physics as it's viewed today. It does not require a large mass. It requires manipulation of the three basic elements of our field theory. If you manipulate three, namely electric field, gravitic field, and tachyon field, you then manipulate the fourth, which is the time field. It does take power, but it does not take mass. Mass has nothing to do with it, and mass is a misnomer in terms of the real physics, if you ever went through it, because what they teach today in the universities in terms of electromagnetic theory and physics is largely garbage.
All right. Out of state, you're on the air with Al Bielik in Phoenix. Good morning. Where are you calling from, please? Hello, out of state. Are you there? Somebody's got their radio on. Last opportunity. Are you there? Line 1, you're on the air.
Yeah, I thought questions for your guest. So then the government can send someone into the future to learn anything they want, I would suppose. And what would the aliens think about humans having such capabilities?
Well,
oh, puppy.
In terms of that, they were part and parcel of the Montauk Project, so that they were, in that sense, aiding and abetting the project.
You have a bad
They
dream?
were assisting in terms of the Montauk Project, in terms of the more standardized time travel. That was not alien technology, that was homegrown technology here on Earth. The Germans, prior to the end of World War II, had functioning time machines. Von Neumann had one in the laboratory in 1944.
Oh, give me 1 second. I got to go hug my
The work
puppy.
that's been done since
He's
then,
got a
after the war
nightmare.
was over, has in part been strictly homegrown technology, that is Earth technology, and in a larger sense, there has been contributions by aliens because of the agreement and the treaty that was made in 1954 with Eisenhower.
All right, caller.
Thank you.
Thank you. Out of state, very quickly, you're on the air with Al Bielik in Phoenix.
Good morning. I had a question about the 3839 death ray test.
All right.
Okay.
Bad dream, dude.
What exactly was the extent of those tests, and where those tests lead us to now?
All right, the death ray, Al.
That was tested in White Sands, New Mexico, test range 3839, according to secondhand information from witnesses who were there. And what happened was they had a very large laser-like device that Tesla designed. It emitted a green ray, according to the eyewitnesses, and any object it was aimed at, it was a pulse-charged device with huge capacitor banks. It took a certain finite period of time to charge up the capacitors after a firing. They aimed it at a truck or a tank, they turned green and disappeared. Then the last test, they apparently aimed at they had tried animals too, but they aimed it at a mountaintop. What I'm told, the mountaintop disappeared, and that was a little too much for the military people in charge of the test. The story is that they ordered the equipment destroyed and the notes buried. I find it hard to believe myself that if they had a weapon of that capability, that they would bury it and destroy it. But
So it was basically virtually disintegrated an object.
All right, thank you. In other words, it made things disappear. Actually, more than just disappear, Al. They
were gone permanently.
Gone permanently. With the earlier caller, Mr. Critic, who was on earlier, I am not a physicist, Al. I've got a little basic electronics, or maybe more than a little, and I've worked in microwave, and I know a little bit about magnetism, but I don't know the equations that govern magnetism.
Well,
but he said, what were they? Any sophomore would know in physics, and I don't know. So how do you answer that?
The question was rather ambiguous in the first place. Yes, you can quote Maxwell and Maxwell's equations, but the problem there is you have to go back to the original Maxwell equations as published well over 100 years ago, and not the truncated version taught in the universities today. Wait
a minute. So this dude now all of a sudden knows exactly what Maxwell's equations and everything after he was asked directly and didn't know. All right. Yeah, sure.
Today, which were derived by Heaviside in 1875. And you also have to consider Dr. Hertz and his Hertzian waves and the theory which he expounded and the current basic theory which is taught in the universities, which is partly correct and partly incorrect. One of the things they teach you, which you may remember yourself from all of your work, is that the electromagnetic wave, as a radio wave, the magnetic component is propagated at the same rate as the electric field. That is not true.
No, it is not true?
No. The magnetic field is propagated at a rate of 0.6 that of the electric field in a combined radio wave, which is a first-order wave electromagnetically. And a radio wave is propagated according to theory at the speed of light. Now, of course, you get into an argument there as what is the speed of light. It is not a constant. It is on the Earth in the manner in which methods by which we have measured it. But Einstein himself denied that it was a constant, said he was misquoted, that he never said it was a constant other than on Earth, on the electromagnetic field as we know it here on Earth, and on the conditions in which we have measured it.
Well, we certainly know that magnetism affects light, as evidenced by what a black hole does with light.
That's true.
All right, let's keep moving here. Line 2, you're on the air with Al Bielek.
Yes, I'd like to know the name of the man who was assassinated in 1973 to prevent the future birth, and also the name of the members of the secret New World Order government.
All right, well, one at a time here. That's quite a tall order. The name of the man who was assassinated, Al?
In 1973?
Yes.
I do not have that name as to who the man was. Insofar as the members of the Secret World Order are concerned, I recommend that you acquire a copy of John Coleman's book entitled The Conspirators' Hierarchy, the Committee of 300. He lays it all out there in exact terms and names all of the people who are part of the Committee of 300, past and present. And it's a very interesting, concise, and informative book on the political conspiracies and how all of these organizations like CFR, Trilateral Commission, Bilderbergers, Club of Rome, Illuminati, the wonderful little Skull and Bones organization.
Oh, shit, now the Illuminati's involved, guys.
All right, ma'am.
You never go full retard, and this man has 3 times now.
Line 3, you're on the air with Al Bielek in Phoenix. Good morning.
Hi, I'd like to know if the electromagnetic disturbances in the Bermuda Triangle are related to experiments such as in Philadelphia.
Oh, that is a good question. Where are you calling from, sir?
In San Francisco Bay Area in California.
Yeah, okay.
You couldn't tell he was from San Francisco with that sassy voice.
Disturbances in the Bermuda Triangle are still a matter of conjecture. When Ivan Sanderson was alive, and I worked with him on that, he was of the opinion that it was a natural phenomenon because there are 12 such areas on the planet Earth forming an essentially perfect geodesic grid. And as part of the complete grid and ley line system of the Earth, but these are the 12 primaries. The second most active one on the Earth is over in the Japan Sea, east of the islands of Japan, and they've lost some pretty big ships in there, too.
All right, that will have to serve as an answer, so the answer caller is no. Thank you very much, and Al, hold on just a moment.
This is the CBC Radio Network. Do you have hard water? Are you plagued by that ugly white stuff on your water fixtures?
Ooh, what is that ugly white stuff on your water fixtures?
Ruining your water heater with scale buildup? Well, stop. Stop worrying. You can solve all these problems with a GMX magnetic water source. Now, did you send your Valentine some flowers? All natural things that
day and every
in time or travel in space. And Al, if somebody were to take what you have described technically as an outline, the RF field, the rotating magnetic fields, and would you advise them, don't try this at home?
I would definitely advise them, don't try it at home. Besides, they would never get it to work without certain other key elements that are involved, which are very difficult to get in the way of hardware. And the system encompassed more than that.
Yeah, you better ask Michael Markham about that.
Developed in the 20s, and is used today in every piece of equipment built for the FAA and a lot of other government craft.
Dull that
Could you remake this?
Could possibly, but I don't.
I keep thinking it's pink, but it isn't. It's just shine off
The
this
field that was
interior.
created was incorrect, was wrong. In other words, an open toroid. Though the toroid shape was closed, the field was open in the sense that anything in the middle where the effect takes place is not shielded from outside influence, and that was the problem. The Eldridge was not shielded from outside influence. If they'd used a form of a closed oblate spheroid field, then the ship would have been shielded, and that required a lot more theory, and while the theory was available, the electromagnetic complications in terms of hardware were far beyond what they wanted to handle at that time.
All right, hold it there, Al. Let's go out of state. You're on the air with Al Bielek. Where are you calling from, please?
Yes, I'm calling from California. I would like to ask Mr. Bielek, time and space folds like an accordion. Is this what I'm kind of understanding?
No, it doesn't fold like an accordion under normal usage. There are ways of folding it, if you will, which certain alien groups know, and apparently use that as a means of propulsion in their ships if the stories are correct. But normally it is not folded. You can envision it more like one of these child's toys, a helix.
Those gums gotta get done, and his lips gotta get done first before I go hit those teeth.
Transition and even transmission, but it can be disturbed. And there are things which will disturb it, like the lockup of two experiments or a thermonuclear device that's large enough will break the continuity temporarily. But otherwise, it's a smooth transition, a smooth flow.
That's right. An atomic explosion does create a large electromagnetic pulse, doesn't it?
And the thermonuclear device, a hydrogen bomb, is the one that creates the huge pulse. The atomic bomb creates a small one, but not of any great significance.
Well, then I have a question. Could that conceivably then, through just happenstance, a large hydrogen bomb exploding, could it create a time-space disturbance?
Very definitely it does, and it was tested and measured as such in Inauthentic in 1954.
Anything else, man?
No, Art, you're doing a wonderful job with this. We're just right with you. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you very much for the call. All right, Al, we're going to just take a very brief break here and then go raging through a lot of calls. A lot of people want to talk to you. Stay right there, Al Bielek. We now pause while some additional stations join the network. Good morning, everybody. This is as wild a one as you may ever hear, and it's coming from Phoenix and Al Bielek. We'll be right back.
Stay tuned for more Vintage Art Bell coming up right after these messages.
This is CBC.
And now, here's to your health news and nutrition update. The controversy over screening for prostate cancer continues to rage. Recently, researchers at the University of Toronto concluded that it was
prostate cancer. Get your ass checked.
No overt symptoms of prostate cancer. Screening for prostate cancer identified that alternative medicine sounds like a conspiracy. Crazy? No, it's not.
It's just waiting to say this sort of thing, sir, is bunk, or what can you prove to be bunk?
Okay, you're... when I was in college, I minored in physics. I majored in electrical engineering. And everything that you've said is bunk.
Well, you're entitled to your opinion.
No, it's not an opinion.
All right, what specifically, if you're going to say this sort of thing, sir, is bunk, or what can you prove to be bunk?
Okay, your statement that Maxwell's equations, are not complete. And,
were you on the air earlier?
Yeah, not on the air earlier.
Okay. You then go on. Your statements that Maxwell's equations were not complete.
You said that they were not complete. Well, I have a book here. It's called, Engineering Electromagnetics, that derives Maxwell's equations step by step, going back to Coulomb's law. There is nothing missing there. And secondly, your contention that, you would need...
Well, let's take them one at a time. Do you want to answer that, Al?
Okay. Now, you're familiar with Tom Bearden. Thomas C. Bearden.
Are you familiar with Mr. Bearden, caller?
No, but but I can't really hear, what the other fellow's saying.
I understand. All right, you'll have to listen on the air then. Thank you. All right, Al, go right ahead. What does Mr. Bearden have to do with this?
Mr. Bearden is going through that also and derived the fact that the original Maxwell equations, as written by Maxwell in the handwritten versions, which are well over 100 years old, are not what is currently taught in the universities, because Dr. Heaviside in 1875, because they were hard to understand and they could not accept the idea that in the denominator E as the electrostatic field was, in Maxwell's original equation stated that it propagates instantaneously throughout the universe, which would immediately violate all of the ideas of relativity and C being the limiting speed of everything in the universe. So that part has been eliminated basically from most of the college texts. Now, you may have some texts that show the original. I am not familiar with every book that's around. But nonetheless, they normally teach the truncated version developed by Heaviside in 1875, which was an attempt to simplify those equations and make them more understandable.
All right. All right, well, you're over my head. Good morning, out of state. You're on the air with Al Bielek in Phoenix.
Hi, I need to know all I can find out about Nikola Tesla. I think he's one of the greatest people that ever lived, and I really want to know all I can.
All right, where are you calling from, Colin?
I called earlier from Alaska, but I did have a question.
All right, now, one call per customer, folks, so I'm just going to pass that one by. Line 3, you're on the air.
Hello?
Wah,
Where are you
wah.
calling from, sir?
I'm calling from San Diego, California.
All right, fine.
That's right by the border, and I'm not at all skeptical, but please answer these 3 very brief questions for me. You were about to tell us who shot JFK, and you got interrupted. Please tell us who shot him and why.
All right, stop. Who shot JFK, Al?
Best testimony and enhanced pictures taken as a Brooder and other films indicate that it was done by the driver.
Oh, yes, that theory. The
shit.
driver did it.
Okay, then please tell me if ex-President George Bush is a part of the New World Order, why did he allow himself to lose the election? And my third brief question is President Clinton now, is he part of it? Does he have all this information, and is he going to be successful? And I find it hard to believe that George Bush would allow himself to lose that power.
All right, thank you.
Part 2, namely with Mr. George Bush, he was part of the New World Order. He does not run it. He was one of the pawns and gears in the works, if you will. He had a great deal of power. He was former director of the CIA before he became president. And he knew a great many things, but he also was limited in his power. He took orders. He took orders from a higher authority in this country, and so does Clinton. Now, where Clinton is going to go with all of this is hard to say, because the scenario is not determined by the president. It is no longer determined by the Congress or the Senate. They are dictated to up and down the line, and you really have to get the book, The Committee of 300, and other material to understand how this whole thing is orchestrated.
Mr. Clinton is being manipulated as well, then?
Yes, Clinton is being manipulated. In fact, he was bought and sold, I'm sorry to say, before he became governor of the state of Arkansas.
All right. Line
So
1,
basically, Epstein did it. He's running everything. Got it.
From California.
All right.
This is a fascinating program. Unfortunately, we missed a good part of it. Is it possible to buy a tape on it?
Yes, we have somebody. In fact, after the program is over, I'll tell you how you can get a copy, all right?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Out of state, you're on the air with Al Bielek. Where are you calling from, please?
Seattle, Washington.
In Washington. All right, go ahead.
How you doing tonight?
Fine.
I laid down
Touch up these lips.
and put the show on and laughed as long as I could, and I'm wide awake, let me tell you. I have a few questions for Al. First off, are you familiar with William Cooper?
Oh, yes.
And do you agree with most of what he says? It agrees so far with a lot of what I've heard that you say.
I agree with much of what he says in terms of the political sense. I think his information has been basically very accurate. And there is some dispute, of course. He is the one that has pushed the theory and the idea based on the films that he has shown that Mr. Greer, the driver, was the man who ultimately assassinated President Kennedy. There were others who fired shots. There's no question of that.
I've seen Cooper's films.
Right.
And, again, Greer definitely pulled the trigger.
Right. Now, even if you go back to the 1963 photos published from the original Zapruder films in Life magazine, you can clearly see, though they're not enhanced, you can see that the driver had his hands off the wheel, and the a Secret Service man in the right seat had his hand on the wheel. That even shows in the original Zapruder films published by Life magazine. But nevertheless, there is still some dispute as to whether or not Greer was the final and ultimate assassin. There are others who claim there was somebody on the knoll who fired the fatal shot because there was more than one shot that came in at that low angle.
All right, Connor, thank you. Al, you know, they just buried John Connolly. And there are a lot of people who wanted the fragments in Connolly's body examined. The family of Governor Connolly did not.
Yeah.
So he apparently has been buried without examination. Would you urge that they exhume that body and take a look at those fragments so we might be able to settle this once and for all?
I think that's something that I would not feel qualified to answer in terms of whether or not you're going to find that much out from his body, because after all, the body's buried. It deteriorates fairly rapidly. The examination would have had to have been made virtually at the time of death or shortly thereafter.
But surely the fragments will not deteriorate.
If there are bullet fragments, they will not. That's true.
All right. Line 2, you're on the air with Al Bielek in Phoenix.
Thank you very much. Apparently the gremlins are at work. KQMS stopped carrying you at 3 a.m. Mr. Bielek, Mr. Charles Bearden. Are you familiar with him?
I'm sorry, which one?
Charles Bearden.
Yes.
His free energy, do you think that's on?
Here's where we're at with this head, by the way, guys.
And a number of people who have been involved in research on this, and not only from the theoretical standpoint, but also from the hardware standpoint, have made various pieces of hardware work. More work has been done on this in Europe and Japan than in the U.S., also in England.
Okay.
Got a big old bass mouth on this bad boy. He looks decent.
Japan may have been successful, but he's
I'm going to do the eyebrows and the eyeballs.
And Thomas E. Bearden has published a considerable amount on this subject. There have been others like
I don't know what color his eyes are.
A host of names of people. Bruce D. Palmer, the Zen machine. And of course, the Zen machine goes back to Faraday 200 years ago for the basic principle.
I love it when I can throw Art Bell on in the background and just shut up and paint.
Known that he developed, though he didn't understand why.
Don't have to deal with any bullshit. You can just hammer this out.
Free energy is a misnomer in another
Kind of nice.
There is no such thing as free lunch.
Still feel like I should do something with these treads.
Understanding where it comes from and why.
How about T. Henry?
I'm thinking about going black on here.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, caller. You're on the air with Al Bielek. Where are you calling from, please?
Let me look.
California.
Okay, go ahead.
Just a quick question based on the knowledge that you now have. Is the stories that we have in the Bible, are they essentially true or not true, or is just stories?
All right. Bible, real or just a good story, Mr. Bielek?
Well, I think historically, if you were, is the listener referring to the Book of Revelations or?
Ooh, his treads are black. Nice.
Well, why don't you deal with both?
I'm wrong on that.
Right. In terms of the Old Testament, I think you find that historically much of that information is correct. The problem is how far back you take it, because
it's going to be hard to do,
we're missing many of the books in the Old Testament, the books of the
my balls are baby blue.
Which show an additional, much older history than is otherwise recognized. Adam and Eve are, in my sense, allegorical. They were not necessarily real as being the originators of the human race on this planet. But in terms of the Book of Revelation, I would say that much of the information in there might yet prove to be correct, because whoever wrote it, in terms of the paper and sense of those days, had an insight and apparently had the ability to see into the future, and they saw things in terms of warfare which have come to pass. And the terrible plagues which are now coming upon us in many respects, they also saw.
All right. Line 1, you're on the air with Al Bielek in Phoenix.
Hello, Art. California.
Yes.
Good morning, Mr. Bielek.
Yes.
Two questions. First, since the U.S. government has used the transfer retrieval mechanism to clean up a mess in 73, is it also used to silence or dissuade UFO witnesses and researchers with the Men in Black technique?
Very hard to hear you. Can you, Art, can you repeat the question?
I don't know if I can or not. Let me, are you familiar with the Men in Black technique for silencing people like yourself?
Yes, I am familiar with the charges and the allegations about MIBs. I've never seen one, but I do know people who have.
I like
my second
those.
question is on the hardware itself. Doubtless refinements and advances in technology have been applied to the project hardware since the 40s.
I definitely don't like that.
So how long will it be until a stable tachyon drive fold generator will be in unclassified use?
Good question.
That's a very good question. I don't really know how to answer that one. A tachyon drive system and anti-gravity drive system, they exist, at least in terms of the anti-gravity drive systems today. The government has them, but in terms of being unclassified and generally available, it's very difficult to answer because who can fathom the mind of the government?
I'm going to try a different technique with these eyeballs, I think.
Hi, how are you doing today, Art?
Knock out his eyebrows real quick.
Arizona.
All right.
I know for a fact that time machines exist because I have one of my own. That's how I got to Ooga Booga Land.
Oh. Line 2, you're on the air.
Ooga Booga.
Two questions. One, what is the exact title of the book that I should actually look up? The Philadelphia Story, and there's another part to that?
The Philadelphia Experiment and Other UFO Conspiracies.
Oh, and other. Okay.
Publications is co-authored with Brad Steiger, released in September 1990.
1990.
It's still available, it's still in print.
Okay. Yeah, I've had some problems on the publication regarding some involvement here, but how involved are the Russians with time and space testing?
All right, good question. Are they ahead of us, behind us? Where are they?
Sorry, what was
the Russians, Al, where are they with these experiments?
Very, very pale yellow on top of this orange because he's a ginger.
I don't know if they ever involved themselves in it. In terms of the Montauk
Mr.
project
White.
and that type of work, yes, they had their own parallel project. And when both ended in 83, I know the U.S. one ended in 83 at 12 August. I do not know whether the Russian one did on that date, but I do know through sources that there was a scientific exchange of information as to what they found, what they accomplished, because the approaches were not identical.
All right. Out of state, you're on the air with Al Bielik. Where are you calling from, please?
From Bremerton, Washington.
Okay. You're on one of those telephones. Get off it. Get on a real phone.
Okay.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I've been listening for a couple of hours now. I just wondered, is there any practical method of time travel for ordinary people, or is it only some huge government project that can do it?
All right. That is a good question. Al?
Well, in terms of the hardware, I don't think any ordinary people would be able to build it. In terms of the usage, anyone can use the equipment. It's not restrictive in terms of a certain type of person. But the government has a total monopoly on it, other than a few corporations who have been working with the government, and it's definitely not generally available. The only other way around that I can suggest is
you guys can barely even see him, probably.
Very heavily into meditation, and
he's got eyebrows now.
You can find a way through meditation to time travel, not physically, but mentally or astrally, as they sometimes say, and you can get some of your own answers that way. This is not a physical time travel.
So for the individual, it's a metaphysical answer rather than a hardware.
Particularly it is. You're not going to get the hardware, and you're not going to be able to construct
I got a new method I want to try. I will be right back, guys. I got to go grab something.
Hi. Do you have any
This works. It'll be cool for doing eyes in the future,
Any
too.
hard proof, Al?
Yes.
I'm sorry, hard proof of what?
Well, hard proof of any aspect of this story.
I have, but the problem is the proof that I have of this is not publishable because the people who can corroborate the story do not wish to be known publicly.
No. You know, if this was a true story, ABC would pick it up in a second. You know, if aliens actually did exist and all of this, this would be the best story that ever hit the, this would be the...
Well, of course it would, Caller, but if the President of the United States is himself controlled, what makes you think that ABC would be exempt?
Oh, okay.
I mean, in other words, if you buy the story, then you've got to buy the control factor as well, and ABC wouldn't be a...
No, I don't necessarily know if I do. I'm just, I'd like to believe this more than anything. I would.
So would I, because I have been fascinated with and love the idea of time travel. I love it.
Yeah. So, I'm a big fan of Star Trek, and this is just like made my date, my dream come true, but I just see no hardcore evidence of it.
All right, what do you say to somebody like that, Al? He sees no hardcore evidence.
Let me
Wants to believe, but doubts.
Let me give the gentleman two insights. Number one, about a year and a half ago, Unsolved Mysteries became interested in the story that I had to tell, and then at a slightly later date, sightings on the West Coast became interested. Both of them dropped it like a hot potato. They refused to touch it beyond the initial inquiry and apparent interest. So far as the major networks are concerned on live television, none of them will touch it, and we know that because we have tried. And the only one who has touched it in terms of television has been the cable networks because they're not governed by the same set of rules.
All right, let's hold it there. We've got very little time. Line 3, you're on the air with Al Bielek.
Yes, I have a question for Al. He says back in 1943 he traveled to 1983. Is
that is correct.
Yes. I don't know. He mentioned that he's traveled in time a couple other times. Has he ever gone beyond 1983, and how much further in the future has he traveled, if he did at all?
All right, thank you. Is it possible to travel into the future, Al?
Yes, that was done at Montauk. All of the people who were new recruits, if you will, were required to take a trip into the future to the year 6037 AD and describe what they saw, and everyone came back with the same description.
Let's hear it.
I'm sorry?
Let's hear it. I want to know what's coming.
Okay, the description at 6037 AD that everyone came back with, because I went on a trip myself, was that you arrived in the middle of a...
All right, so this is a new method. I'm going to use a mechanical pencil. I'm going to draw the eye in first with it and then paint over. And it should give me a guideline to the shape I want on the actual eyeball. I just got to make sure the white paint I put on there is dry. But I saw somebody use this technique, and the eyes came out decent on it, so I'm going to see how good it works.
A circle, what appeared to be a traffic circle from the city that no longer existed. There was a gold statue there of a horse and some writing on the base. It was in gold, the base meaning a pedestal on which the horse was mounted. This traffic circle radiated out in various directions on roads that were still there, but all buildings were obliterated. In the immediate area in the far distance, you could see crumbling buildings. There was no sign of life of any kind, though there was blue skies and white clouds, but there's absolutely devoid of any life at that point.
Oh, boy.
That was what everyone came back with in the same report.
All right. Line 1, you're on the air with Al Bielek.
Hi.
Hello, where are you calling from, sir?
I'm from Las Vegas, and I want to thank you guys for taking my call. It's very interesting and pretty believable. I just wanted to ask a question about Tesla. One caller got cut off. It seems kind of interesting. Is there any more information that we could get about Tesla?
Oh, there's all kinds of information about Tesla if you're interested in his history. Is that what you mean, caller?
More about his study or his notes or anything like that.
All right. Good. Yeah, that is a good question, Al, very quickly.
Right.
What about Tesla's documentation, such as it was?
There's a great deal still available through the museum at
Let's take a look.
Bucharest. I think it's Bucharest, back in his home
See if this is where I want in my eyeballs.
Smiljan in Croatia is no longer extant as a separate country. It is now part of Yugoslavia. But the museum, which was set up after his death, has a great deal of information. There's a great deal here available in the U.S. If you go to the International Tesla Society in Colorado Springs, Colorado, they have
I think that's got it.
specific information, documentation about his
That's actually
work at the Colorado Springs Laboratory in 1899.
so let me pause this real quick again. I'd like to shout out whoever gave me that technique. I don't know. I watch all kinds of different people. It wasn't all that art. It was somebody else. And they said, if you use a mechanical pencil and draw what you want your eyeballs to look like on top of the white and then paint over it, it's actually going to give you like an idea of where the eyes are going to sit, how they're going to look, everything else when they're painted in. And I saw the technique used and I was just like, I don't fucking know. I don't know if that's going to be a good technique, a bad technique, But I'm not going to lie at all. Even though that is just the lead in there, I can see exactly the roundness I've got to get on the eye shape when I actually hit it with the paint. And then if I put him in the right place, because he's going to be cocked like this, his eyes would be looking in that direction. And I had learned from somebody else a long time ago, watching one of their videos, you don't want your eyeballs to take up all the white in the eye. That's one of those oopsie things that people do all the time. And shout out to whoever gave me that little tip. That's one of those things. If you guys are having trouble doing eyeballs, I always have trouble doing the eyeballs. One, you don't want it in the iris and pupil in the dead center of the eyeball unless it's like an anime character. Even then, usually the circle is cut off. So you're drawing like 2/3 of it at best if it's like a huge eye, but like anime character style eye. You really want it to fade into the top or bottom of the eye. If you look at your own eye in the mirror, you'll see what I mean. And I got to give him credit, because doing that, I'm going to try painting it now, and let's hope it comes out better than normal, I'll say. Because I always have issue with fucking doing eyes. I think everybody does. There's one guy I watch, and his solution is he buys like these things. You can soak them in water. It's basically like little decal eyes. And you take the eye and you soak it in water. And then it's like a sticker that goes over the eyeball. And I'm like, that's kind of fucking cheating, dude. Like, it looks pretty decent when it's on there, but I'm still like, yeah, man, I don't know. I would rather paint it on, learn how to paint them on, and make it look good than cheat. So, nothing wrong with it. I mean, if you're a perfectionist or whatever, I'm not a perfectionist. So, I'm hoping this just comes out looking good. And also, I am going to black on the bottom of these boots too, because I just looked on like the actual professional $1,500 version of this model, and yeah, there is black on the tread line of these boots. So that I'm gonna do. It's more like a charcoal black, not a full-on black, jet black. You know what I mean? All right, back to Art Bell and back to painting.
That book is available. Lists of most of his patents are available. And, of course, if you want to research the Institute of Electrical Engineers in New York, he was a regular lecturer from the period of about 1985.
Also, thank you guys, smashing the like, sticking, hanging in there, watching this. Hopefully you guys are having fun with the paint session. And I got tired of talking. Apparently other people got tired of hearing my voice, so.
Al, we're coming toward the end of the time. The telephones have never let up. They're still as jammed as they were. So we may at some point hope to have you back again. I'm trying to decide what would be the... How old are you, Al?
Well, according to my birth certificate as Al Bielik, I would be 66. According to my, I still can't locate birth certificate of Edward Cameron, I would be 76, 77, and it's really questionable what my real age is, but if we use the date from 1916,
that worked.
That would say that I'm about 77.
All right. So you're on up there. My question is this. When you are gone, who will tell this story as you have told it? Or will the story...
I'm going to let that dry.
No, it will not die with me. There will be another book in preparation.
We're going blue, so we need dark.
Across the nation, from lectures, from other appearances. And the information will be well documented. Eventually, the government classification on this project will end on the
I need sky blue. I know that's hanging around here somewhere.
Theoretically, it has to end in August of this year because it's 50 years.
Sky blue.
The question is
Back in black, and then into white.
Project, because now it is up to...
Are there any aspects of it that
Still here, sort of. You bored, stranded? I'm sorry if you are.
Well, you can get some information.
You're just tired. I'm glad you're feeling better, by the way.
If they release a report, if they don't cite in the interest of national security, we can't release it. It may be black.
So what do you think, Stranded? Are we getting too clicky and making too much inside baseball jokes and laughing and having too much fun? Does it feel like I'm excluding you from jokes? Damn. This part's always the difficult part. I got the blue on that one side. Now I got to get it on the other. I need fucking super amounts of light coming in from the side, too. Nope, I got it. Okay. Got to get in there with the light blue. Just a long week, working hard, sick. I feel like I feel terrible for you. I mean, I've got a hell of a week coming up myself. So I got the vet coming up. All in the span of like the next week and a half. I got the vet coming up. I've got, same day, I've got a dental appointment, which is always going to be a fucking nightmare for me with my teeth. Even the ones I've got left are all fucked up and need to be repaired. But considering that, the dentist I was going to has changed the primary dentist in the place 5 times, we had to find a new dentist. I was like, I'm done. So go get that shit done. And then I also got to get my eyes checked and get new glasses or what have you. And the kicker about that is, I'm going to have to wait till next year till I get the glasses I want, because Samsung is actually developing glasses, smart glasses, along with Google. And I'm looking at the Samsung set to see, because one, it'll interact with a bunch of my stuff. Google, I'm actually debating too. Then you'll start seeing everything. I may actually be able to turn off my desk cam and just go with my actual eyeball camera from my actual glasses I wear on my face when I'm painting. And then the idea is I may be able to use the AI overlay in them to actually pinpoint different things to show you guys and have it translate out to my computer in real time. I think that could be really fucking cool. The only problem is those glasses don't come out till either later this year or next year. So probably next year I'll end up with the Samsung glasses or the Google glasses. Yes, I don't get your nerd jokes. You're mean to me. Oh, God. I'm just happy, David kind of kicked back in the line there. I hate it because he's young and he's got to be able to fucking be fast on his feet and break people's balls. So when he slips up like that with me, I like to get him to crack my nuts a little harder. David is absolutely one of my favorite people on this planet Earth. And I mean, funny enough, I know he's not watching, which is why I'm able to say that and get away with it without him breaking my balls about it. There we go. All right. Almost there. I just got to get a pupil on. But yeah, that mechanical pencil trick, I'll tell you what. That mechanical pencil trick, super impressive because I'm able to get the eyeballs in there. Nice. Very, very nice. Very even, well spaced apart, looking in the right direction, all of it. So I'm going to have to find where I saw that tip at. I'm going to have to look through my history on my paint stuff and make note of it and give them a major shout out next time I do eyeballs, because I'm going to use that technique from now on, I think. It was brilliant. I think it's a brilliant thing. I never thought to do that. I got the internal pupil in. Let me look at the shape of these eyes. Yeah. I'll be goddamned. Look at that. Actually look in the right direction. When I tilt, you can actually see the baby blue in them. And the underpinned blue. That's impressive. That is definitely one of those techniques that is this little mechanical pencil is now my cheat. It goes in my cheat box because that was fucking brilliant. Eugene, where the hell you been, Eugene? You've been MIA. I just finished off Juggy's face. What do you think, Eugene? Is he fucking mean looking or what? Damn, that new fucking metallic paint too. What a fucking difference. Let's see how he looks. God damn, dude. What a difference that sparkle glow paint or the metallics make for Vallejo. I hope they put that kit out to everybody soon, because there are artists that are way better than me, more deserving, that definitely deserve to get their hands on this kit. Because if I'm looking at Juggy, he pops now. That the metallics I added in there on the bolts, everything else, it's a noticeable difference in the color schemes. He looks fucking good, I think. Kill down the lights a little bit. Oh, as I catch his leg as it falls into my lap. I was also going to start messing with the epoxy. Started printing that gay ass Henry Cavill Superman, but there's minor issues with it. I'm going to have to take it back and work on it a little bit. He's badass looking. Like, I even got some of the purple in the veins on the arm. Talk about crazy. These guys, like I said, really wanted to land the Juggernaut, make them look good. Be interesting to see them all glued together. That head is a done deal, though. That can go away. This can go the wayside, too. Along with that, I need both your feet, sir. Let's get these feet painted. I'll make sure all my metallics are loaded back in here. They are. I can shut down this case. I gotta sort this case out. The thing is, the colors come in upside down. I started to sort this case and never finished it, so I got some of it done, some of it not done. Just the Vallejo brushes that are in here, though. This that's $80 in brushes, for fuck's sake. They're expensive. You didn't miss much in the chat. We were making jokes earlier, Eugene. Because I found a game. Well, I found this simulator called Mugen. And apparently you can add fighters to it and build out your fighters however you want. So I'm like, we got to do a Smurf fighter with the blue dingus. We got to do like a David Mon fighter and all this. And we were joking about that and going into it. And at that point you had like 2 or 3 people tap out because I don't know. They just were not feeling it or getting pissed off about it. I don't know. But yeah, I was the only other thing I did. I went over the Michael Jackson movie, which was really good. The Lee Cronin's Mummy movie, which was, there's creepy parts to it, but some of the stuff that was supposed to be horrifying had me laughing hysterically because it was just not executed well. They didn't build tension right to creep you out. They kind of fucked it up. And then trying to think what else we went over Trump, like, you know, the whole assassination attempt and how they're bilking it to build a ballroom because every president apparently now needs to put the Oval Office in that new ballroom so this way they're safe from gunmen. But yeah, it's been a quiet one, Eugene. I got tired of talking, so I threw on Art Bell. Let him jam out for a minute there. I kept watching to see if I was going to get dinged or whatever. No dings from AI. Because now the inauthentic content, that kind of shit, is going on. I mean, it's not affecting me because I'm not monetized at this point. But in the future, if I do want to be monetized, it's going to screw me over. So I got to be careful with everything now. I'm going to start dual streaming out to Rumble because I don't trust YouTube. That's dark gunmetal. Actually, let me look at this dark gunmetal real quick. Right quick. That might actually work for his boot bottoms, for his treads. Let me see what that looks like. But yeah, I mean, pretty quiet night otherwise, Eugene. What's been up with you? Any new songs coming out? Has the algorithm fucked with you yet and said you're doing repetitive shit or it's AI or anything? Because been happening a lot out there. I don't know if I like that. It's too steel looking. I think I'm just going to go my original route and go with a charcoal black on these boots. I'm up to 140 subs. So shout out to a new subscriber and all that stuff. We're growing, man. Like, it's slow going, but it's going. I don't know. Like some of the newer subs and all that, I would love for them to be in the chat and just have a conversation and talk and stuff. There it is, charcoal. You know, I would love to have people that I can converse with, considering I don't do a goofy ass show where I just play video clips from other people. Worst case scenario, I'll play a clip from Art Bell. Even reviewing trailers now, I'm a little worried about because I don't want to get nailed out for quote unquote inauthentic content by playing a movie trailer and promoting somebody else's fucking movie. Which is some goofy bullshit right there. Should be glad that I even want to watch your fucking trailer, dude. Like, you don't want people promoting your movie for free? I would think it would be the opposite. You would want everybody to play your fucking trailer. Other people are starting to not get away with playing other people's stuff, though. That's kind of the thing with it. So I've been saying this, or started saying this. I think guys like Tim Pool, AVL, shit like that, might be in trouble because what they're showing is New York Times articles that they didn't write or TikTok videos that they didn't make and commenting on them. And if you take away that kind of content and they've got to come up with their own original content, well, then we'll be looking at, on ABL's channel, we will be watching, you'll be watching housing prices in California versus Texas or some dumb shit, right? Because that's what happens when he runs out of content to show you, and it's before the call-ins. Time for the call-ins. If it's Tim Pool, then all you're going to hear about is Civil War. So, like those two channels, and then of course there's the Quartering, who just needs to fucking die in a small ditch somewhere on the side of the road, drunk and alone and naked, in my opinion. Fucking piece of shit, that dude is. He is fucked. He is just fucked up a lot of things. He started that flagging campaign. Now people think it's all right to flag people's like live streams, videos, everything. Like he started a whole culture kind of canceling each other. And that's exactly what everybody was afraid of. And all because he couldn't get made fun of on the internet. He was too above it. He couldn't troll trolls. He's thin-skinned. Couldn't hang with, people breaking his fucking balls and just ignore them. The whole thing is, I come on the internet and I say the Quartering's a total piece of shit and he's a grifter and all this other stuff like I did, 6-8 months ago? And go into why I don't like the Quartering at all. Don't watch his content. Nobody gives a fuck. Nobody bats an eyelash. Nobody cares. Why? Because I had 120 subs at that time. I'm a nobody. I'm just a little channel. I'm not effective. I'm not making any kind of waves. But Kino Casino, with their legion of fans, and shout out to the casino, may the house always win, go and start breaking his balls and riffing them, they're actually effective because people are listening to them and they're able to actually hit them. And as soon as they did, all of a sudden it was, well, I got to flag down this channel. So much for that whole free speech warrior bullshit that you're trying to pitch, buddy. Yeah, I mean, I agree, Eugene. The only thing is, you have, I think what they're, we had a couple different points of view. I'd love to hear your point of view too. We had a whole bunch of different conversations with different people, like different people weighed in on this, I think and I think Stranded said this too. I think where they're moving to is, well, you just have AI read the news article and it's Google's AI. They get all the ad revenue. They get to keep their ad revenue. They don't have to pay it out to people. Yeah, you're not wrong. He did dick ride fucking Tim Pool, and he still does. He still does. I mean, look, you hired Hannah Claire and Luke Murkowski from Timcast after he fired them. Well, and not, Luke was always kind of independent, but he was like a mainstay, and he still goes on Tim's show every now and again. And shout out to him. I actually like Luke. I like his reporting. Hannah Claire doesn't get on my nerves. She's not terrible. I don't think she's ready for prime time, but I don't think she's terrible either. I don't think I'm ready for prime time, but I don't think she's terrible. I think she's a genuine person and a good person too. Like, same thing with Luke. I think he's a little off, but then again, isn't he direct from Poland? So he's going to be a little off. Everybody that comes over from overseas is a little off because they weren't. If I was over in Poland, he'd be like, yo, he's a little off because he's an American. He wasn't raised and born here and all that shit. But yeah, Quartering just tries to follow Tim Pool's lead. And Tim Pool can adapt and adjust because Tim Pool is smart, creative, and can build things. And like I said, I don't particularly like Tim Pool, but I give him a lot of respect for everything he's accomplished. The Quartering, just basically like you said, he dick rode Tim Pool. He also cleaned up his content and was very super safe. And, you know, you say the coof and somebody unalived themselves or deleted themselves instead of killed themselves, suicide. You're a coward and a bitch. And while everybody else, like Steven Crowder and those other guys, were getting thrown the fuck off here or getting their channels wiped from them, had to go to other platforms and build something, the Quartering was able to stay on YouTube safe and sound and build up. Now those guys have their channels unbanned and are for the most part, and are all kind of back on YouTube. And the Quartering looks like a piece of shit like he always was. It exposes them. Well, yeah, Luke, the big thing with Luke, the two things that I fucking can't stand with his videos are that him, and I get it, he's got to hustle because this is his actual livelihood, is putting out this content, right? If it was my livelihood, I'd probably be trying to sell something, you know, in intervals too. So I can't blame him for that. I understand it. I don't like it though, because he sells vitamin supplements and, go to the bestpoliticalshirts.com and all that kind of shit. I fast forward right through all that, through the entire ad that he does on his own show. But you got to figure, if that's your only source of income, I can't blame the guy for hustling. You know what I mean? It's the same way I don't blame Tim Pool for doing the timcast, .com or whatever. I don't blame you for that. Make your money. Make your bag. I ain't going to fault you on it. It fucking annoys me, but you got to make your bag. This is your damn job. You know, this isn't my job. My job is to basically exist. Come up with creative thoughts. Have fun. Enjoy life. And make sure my yard looks good and the house is clean, right? I'm a house bitch at this point. Actually, I'm just a retired bitch at this point. How everyone, I already did. If I went over to Poland, I would be a bit off in Poland. The reason why is because you spend a part of your life. You can assimilate to this country. I could assimilate to Poland. You're going to be a bit off. You're always going to be, something might not land, a joke or whatever. The cultures are different. It's just the way it is. If I moved to Japan, it would be the same thing if I moved anywhere. Europe, Russia, whatever. Because I was born in America, there's certain things that when you're born there and you're grown in it, is different. Educational systems, everything. So you can adapt to the culture as an adult, but you're still going to be a little bit off. Like Luke, when he's talking, will say the wrong words when he's talking. So if Luke says the wrong thing or whatever, you give him that little bit of leeway because it's not the exact vernacular that somebody that's here would use. Yeah, exactly. There's a politeness that most Americans don't have too. That it's like, even in America, coming from the north down to the south or the south up to the north, you're a little bit off because the environment you're raised in. It's just something when you're young, you can adapt to it as an adult and it's not that you don't fit in, but you can tell it's a little off. So you can adapt to American standards, all that, you're always going to be a little off. Same way somebody going to a different country is always going to be a little off. Like if I went to Europe, I'd be a little bit off in Poland, or I'd be a little off even in England. And the culture isn't all that, well, actually, technically it is different, but you're going to be off because of the culture you're born into. Now, if you were born in America and raised in America, more than likely you're going to adapt and not be off because you're adapted into that culture. Yep. West Coast versus East Coast too. That's another good one. Good call, Eugene, on that. Like your culture is different. and it makes you a little off. Like you'll say something like, even just jokes are a little off. Like, you know, like I find that super funny. Well, what the fuck? You know, the French find Jerry Lewis to be hilarious, and I'm just like, things like this. It's just different cultures. Just the way it goes. The way she fucking goes, man. But anyway, Eugene, so we were talking about that fighting game earlier, and I'm like, I gotta create a Smurf character and give him his finishing move is the Blue Dingus, or his special move is the Blue Dingus, and his finishing move is the Pleasure Master 3000. I think Smurf said it was. Get these boots done. You got some funky boots? Funky boots? Gotta paint them funky boots. But yeah, Eugene, what I was saying on Discord, I was like, man, anybody that ever claims that your music is AI, you'll find out real quick, because they'll come up and nail you for your music being AI. You know what I mean? I was like, that'll put that whole debate to rest. Like, I think Eugene's music might be AI. Like, well, then how come YouTube didn't strike him down with an AI? Everybody else is getting struck. I'm waiting to get struck just for always playing the same intro. They said repetitive content, and intros are, for most people, are always repetitive. Some people, they're not. They switch them up. Mine's always going to be the same damn thing. It's always going to be Get Dead Again by Guido. Doesn't matter where I go. This is the last thing my best friend ever gave me before he died, was that song. And I will carry it on till ever to honor him. Honestly, you should take that shit as a compliment. If it sounds good enough to be AI, that means that you're hitting perfect notes, all that kind of stuff. I wouldn't take that as an insult. If somebody said your painting looks like it's AI painting, I'd be like, thank you. Holy shit, what a compliment. Like, wait, are you telling me a flawless machine? Like I'm painting like a flawless machine? Like if you're making music like a flawless machine, that should be a absolute compliment, bruh. I mean, the fact that they're wiping out, or, you know, monitoring AI content so close should be a warning, though. I have a feeling that we're going to see YouTubers get exposed that are hot, sexy women, like newer ones, and it turns out it's a dude using an overlay from an AI. You know you can do that shit, right? So I could see that happening. That would be fucking hysterical to me. Like all of a sudden they're like, you know, some dude's just standing there where there used to be this beautiful, sexy woman, and his shit went away, Or like you're watching a short and all of a sudden it's like, here's the real version. And it's like a guy standing there, like a big fat out of shape guy. And he looks like a very pretty girl. Shit's great. Not quite black, but black. All right, so I gotta notch this up a little bit. Look. I mean, if somebody was like, yo, Eugene, your music is good and it should be AI, do you really take it as like a severe insult? Like, and why does it insult you? That's the question. You think it's because it sounds soulless at that point? You know, like for me, like a paint job. What the fuck was that? That was weird. Gee, that's peculiar. My whole screen jumped for a second there for no reason. You know, is it that you think you're not putting something into it or whatever? Like, if it was an AI paint job, it's the same reason why I tell everybody, if you want me to crank something out for you, you got to let me know. And I got to get in a certain type of headspace for it, because otherwise it's going to come out looking like shit, because I just won't fucking put any heart into it. Gotten messages, especially on the cryptids, where somebody was offering me like $100 per figure if I do them for them. I'm like, no. And they're like, what? I'm like, yeah, I can't. I can, but I can't, because you're just going to get a shitty figure, because I have no attachment to it. I have no care for it. I got to actually give a fuck about what I'm painting, or else I'm just going to put paint on a piece of resin. I didn't watch It's a Gundam. I know who he is. He uses like a VTuber character, right? I think he's been on like Nerdrotic show, like Friday Night Tights, things like this. Some people do that live streaming and they just can't. Like they can't have like a conversation or a long form conversation. They're not built for the long form content. Another one, and I fucking can't stand this dude, but I used to watch him because him and Nerdrotic used to do a thing called the Exozone, right? And the guy's name was Dictor von Doomcock. Overlord DVD is the name of the channel. If you guys want, you can check him out. And I used to watch everything he put out. And then I realized at some point in time, and it was kind of confirmed by Ryan Kennel. I don't know how you say his name, RK Outpost, that basically all his fucking like, I've got a hot lead on this story out of Hollywood, turned out to be fucking Reddit posts. Like, you can go on Reddit and read the same fucking thing he was reading. He was basically saying like he had Hollywood insiders, and maybe he does, but it was the same shit slop that was coming up on Reddit about like Kathleen Kennedy out at Star Wars and all this kind of nonsense. And I mean, he said it for like 5 years before it actually happened. He said it from the time of The Last Jedi. And he started getting super chats where he was doing like funny voices or whatever. And he sang one time and somebody tipped him like a $20 super chat and was like, I love your singing or what have you. And then he started doing like songs for different people. And I was like, what the fuck am I watching? Like, your pop culture show, sir. I mean, you should always put your heart and soul into your music. It'll come through the music. I get it. You're figuring it out. It's like me painting, you know, the effort that I've got to put in, because I tried this new method with these eyeballs on Juggernaut, where I watched a guy the other day, and I really need to go back and find the guy who was explaining this. I used a mechanical pencil to draw on the eyeball first before I painted it, and that shit worked. Like, I got his eyeballs where they're actually like, hold on if I can actually get this thing to zoom. His eyeballs are actually straight, round, and they pop, and they're different colors and everything. Like, I got the 2 different shades of blue in there and the pupil and all that. And it's all because this one dude was talking about use a mechanical pencil, just draw that shit in there. I never would have figured that out. When I find them, I will definitely pitch them. I'm definitely, like, I will give that motherfucker a shout out as soon as I figure out which guy I was watching that told me that. Because that thing just helped me a million times over. And anybody who watches this will, like, hear that and maybe go, oh, okay, I got to try that next time. And hopefully it works out for them. And it all comes back to that guy, and he deserves all the credit in the world for it. But yeah, you should always put your ass into whatever you're going to put out, Eugene. If you're just popping it out to pop it out, it's not going to ever have the same feel as you putting your heart into it. And one of those harsh things is when you put your absolute best into something, it either A, doesn't come out the way you want it to, or other people are like, it was all right. I didn't think it was all that great, and it's going to hurt your feelings. But you got to use that as a place to grow from. Okay, well, I'll do it better next time, or I'll do it different next time. I'm going to try this technique next time, or this type of music next time, whatever the case may be. Now, somebody's just saying shit to be a dick, that's a different story. You know, you can ignore that stuff. But the people that are actually coming at you with real criticisms, those are the kind of people that are coming in good faith and all that. Listen to them when they talk, because they're trying to help. They want you to come up a notch, you know? That's true too. You know, if you write stuff with vocals in mind, or I want this played this way, yeah. I mean, it's funny. I watched a guy earlier today explain, like, the question he got asked. I guess he was a producer on Michael Jackson's album, and they asked him, "What was the deal? Who's Annie, and is she okay?" And he went into a whole story about Michael Jackson. It was when he was younger. He learned CPR, and the name of the dummy that they practiced CPR on was Annie. And they said the first thing you do in CPR is check if they're okay. So you say, Annie, are you okay? Annie, are you okay? Are you okay, Annie? He's like, and it stuck with Michael Jackson. Then from that little bit, he went and wrote a whole song around it. But yeah, adapting all that kind of stuff to different environments. Part of the reason I even wanted to do this streaming bullshit, it's never about making money or being famous, was because I was painting and I wanted to get better at painting, and this forced me to paint because I'm lazy, notoriously lazy. And you know, as I got better, little techniques that I learned I could pass on to people. And that's why I'm actually super excited about the mechanical pencil one that I implemented tonight, because that shit worked 1,000%. Those eyes came out like actual fucking eyeballs. I mean, it's not always about emotional writing. The thing with really, really good music is it should make you feel an emotion, even if there are no words. I mean, take something like Ride of the Valkyries, for example, right? Old classic. What's the feeling you get from that? Or Night on Bald Mountain in the home of the Mountain King, or in the Hall of the Mountain King, rather. You know, bop 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 bop. You can actually see a story in your head when you hear that song. You know, same thing with Ride of the Valkyries. You know, granted, my head always goes to kill the wabbit, kill the wabbit, kill the wabbit, kill him dead. But that's because I'm old. So, I mean, good music should always make the person listening feel something. I mean, even artists that like you'd be like, I don't know about that damn song, right? Like, here you go. Here's one. Everybody always riffs on country, but I want you to think about this. Like country music, just I want you to think about it. If you hear "Blame It All on My Roots," I showed up in boots and ruined your black tie affair, right? The first thing you do is like makes you want to fucking throw back a beer and just start laughing about how you got friends in low places. Yo, one booty done. Let me see which boot that is. I still got to do this fucking thing too. This one? No, it's got to be this back one. Yeah, which means that this goes into that. I just want to put them together real quick. I want to look before I finish off the other boot. Let me clean my brush. I just want to see what Juggy's looking like on here. Ugh. Oh, come on, Juggy. Work with me, Juggy. Work with me. I got friends in low places where the whiskey drowns in the booze, chases my blues away. I'll be okay. Check this shit out, Eugene. I gotta kill my light above them as I get this arm in. Just swing it out of the way. Bring the light over here and shine it. That's fucking badass, ain't it? God damn, that metallic really fucking popped it. Holy shit, he looks good. Yeah, I have no idea when it comes to music how all that works. I mean, that face though, the eyes, god damn it, dude. Why didn't I know that about the eyes before? I would have been doing that technique the entire fucking time. Holy shit, that popped his eyes. But yeah, so this is where we're at with Juggy right now. I gotta finish off his other boot. Let's take him apart. I'm probably gonna glue him together tonight. Don't know if I'll finish out the base, but we'll get there eventually. Yeah, I'm definitely not going to finish out this base. I got a ton of stuff to paint on this thing. Like, I got a tire. I've got spokes coming out of the tire. I've got rebar popping up. I got all kinds of shit going on this one. I got hose, tubing. Yeah, rebar, I-beams. It's a lot that's got to get painted on this. Did I even prime this? I did prime it. Okay, that's good. Yeah, I think he's coming out. I'm absolutely, God, I got an amazing wife. That's what goes through my head is I've got an amazing wife because that metallic paint is layering on there so well and just making each little part pop, including the little rivets. I was actually able to go back in there. I used a rusted metal color on them. So every little dent looks like it belongs there, like it's in the magic metal, the Uru metal. Fucking fantastic. And again, like even the skin tone, like the veins are blue on them and the skin overlay. I got that right when I did it initially with the airbrush. So I'm happy about that. I'm actually very happy with my progression so far. I'm sure it could be better. And somebody out there is going to look at it and be like, oh, the dude, that's shit. I could do much better than that. And maybe they could. But for an amateur, I don't think it's terrible. I think I'm doing an all right job on Juggy. Think I'm doing an okay job. Not bad for a guy who's never had a fucking art lesson in his life. Well, his adult life. When we were kids, we actually had a really amazing Miss Trotman. Shout out to Miss Trotman. I don't know whatever happened to you, Miss Trotman, but you were an amazing art teacher when I was a child. You were super nice, super encouraging, and I believe super stoned. I'm not entirely sure, but I could believe it. The only thing I don't like about his pose is when he's actually up on his base, he's like lifted up a bit. I don't like that. Would rather he were. There's another Juggernaut that I had seen that I debated doing before him. That Wicked, shout out to Wicked. Actually, these are CA3D and this Juggernaut, and I actually have them listed now in my description. You guys will probably notice, I believe my my toss a coin to the Witcher I did away with. But I think Juggy CA3D, I think I added them in there. I also changed the description out where now it says painting prints grinding games instead of just switching back and forth between them. Made it one solid thing. So minor changes going on, and like I said, the move to the dual stream to Rumble, because that's got to get addressed. I'm not going to wait till YouTube kicks me off their fucking platform. I'll start moving now, and if people follow, they follow. If I get kicked off, I get kicked off, and I'll still have a home to paint on. And I think it even had a category that I'm in 3D printing. So there's that. Damn, Eugene, you should have stuck with it. I mean, my sister's actually the real fucking artist out of the two of us. And my sister actually had her own gallery in an art gallery, or her own wall in an art gallery, rather. I don't know why I just said it all retarded like that, but yeah, she's actually the real artist in the family. And then, to her credit, she, whenever I'm doing one of these, I'll be like, hey, check this out, and send it to her. And my sister knows me well enough that she'll be a harsh critic on it. You did well here. You know, this looks good. Wow, you're getting good with this, that, and the other thing. However, you didn't lay in the contrast enough, she'll say. Like, you really want to contrast a little bit more here, work on the shadow there. And like, I don't get insulted by it. I'm actually grateful by it, because I'm learning from somebody who is better at this shit than I am. You know, who actually got her master's and can teach art classes and all that stuff. So if she's willing to hand me any kind of advice, because I already told her, like, I don't want you to tell me exactly how I should paint it. I need to learn that on my own. And she's told me, like, well, that's just it. To each artist, you see something different. She's like, but I will help you with your technique. You know, I'll critique you on technique alone. Like, you really need to start laying in more contrast here, contrast there. She gave me one of the best pieces of advice when it came to this painting shit, which was, do it in your head. And if you can paint the thing in black and white, because I couldn't figure out contrast. Like, I was having difficulty understanding it. She's like, if you do it in black and white and then just applied color to it, and it would look the same either way, you can that's how contrasting works. I was like, I got it. Like, I don't know what it was about that. My brain went to a black and white TV, and then I started seeing everything in these different shades of gray, and then just overlaid it with different colors. And I'm like, I understand. Perfect. And even then, I still suck with contrast. I still go way too light sometimes when I need to go heavy dark, because I'm afraid of losing the, that, leaving that skin breaker, that color tone down. Yeah, I mean, you should, I would think you would want to create music in mono to start off with. It always fucks me up because, stereo or whatever in headphones, you're listening to something like one of your earphones is dead, like your right or your left, and you're listening to like some of those old classic rock songs, and all you hear is like the drums and maybe the vocals on the left, and then all the guitars on the right, and it's like the right earbud or whatever's broken, and all you hear is the left. You're like, all I'm hearing is drums and fucking motherfucker singing. What's going on here? I would think you would want to kind of create in mono. It makes sense. You kind of want to take things down to the simplest form and then start applying, you know. And the other person, fucking fantastic artist, because she's got a gift that I don't have, which is the ability. She's got like extra cones in her eyes, and she can see different colors. She'll see a whole different band of colors. My wife, she can see colors that I just like, what are you talking about? She's like, yeah, that's got a purple undertoning to it. And I'll be like, no, it fucking doesn't. She goes, trust me, paint it. I'll paint on the purple undertone, and it's the color I was missing. I'm like, how the fuck did you see that on this orange piece? And she's like, oh, it's this, you know, and we'll break it down to me. They use this. If you look real close here, you can see the difference. And it's like, oh shit, there it is. But I'm like, how did you just see that looking at it in 5 seconds? I got to stare at this thing like I'm looking for the schooner. I guess in a way, you know, it's something I'm actually starting to apply myself at. Which is why there is a 3D print that I just knocked out that I got to give to my wife for her anniversary that's going to get painted this week, but it's getting painted on a Sunday. No cameras on, no microphone running, no nothing, just me, my paints, and the model. And I'm doing that shit on purpose because I'm putting my heart and soul into it so that it comes through, because it's an important piece for my wife. And I'm going to make sure that I fucking kill that damn thing. And I don't want to be distracted, stopping mid-sentence to talk or anything else. I'm going to put music on in the background, exactly what I need to hear, jam out, and fucking paint the fuck out of this thing. And I'm going to hammer that print out. I'm going to try and do it in a 12-hour session on Sunday. So, crazy enough, Eugene, yeah. If you ever notice, I always use a pink. That's because I don't have a thing called a wash. Well, I didn't think I did. But even then, I don't know how to apply them 100% correct yet. It's almost like staining a piece of wood from what I can see. Like, you've got to do it in like a layering. But my wife had gotten this for me for Christmas. I didn't even realize I had them. But as you can read, it's transparent acrylic colors for applying shadow on miniatures, right? But you'll see they got, if you look at the red, let me get it up. You can see the red isn't really red. It's like a pinkish color. You got a flesh one too. You got a black one, sepia, umber, right? Violet, blue. The colors I want to use out of this are the yellow, the red, and actually a little bit of green. I don't see a green in there, but usually a little bit of green, and the mix between the three of them, or a blue. And you start off with the red, you get your flesh tone on there. It gives it that undertone that white people's skin have. I mean, black people do too, just not as noticeable as transparent white ass people, you know, because they have a heavier pigmentation in their skin. But how my palm is red, and then it's going out to the white and everything else, that little blotch of red that's going on under there, you can capture that with the wash. So that's why you want to do the red. You're trying to capture like a blood vessel type look to it. If you look at Juggy's arms, right? Oh, shit. There's a reason why this isn't just like one solid fucking color. If you look, you can see there's pinks in there. There's all kinds of stuff. You can see it really tight on the elbow, where I went in heavier with the pink to give it that undershading and that pigment coming through, so him angry and charging. But it's all about that undertone that you're building the base on, and then thinning out the paint and all that. Like, going over it with the airbrush definitely fucking helps 1,000%, to be honest with you. A lot of things. One of the things I'm looking forward to, if I do get a new airbrush that I need to work on, shit, definitely tighten that up. I'll leave that aside so I can tighten it up. But what people do is they'll turn down, either if you've got a Mac valve, which is the little valve that cuts down the air going to the airbrush. I have that actually on my airbrush. But the guys who have the nice Awatas and stuff like that don't have a Mac valve, they'll drop their pressure on their airbrush down to like 5%, and they'll put in a little bit of like a brown, and so it's spotting and gurgling when it spits out. Like, it just spits speckles basically, and they'll do it over the flesh to simulate freckles, moles, all that kind of shit. And it's just random how it hits the flesh. It gives it a whole nother layer of depth. But yeah, you always it's one of those things that I didn't even notice, to be honest with you. And I know to do now. It's the same way you come in with a little bit of a blue wash on top to tint down your skin, and then a little yellow on top of it. And it tints it down in a different way. But it's basically, what you're actually doing is breaking up, simulating blood vessels under the skin, veins under the skin, everything else, which is why I went through on Juggernaut. I actually painted some of the veins actually a bright blue. And then when I was able to go over them with the airbrush diluted in the flesh tone, it covered over the blue enough where it's still showing through because it's so much brighter, but those veins look like they're fucking actually popping out of an arm. It's one of those things, if I'm to be honest, that anytime you see a girl with an exposed chest, right? It doesn't have to be fully exposed. And they have we'll say, usually like a B cup beyond. Well, we'll say a C cup and beyond. There's always going to be veins in the boob. You should always want to have like a little bit of a blue line in there for the vein. Because it's just natural. It's just human anatomy. It's what the person, what a real person would look like. It gives it a little bit more of a realistic nature to it, Like, the only ones that have like perfectly this, that, or the other thing, there's some that exist in nature. But for the most part, usually they're the manufactured ones. They're the ones science have given to women, which nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying that actual, like, natural women with naturally big boobs, they have those veins. I've noticed that just over my course of study. An objective truth. It's the same way, you get bigger women usually have stretch marks, or a woman that was big and got smaller, she's got stretch marks. Had kids, probably has stretch marks somewhere. It's very rare that you don't, and sometimes you don't see them, but they're there. So it's little things like that I always take in, because it's just nature and it's fine. It's beautiful. It's part of the person. You're not wrong. It's also what you appreciate. I don't appreciate a lot of time. Well, I mean, you can appreciate the beauty in the thing, but I always appreciate the flaws in the thing too now. I never used to. Be like, oh, this thing's fucking flawed. It's marred. Why would you do this or why would you do that? Like, that looks like shit. You got a flaw right here. And I point out that flaw. And I started realizing in my older age that that flaw is what gives it its actual beauty in certain cases. I think I don't know if it's Japan, China. One of them, they actually take vases and perfect, beautiful vases, and they'll break them and then they'll pour gold into them so that the gold fills the cracks and put them back together. Right? And then you can see the gold because they're pointing out the flaw in the thing, and that's what the beautiful part is. It just is what it is. Like, as you get older, and I mean, I know anybody who's younger is listening, it's like you're a fucking retard, Gam, because you're an old man. That's why you think this way. But it's the fucking truth. Beauty fades and plastic crumbles. We're all going to get old. And either you're going to see the beauty in the aged things and you're going to be able to see the youth in it, or you're going to live a very miserable life of just seeing things get old and die in front of you. You've got to reconcile between the two and realize there's beauty in this. I mean, there are flawless looking women, there are flawless looking men. And those, God bless them people. But there's a reason why they're a rarity and not a common thing. It's not a common occurrence. It's what makes them stand out is, that the perfectly symmetrical face or whatever the case may be. I knew a girl once. Girl wanted like nothing more than, real built fucking like, holy shit, look at that guy. He looks like he's chiseled out of marble, all this stuff. She dated that guy for 2 months. And she was done with him. And the reason why is because he spent more time in the gym working on his body than he did with her. Truth of the matter is, you shouldn't have to work that hard. If you're doing corporate stuff, okay, you got to put on the war paint. Women will take like an hour and a half to get ready, all that kind of shit. If you're just hanging out with your boyfriend, husband, wife, whatever, man, you should be comfortable not having fucking makeup on, half your clothing on, stuff like that. You should be able to be comfortable on who you are in your own skin around that person. Shouldn't have to wake up in the morning and put your face on before your husband sees you. If so, then, man, you're going to have a miserable marriage when you get old. Doesn't matter how old my wife gets or anything like that. It doesn't matter how long I'm married to her. I still see my wife like when we were young. And it'll be like that forever. That's how you truly know, I think, if you love somebody or not. It won't matter. That part of it doesn't matter. Cool. That boot's done. I just got to clean that up. I can start gluing Juggy together, I think. I think he's ready to glue. do a look over on them, make sure I've got all the metallic parts all knocked out. I've got a little bit of a blowout there. Metallics. Oh. Damn, I'm good. Should be the right color. This, I really do hope they put this kit out for everybody, or it's more prevalent, this true metallic metal full collection, because this thing is amazing. It really is. Like, just the entire set, I'm very impressed with. Every one of the metallic colors I've grabbed is layered on there and looks beautiful. I'll actually be able to get anything now with metal for the most part. It's going to go forward. And I still haven't even fucked with my chrome set yet either. Still have them. I've had them since Christmas. If I ever do a Silver Surfer, he'd be the perfect one to try it out on, because you got to go into your black first before you layer on the chrome and all that, because you want it to be like a mirror. You can do the silver paint and all that. That's cool, but you really want the shit to layer on there like it's a mirror. Yeah, I mean, I guess it wasn't perfect. Yeah, exactly, Eugene. Like, that's just it. Take your ideal person and then flip it on its head, because usually that's your real ideal person. You know, your real ideal person is the one that you probably didn't even know you met before. It always existed. I mean, your real ideal person is your type of crazy too. Let's face it, we're all fucking crazy in one way or another. We're all weird in one way or another, but they're your kind of weird. They understand you for you. Right, I think I'm ready. Yeah, this arm in particular, the way the veins layered out. You'll see what I mean, Eugene, about the veins in a minute. How the veins pulse. You can see that slight tinge of blueness in them. A little bit of red flowing through. All right. Should be good. Should be fucking good. Yeah, it's, see if I got skin tone still mixed. I use it. If not, I won't. A little bit of water, reactivate this. Point to a wet palette after all. I don't need it to go crazy. I just need to reactivate it a little bit. A little bit of chipping hurts. Definitely way too reactivated. Clean that up a little. Little mild blowouts, but I don't want to leave them on there. I probably could have gotten away without covering them up, but yeah, I'll know they're there. When I look at it, I'll be disappointed in myself, to say the least. Good night, Eugene. Yeah, I'm close to gluing. Keep the music coming, Eugene. If you're still there, keep it coming, bro. Don't stop. Cool. Let me see if I can blow out some of these shoulders. Shoulders are actually surprisingly pretty damn tight. Just right there. I think I'm going to add a little more right here. That tightened up. I think we're looking decent. Yeah, not bad. Not bad at all. All right, let's see what you look like, Juggy. Get your feet together first, I guess. As soon as I figure out what the fuck I did with my glue. Oh, here it is. I actually got more tubes of this, including epoxy. Shit. All right, Chuggy. Start with your toesies. Make sure I get the right feet on the right feet. Yep. I don't want to mess with epoxy yet either. Like I said, I bought some. I got it sitting there. I definitely worry about applying it and fucking it up. I use it on something that doesn't mean as much. All right, I gotta let this stuff chill for like a minute or two. This Gorilla Glue is pretty decent. It just takes a while for it to actually adhere perfectly and cure. But it definitely works. All right. I'm sure to nail out this key as best I can. This one snapped when I was clearing out the internals. All right, we're gonna wait like 2 minutes for that shit to cure up a little bit. Matter of fact, I'm gonna clean off the tip of this glue. Picked the wrong day to quit sniffing glue. All right. What time we at? 2:22. So 2:23. That's when we will continue. Disconnecting this bullshit. Shut down my Discord. Microsoft Copilot, huh? That fires up my Windows 11 now. That's fantastic. I'll turn that shit off later. Eventually, I'll actually set this up like it's a professional fucking thing. But that ain't today. Charcoal back. Elvish skin tone. Should be this one. No, I got Athena skin. Gory red should be the last color that goes in here. Oh no, I got one more. That should be the charred brown. That's it. Keep my damn paint sets organized. My wife's like, well, I don't understand why you don't break them out to look at the colors. I'm like, because it's got them on the case. It's easier to look at. And the only problem I've had is I had to move around my case, like the paint's in the case, and adjust them. Outside of that, pretty standard shit. That was the bronze I was using. Nice. Forgot about that. And standard skin tone. Yeah, that goes up here. Goes in my regular rack. 2 minutes have definitely passed. Should be able to apply these. And it should be pretty well stuck together. That's what it's looking like there. Let's try this bad boy on for size. Yep. Much better. I'm just patient about it. All right. Let's see. That goes there. This goes here. Cool. Making sure I got them sealed up right. And I do. This one's got a bit of excess. Get rid of that. It's Good though. I want that little bit of access. Make sure I got a solid fucking bond in there. All right, where do I go to next? Gets the arms and the head on. Let's get that head on there. And these are standard fare, basically. Should be this inner ring. I can sit. Oh, get rid of that wispy. And let's get around your neck hole there, sir. That can sit. And I'll do the arms. This is definitely going to have some overflow, I can tell you what. Comes to these arms. Those sit. Sure I'm not swizzling out too much. Oh, I knew I was going to do that. Really should have waited till I put the fucking head on to get the arms on, but I'm being a speedy bastard. Being impatient means I put my fucking finger right in the glue. Damn it. I got the drip coming down. Be careful. It definitely would have made more sense to wait on that. Do the arms separate from the head. Where we at? 2:28. So wait 2 minutes. 2:30. Blame it all on my roots. I showed up in boots, ruined your black tie fair. Last one to know, last one to go. I was the last one you thought you'd see there. And I didn't mean to cause a big scene. Good Lord. I actually feel better drinking all that water. I must have been dehydrated. Not looking forward to 10 trips to the bathroom later tonight, though. Damn, I like this shine off the fucking metallics. It just blows my mind. I'm super happy with them. Happy I was able to redo the belt. All that. I still feel like I should have done something with these little pieces here. Thing is, I can specifically see the cut lines in the black parts of this uniform. And looking at his normal uniform and every fucking picture painting and all that, that piece all matches the leather. Oh, 2:30. All right. One head, sir. One Juggernaut head, bitch. That face. That face only a mother could love. Even then, she'd have some difficulty. The other arm. I'm the Juggernaut, bitch. I'm the Juggernaut. I am the Juggernaut, bitch. Hit you with your own pimp, bitch. Oh yeah, he's together. Cool. Now it's time to get the legs on the body. He's solid though. Across the board. And this is going to be a bitch. Because I'm going to have to put the legs. In fact, I'm not rushing the glue this time. It's holding together much better. Tell you what. That's one leg. I got a little meat on this bone. Go. Blame it all on my roots. Showed up in boots. Oh, I got that fucking song stuck in my head. Better off going, why do you drink? Why you roll smoke? Little Hank. Oh man, I fucked up that key on this leg bad. Thank God I got a lot of meat to glue to. Because when I was tearing out the interior here, you can see how it snapped in the key. Not good. Not good at all. Okay. A little bit more on this side. Get that shit off. Time we at 2:34. 2:36 and his legs go on and I can set him on the base. And then it's going to be all about painting that base next time. God, I'm stretching this model out. I got the Riddler. I got Dr. Doom done. Henry Cavill Superman ran into some super fucking problems. Fucking son of a bitch. Then I got the other one for the wife. I got to get knocked out on Sunday. Ooh. Yeah. And I got her Bigfoot. I've got a couple cryptids. And then I got this other one that's... It's going to... If I paint it right, it'll be beautiful. Should be ruined beauty. And that's the point to it. That one's going to be special. And then, I don't know what I'm going to do after the Riddler and Doom. I got to get 2 more models cooking, though. Need at least 4 in back stock. Got a lot of options. They did Vecna and 11 for the movie term this month. They did World of Warcraft. They from Warcraft, well, not World of Warcraft. Warcraft 3, Frozen Throne. They did the main hero dude for the human side and the main orc for the orc side, or for the horde side, for the Alliance and the Horde. Pretty cool models. I know he's got Punisher coming. I know he's got Cade coming, who is the cowboy Ghost Rider. I can't remember what his third one was. Oh, the Punisher. The, whatchamacallit Punisher. Over on the other side, we have Killer Frost, Flash Gordon, which is an interesting one. That might be one to paint. That could be a cool one. Flash Gordon's ship. I can't remember who his third character was. Who the fuck was his third character? I'll have to look it up. And then CA3D dropped all their prints today. I didn't see any in there that I was like, oh, I got to paint this one. Kratos, maybe. They did a Kratos that I liked. They actually did a fantastic original character for Mecha Girls. He did a great job on that sculpt. But I'm like, I don't know. All right, here we go. Get some legs on. Come on, buddy. Just like Mister, you can't skip leg day. You're the Juggernaut after all, sir. Oh, yeah. I knew that was coming. I need a little... Give me that. A little overblown in that seam. How's this seam? That seems much better. I just need to make sure I'm in alignment. I am. Oh, shit. Juggy, don't lose your head. Get that head back on. I can't believe his fucking head just rolled off. Like it was cool. Man, I knew it when I broke down that neck by accident. That shit was gonna suck. Hopefully this looks like one coherent piece. Yeah, I'm gonna say I fucking nailed the shit out of this one. The only thing that's a little disappointing is his pose. Because he's looking down, but I wanted that pose because of the fucking charge. Give me something I can stack them. I want to put them up. You know what? One of the new storage containers. How big is that? Is that up too high? No, I think that's just right. It might just be right. I gotta clear off a little bit of this bullshit. Get my wet palette out of the way. That head is going to be a problem. I'm going to have to seal glue that a little bit. I might have to tack it with some fucking crazy glue. See how you look up here, buddy. So I don't have to angle the camera down. I can angle it up instead. Then I can fuck with the light, like so. Yeah, he came out pretty badass. Let's go a little lower. Fucking with this camera. Really need to get a gantry arm for it or make one. we go. I think he came out badass. I think I nailed it. I gotta, if you're watching it on a replay, let me know what you guys think in the comments. Base still has to get done, but he is done. Even the face, I even got the shadowing in the mouth where it lined up right. I don't know if I should do him like that or like this. Where he's charging. I think like that. Yep, that's got it. Let me cut that. I'm going to cut the fucking chat off too. That should fit. Let's change that up. Stream settings. Edit. Yep. That should do it. That should do it. Good stuff. I don't have anybody like chatting or anything. Everybody's just quiet, so that's kind of a good thing, I guess. That's funny. When I do the picture, though, you can absolutely 1000% see the that shit change. The screen change now. Yeah, he looks good. Once the base is done, he's going to look fucking phenomenal. Just a full-on charge. He's ready to run through. I'm the Juggernaut, bitch. Just run through a wall and beat the shit out of Kitty Pryde. The unstoppable Juggernaut. Yep, I think that's a wrap. 2:43 in the morning, I can live with that. Knock out that mouse game tomorrow night. Tell David, don't worry about stream. He was all excited about that shit too. I don't have to stream with you. I know Twisted's busy. I am excited though because I've got computer games to play, and if nobody's got a computer to play them with me, well, I'm just gonna have to jam those on my own. I did get Valheim though for PC, so I've got it on Xbox and PC. I bought the same game goddamn twice. But any which way you slice it, whatever updates first and whichever one runs cleaner, they cross play. So I could play with Smurf either way because I know he's going to want to jam through it again. But yeah, shout out to the guy again who gave me the pencil trick for the eyes because that shit worked. And yeah, Juggy's done. So thank you guys for watching, liking, subbing, all that kind of stuff. Appreciate the hell out of each and every last one of you. You guys are amazing. I will be back tomorrow night. We will be jamming that Mouse PI game, I believe. Unless I finish it tomorrow, which I doubt I will, but I should hammer through a good chunk of it if I get as far as I did last time. I got to remember how to play it, to be honest with you, because it's been a week. But I'll be back tomorrow night playing that Mouse PI. And, figuring out who the criminals are and what the actual conspiracy is with the politicians. But thank you guys again. You guys are amazing. And I will see you tomorrow night, maybe 8 p.m. Eastern Standard. If not, I'll be back next Thursday, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard, definitely. And then this Sunday's a no-go. Next Sunday's going to be a no-go because it's Mother's Day. Happy, Mother's Day to everybody, but it's also my anniversary, so there's no way in fuck I'm streaming on my anniversary. I like having testicles, and I don't want my wife removing them from me in my sleep. But anyway, you guys take her easy, and always be creative. Most importantly, Don't take shit from anybody. Good night, everybody.